Winter's Chill by George R.R. Martin. The day arrived at last, as he had known it would. It was a Saturday, cold and gray, with a brisk wind blowing off the kill. Mr. Coffee had a pot ready when he woke at 10:30. On weekends, Tom liked to sleep in. He laced his first cup liberally with milk and sugar and took it into his living room. Old mail was strewn across his coffee table, a stack of bills, supermarket flyers announcing long-departed sales, a postcard mailed by his sister when she'd gone to England the summer before, a long brown envelope that said Mr. Thomas Tudbury might already have won $3 million, and lots of other junk that he needed to deal with real soon now. Underneath it all was the invitation. He sipped his coffee and stared at the mail. How many months had it been sitting there? 3, 4? Too late to do anything about it now. Even an RSVP would be woefully inappropriate at this state. He remembered the way The Graduate had ended and savored the fantasy. But he was no Dustin Hoffman. Like a man picking at an old scab, Tom rummaged through the mail until he found that small square envelope once again. The card within was crisp and white. Mr. and Mrs. Stanley Casco request the honor of your presence at the wedding of their daughter, Barbara, to Mr. Stephen Bruder of Weehawken, St. Henry's Church, 2 p.m., March 8th. Reception to follow at the Top Hat Lounge. RSVP 555-6853. Tom fingered the embossed paper for a long time, then carefully set it back on the coffee table, dumped the junk mail into the wicker trash basket by the end of his couch, and went to stare out the window. Across First Street, piles of black snow were heaped along the footpaths of the narrow little waterfront park. A freighter flying the Norwegian flag was making its way down the Kill Van Kull toward the Bayonne Bridge and Port Newark, pushed along by a squat blue tugboat. Tom stood by his living room window, one hand on the sill, the other shoved deep in his pocket, watching the kids in the park, watching the freighter's stately progress, watching the cold green water of the Kill and the wharves and hills of Staten Island beyond. A long, long time ago, his family had lived in the federal housing projects down at the end of First Street, and their living room window had looked out over the park and the Kill. Sometimes at night, when his parents were asleep, he would get up and make himself a chocolate milk and stare out the window at the lights of Staten Island, which seemed so impossibly far away and full of promise. What did he know? He was a project kid who'd never left Bayonne. The big ships passed even in the night, and in the night you couldn't see the rust streaks on their sides or the oil they vented into the water. In the night, the ships were magic, bound for high adventure and romance, for fabled cities where the streets shone dark with danger. In real life, even Jersey City was the land unknown as far as he was concerned. But in his dreams, he knew the moors of Scotland, the alleys of Shanghai, the dust of Marrakesh. By the time he turned 10, Tom had learned to recognize the flags of more than 30 different nations. But he wasn't 10 anymore. He would turn 42 this year, and he'd come all of 4 blocks from the projects to a small orange brick house on First Street. In high school, he'd worked summers fixing TV sets. He was still at the same shop, though he'd risen all the way to manager, and owned almost a third of the business. These days, the place was called the Broadway Electro Mart, and it dealt in VCRs and CD players and computers, as well as in television sets. "You've come a long way, Tommy," he thought bitterly to himself. And now Barbara Casco was going to marry Steve Bruder. He couldn't blame her. He couldn't blame anyone but himself, and maybe Jet Boy and Dr. Tachyon. Yeah, he could blame them a little too. Tom turned away and let the drapes fall back across the window, feeling like shit. He walked to the kitchen and opened a typical bachelor's refrigerator. No beer, just an inch of flat ShopRite cola at the bottom of a 2-liter bottle. He stripped the foil off a bowl of tuna salad, intending to fix himself a sandwich for breakfast, but there was green stuff growing all over the top. Suddenly he lost his appetite. Lifting the phone from its wall cradle, he punched in 7 familiar numbers. On the 3rd ring, a child answered. "Hello?" "Hey, Vito," Tom said. "The old man home?" There was the sound of another extension being lifted. "Hello?" a woman said. The child giggled. "I've got it, honey. Gina said. "Goodbye, Vito," Tom said as the child hung up. "Vito?" Gina said, sounding both aggravated and amused. "Tom, you're crazy, you know that? Why do you want to confuse him all the time? Last time it was Giuseppe. The name is Derek." Tom replied. "Derek? What kind of wop name is that? Two nice Dago kids like you and Joey, and you name him after some clown in a soap opera. Dom would have had a fit. Derek DeAngelis. Sounds like a walking identity crisis." "So have one of your own and name him Vito," Gina said. It was just a joke. Gina was just kidding around. She didn't mean anything by it. But the knowledge didn't help. He still felt like he'd been kicked in the gut. "Joey there?" he asked brusquely. "He's in San Diego," she said. "Tom, are you all right? You sound funny." "I'm okay. I just wanted to say hello." Of course Joey was in San Diego. Joey traveled a lot these days, the lucky stiff. Junkyard Joey DeAngelis was a star driver on the demolition derby circuit, and in winter the circuit went to warmer climes. It was sort of ironic. When they were kids, even their parents had figured Tom was the one who'd go places, while Joey stayed in Bayonne and ran his old man's junkyard. And now Joey was almost a household word, while his old family junkyard belonged to Tom. Should have figured it. Even in grade school, Joey was a demon on the bumper cars. "Well, tell him I called." "I've got the number of the motel they're at," she offered. "Thanks anyway. It's not that important. Catch you later, Gina. Take care of Vito." Tom set the phone back in its cradle. His car keys were on the kitchen counter. He zipped up a shapeless brown suede jacket and went down to the basement garage. The door slid closed automatically behind his dark green Honda. He headed east on 1st Street, past the projects, and turned up Lexington. On 5th Street, he hung a right and left the residential neighborhoods behind. It was a cold gray Saturday in March, with snow on the ground and winter's chill in the air. He was 41 years old, and Barbara was getting married, and Thomas Tudbury needed to crawl into his shell. They met in junior achievement, seniors from 2 different high schools. Tommy had little interest in learning how the free enterprise system worked, but he had a lot of interest in girls. His prep school was all boys, but J.A. drew from all the local high schools, and Tom had joined first as a junior. He had a hard enough time making friends with boys, and girls terrified him. He didn't know what to say to them, and he was scared of saying something stupid, so he said nothing at all. After a few weeks, some of the girls began to tease him. Most just ignored him. The Tuesday night meetings became something he dreaded all through his junior year. Senior year was different. The difference was a girl named Barbara Casco. At the very first meeting, Tom was sitting in the corner, feeling pudgy and glum, when Barbara came over and introduced herself. She was honestly friendly. Tom was astonished. The really incredible thing, even more astonishing than this girl going out of her way to be nice to him, was that she was the prettiest girl in the company, and maybe the prettiest girl in Bayonne. She had dark blonde hair that fell to her shoulders and flipped up at the ends, and pale blue eyes, and the warmest smile in the world. She wore Angora sweaters, nothing too tight, but they showed her cute little figure to good advantage. She was pretty enough to be a cheerleader. Tommy wasn't the only one who was impressed with Barbara Casco. In no time at all, she was president of the J.A. Company. And when her term ran out after Christmas, and it was time for new elections, she nominated him to succeed her as president. And she was so popular that they actually elected him. "Ask her out," Joey DeAngelis said in October, when Tom worked up the nerve to tell him about her. Joey had dropped out of school the year before. He was training as a mechanic in a service station on Avenue E. "She likes you, shithead." "Come on," Tom said. "Why would she go out with me? You ought to see her, Joey. She could go out with anybody she wanted." Thomas Tudbury had never had a date in his life. "Maybe she got shitty taste," Joey said, grinning. But Barbara's name came up again. Joey was the only one Tom could talk to, and Barbara was all he could talk about that year. "Give me a break, Tuds," Joey said one December night when they were drinking beer inside the old ruined Packard by the bay. "If you don't ask her out, I will." Tommy hated that idea. "She's not your type, you dumb wop." Joey grinned. "I thought you said she was a girl." "She's going to college to be a teacher." "Ha, never mind that shit. How big are her tits?" Tom punched him in the shoulder. By March, when he still hadn't asked her out, Joey said, "What the hell are you waiting for? She nominated you to be president of your fucking candy-ass company, didn't she? She likes you, dork." "Just 'cause she knew I'd make a good company president doesn't mean she'd go out with me." "Ask her, shithead." "Maybe I will," Tom said uncomfortably. 2 weeks later, on a Wednesday night after a meeting where Barbara had been especially friendly, he got as far as trying to look up her number in the phone book, but he never made the call. "There are 9 different Cascos listed," he told Joey the next time he saw him. "I wasn't sure which one was her." "Call them all, Tuds. Fuck, they're all related." "I'd feel like an idiot," Tom said. "You are an idiot," Joey told him. "So look, if that's so hard, next time you see her, ask for her phone number." Tom swallowed. "Then she'd think I wanted to ask her out." Joey laughed. "So? You do want to ask her out?" "I'm just not ready yet, that's all. I don't know how." Tom was miserable. "It's easy. You phone, and when she answers, you say, 'Hey, it's Tom. You want to go out with me?'" "Then what if she says no?" Joey shrugged. "Then we'll phone every pizza place in town and have pies delivered to her house all night long. Anchovy. No one can eat anchovy pizza." By the time May had rolled around, Tom had figured out which Casco family Barbara belonged to. She'd made a casual comment about her neighborhood, and he'd noted it in the obsessive way he noted everything she said. He went home and tore that page from the phone book and circled her phone number with his Bic. He even began to dial it, 5 or 6 times, but he never completed the call. "Why the fuck not?" Joey demanded. "It's too late," Tom said glumly. "I mean, we've known each other since September, and I haven't asked her out. If I ask her out now, she'll think I was chicken shit or something." "You are chicken shit," Joey said. "What's the use? We're going to different colleges. We'll probably never see each other again after June." Joey crushed a beer can in his fist and said 2 words. "Senior prom." "What about it?" "Ask her to your senior prom. You want to go to your senior prom, don't you?" "I don't know," Tom said. "I mean, I can't dance. What the fuck is this? You never went to no goddamn prom." "Prom's a shit," Joey said. "When I go out with the girl, I'd rather drive her out on Route 440 and see if I can get bare titty than hold her fucking hand in some gym, you know? But you ain't me, Tuds. Don't shit me. You want to go to that stupid prom and we both know it. And if you walked in with the prettiest date in the place, you'll be in fucking heaven." "It's May," Tom said sullenly. "Barbara's the cutest girl in Bayonne. No way she doesn't have a prom date already." "Tuds, you go to different schools. She's probably got a date to her prom, yeah. But what are the fucking odds that she's got one to your prom? Girls love that prom horse shit, dressing up and wearing corsages and dancing. Go for it, Tuds. You got nothing to lose." He grinned. "Unless you count your cherry." In the week that followed, Tom thought about nothing but that conversation. Time was running out. Junior achievement was wrapping up, and once it was over, he'd never see Barbara again, unless he did something. Joey was right. He had to try. On Tuesday night, his stomach was tied in a knot all during the long bus ride uptown, and he kept rehearsing the conversation in his head. The words wouldn't come out right, no matter how many times he rearranged them, but he was determined that he would get something out, somehow. He was terrified that she would say no to him, and even more terrified that she might say yes, but he had to try. He couldn't just let her go without letting her know how much he liked her. His biggest worry was how in the world he could possibly get her aside, away from all the other kids. He certainly didn't want to have to ask her in front of everybody. The thought gave him goosebumps. The other girls thought he was hilarious enough as is. The presumption of him asking Barbara Casco to the prom would double them up with laughter. He just hoped she wouldn't tell them after. He didn't think she would. The problem was solved for him. It was the last meeting, and the advisors were interviewing the presidents of all the different companies. They gave a bond to the kid picked as president of the year. Barbara had been president of their company for the first half year, Tom for the second. They found themselves waiting outside in a hallway, just the two of them, alone together, while the other kids were in at the meeting and the advisors were off doing interviews. "I hope you win," Tom said as they waited. Barbara smiled at him. She was wearing a pale blue sweater and a pleated skirt that fell to just below her knees, and around her neck was a heart-shaped locket on a slender gold chain. Her blonde hair looked so soft that he wanted to touch it, but of course he didn't dare. She was standing quite close to him, and he could smell how clean and fresh it was. "You look really nice," he blurted awkwardly. He felt like an idiot, but Barbara seemed not to notice. She looked at him with those blue eyes. "Thank you," she said. "I wish they'd hurry." And then she did something that startled him. She reached out and touched him, put her hand on his arm, and said, "Tommy, can I ask you a question?" "A question?" he repeated. "Sure." "About your senior prom," Barbara said. He stood like a zombie for a long moment, aware of the chill in the hall, of distant laughter from the classroom, of the advisors' voices coming through the frosted glass door, of the slight pressure of Barbara's hand, and above all, of the nearness of her, those deep blue eyes looking at him, the locket hanging down between the small round bumps of her breasts, the clean, fresh-washed smell of her. For once, she wasn't smiling. The expression on her face might almost have been nervousness. It only made her prettier. He wanted to hug her and kiss her. He was desperately afraid. "The prom," he finally managed. Weakly, absurdly, he was suddenly aware of a huge erection pressing against the inside of his pants. He only hoped it didn't show. "Do you know Steve Bruder?" she asked. Tom had known Steve Bruder since second grade. He was the class president and played forward on the basketball team. Back in grammar school, Stevie and his friends used to humiliate Tom with their fists. Now they were sophisticated seniors, and they just used words. Barbara didn't wait for his answer. "We've been going out together," she told him. "I thought he was going to ask me to his prom, but he hasn't." "You could go with me?" Tom thought wildly, but all he said was, "He hasn't?" "No," she said. "Do you know, has he asked somebody else? Is he going to ask me, do you think?" "I don't know," Tom said dully. "We don't talk much." "Oh," Barbara said. Her hand fell away, and then the door opened and they called his name. That night Tom won a $50 savings bond as Junior Achievement President of the Year. His mother never understood why he seemed so unhappy. The junkyard was on the hook, between the sprawl of an abandoned oil refinery and the cold green waters of New York Bay. The 10-foot-high chain-link fence was sagging, and there was rust on the sign to the right of the gate that warned trespassers to keep out. Tom climbed from his car, opened the padlock, and undid the heavy chains, and pulled inside. The shack where Joey and his father Dom had lived was far gone in decay now. The paint on the rooftop sign had faded to illegibility, but Tom could still make out the faint lettering, DeAngelis Scrap Metal and Auto Parts. Tom had bought and closed the junkyard 10 years ago when Joey got married. Gina hadn't wanted to live in a junkyard, and besides, Tom had been tired of all the people who prowled around for hours looking for a DeSoto transmission or a bumper for a 1957 Edsel. None of them had ever stumbled on his secrets, but there had been close calls, and more than once he'd been forced to spend the night on some dingy rooftop in Jokertown because the coast wasn't clear at home. Now, after a decade of benign neglect, the junkyard was a sprawling wasteland of rust and desolation, and no one ever bothered driving all the way out there. Tom parked his Honda behind the shack and strode off into the junkyard with his hands shoved into his pockets and his cap pulled down against the cold, salt wind off the bay. No one had shoveled the snow here, and there had been no traffic to turn it into filthy brown slush. The hills of scrap and trash looked as though they'd been sprinkled with powdered sugar, and he walked past drifts taller than he was, frozen white waves that would come crashing down when the temperatures rose in the spring. Deep in the interior, between two looming piles of automobiles, turned all to razor-edged rust, was a bare place. Tom kicked away snow with the heel of his shoe until he had uncovered the flat metal plate. He knelt, found the ring, and pulled it up, The metal was icy cold, and he was panting before he managed to shift the lid 3 feet to the side to open the tunnel underneath. It would be so much easier to use teak, to shift it with his mind. Once he could have done that. Not now. Time plays funny tricks on you. Inside the shell he had grown stronger and stronger, but on the outside his telekinesis had faded over the years. It was all psychological, Tom knew. The shell had become some kind of crutch, and his mind refused to let him teak without it, that was all. But there were days when it almost felt as though Thomas Tudbury and the great and powerful turtle had become 2 different people. He dropped down into darkness, into the tunnel that he and Joey had dug together night after night, way back in— what year had that been? 69? 70? Something like that. He found the big plastic flashlight on its hook, but the beam was pale and weak. He'd have to remember to bring some new batteries from the store the next time he came out. Alkaline next time. It lasted a lot longer. He walked about 60 feet before the tunnel ended, and the blackness of the bunker opened up around him. It was just a big hole in the ground he'd scooped out with his teak, its crude roof covered with a thin layer of dirt and junk to conceal what lay beneath. The air was thick and stale, and he heard rats scuttling away from the light of his flashlight beam. In the comic book, the turtle had a secret turtle cave deep under the waters of New York Bay, a marvelous place with vaulted ceilings and computer banks and a live-in butler who dusted all the trophies and prepared gourmet meals. The writers at Kosh Comics had done one fuck of a lot better for him than he had ever managed to do for himself. He walked past 2 of the older shells to the latest model, punched in the combination and pulled up the hatch. Crawling inside, Tom sealed the shell behind him and found his chair. He groped for the harness and belted himself in. The seat was wide and comfortable, with thick padded armrests and the friendly smell of leather. Control panels were mounted at the ends of both arms for easy fingertip access. His fingers played over the keys with the ease of long familiarity, turning on the ventilators, heat, and lights. The interior of the shell was snug and cozy, covered with green shag carpet. He had 4 23-inch color televisions mounted in the carpeted walls, surrounded by banks of smaller screens and other instrumentation. His left index finger jabbed down and the outside cameras came to life, filling his screens with vague gray shapes, until he went to infrared. Tom pivoted slowly, checking the pictures, testing his lights, making sure everything was functional. He rummaged through his box of cassettes until he found Springsteen. A good Jersey boy, Tom thought. He slammed the cassette into the tape deck, and Bruce tore right into Glory Days. It brought a flat, hard smile to his face. Tom leaned forward and threw a toggle. From somewhere outside came a whirring sound. That garage door opener would have to be replaced soon from the sound of it. On the screens he saw light pour into the bunker from overhead. A cascade of snow and ice fell down onto the bare earth floor. He pushed up with his mind. The armored shell lifted and began to drift toward the light. So, Barbara Casco was getting married to that asshole Steve Bruder. So what the hell did he care? The great and powerful turtle was going out to kick some monster butt. One thing Tom Tudbury had found out a long time ago was that life doesn't give you many second chances. He was lucky. He got a second chance at Barbara Casco. It happened in 1972, a decade after he'd last seen her. The store was still called Broadway Television and Electronics then, and Tom was assistant manager. He was behind the register, his back to the counter, while he straightened some shelves, when a woman's voice said, "Excuse me." "Yeah," he said, turning, then staring. Her dark blonde hair was much longer, falling halfway down her back, and she was wearing tinted glasses in oversized plastic frames, but behind the lenses her eyes were just as blue. She wore a Fair Isle sweater and a faded pair of jeans, and if anything, her figure was even better at 27 than it had been at 17. He looked at her hand, and all he saw was a college class ring. "Barbara," he said. She looked surprised. "Do I know you?" Tom pointed at the McGovern button pinned to her sweater. "Once you nominated me for president," he said. "I don't," she began, with a small puzzled frown on that face, still the prettiest face that had ever smiled at Tom Tudbury in all his life. "I used to wear crew cut," he said, "and a double-breasted corduroy jacket, black." He touched his aviator frames. These were horn rims the last time you saw me. I weighed about the same then, but I was maybe an inch shorter. I had such a crush on you that you wouldn't believe. Barbara Casco smiled. For a moment he thought she was bluffing, but her eyes met his, and he knew. "How are you, Tom? It's been a long time, huh?" A long time, he thought. Oh yeah, a different eon. "I'm great," he told her. It was at least half true. That was at the end of the Turtles' headiest decade. Tom's life was going nowhere fast. He dropped out of college after JFK had been shot. And ever since, he'd been living in a crummy basement apartment on 31st Street. He didn't really give a damn. Tom Tudbury and his lousy job and his lousy apartment were incidental to his real life. They were the price he paid for those nights and weekends in the shell. In high school, he'd been a pudgy introvert with a crew cut, a lot of insecurity, and a secret power that only Joey knew about. And now he was the great and powerful turtle, mystery hero, celebrity, ace of aces, and all-around hot shit. Of course, he couldn't tell her any of that. But somehow it didn't matter. Just being the turtle had changed Tom Tudbury, had given him more confidence. For 10 years he'd been having fantasies and wet dreams about Barbara Casco, regretting his cowardice, wondering about the road not taken and the prom he'd never attended. A decade too late, Tom Tudbury finally got the words out. "You look terrific," he said with all sincerity. "I'm off at 5. You free for dinner?" "Sure," she said. Then she laughed. "I wondered how long it'd take you to ask me out. I never guessed it'd be 10 years. You may just have set a new school record." Monsters were like cops, Tom decided, never around when you really needed one. December had been a different story. He remembered his first sight of them, remembered that long, surreal trip down the Jersey Turnpike toward Philadelphia. Behind him was an armored column. Ahead, the turnpike was deserted. Nothing moved but a few newspapers blowing across the empty traffic lanes. Along the sides of the road, the toxic waste dumps and petrochemical plants stood like so many ghost towns. Every so often, they'd come across some haggard refugees fleeing the swarm, but that was it. It was like a movie, Tom thought. He didn't quite believe it. Until they made contact. A cold chill had gone up his spine when the android came streaking back to the column with the news that the enemy was near and moving on Philly. "This is it," Tom said to Peregrine, who'd been riding on his shell to rest her wings. He had just long enough to find a cassette, Creedence Gold, and slide it into his tape deck before the swarmlings came over the horizon like a black tide. The flyers filled the air as far as his cameras could see, a moving cloud of darkness like a vast onrushing thunderhead. He remembered the twister from The Wizard of Oz and how much it had scared him the first time he'd seen the movie. Beneath those dark wings, the other swarmlings moved, crawling on segmented bellies, scrabbling on meter-long spider legs, oozing along like the Blob, and with Steve McQueen nowhere in sight. They covered the road from shoulder to shoulder and spilled out over its edges, and they moved faster than he could have imagined. Peregrine took off. The android was already plunging back toward the enemy, and Tom saw Mistral coming down from above, a flash of blue among the thin, cold clouds. He swallowed and turned the volume on his speakers all the way up. Bad Moon Rising blasted out over the dark sky. He remembered thinking that life would never be the same. He almost wanted to believe it. Maybe the new world would be better than the old. But that was December, and this was March, and life was a lot more resilient than he'd given it credit for. Like the passenger pigeons, the swarmlings had threatened to blot out the sun, and like the passenger pigeons, they were gone in what seemed like no time at all. After that first unforgettable moment, even the War of the Worlds had turned into just another chore. It was more extermination than combat, like killing especially large and ugly roaches. Claws, pincers, and poisoned talons were useless against his armor. The acid secreted by the flappers did fuck up his lenses pretty badly, but that was more a nuisance than a danger. He found himself trying to think of new, imaginative ways of killing the things to relieve the boredom. He flung them high into the air. He ripped them in half. He grabbed them in invisible fists and squeezed them into guacamole. Over and over again, day after day, endlessly, until they stopped coming. And afterward, back home, He was astonished at just how quickly the swarm war faded from the headlines, and how easily life flowed back into the old channels. In Peru, Chad, and the mountains of Tibet, major alien infestations continued their ravages, and smaller remnants were still troubling the Turks and Nigerians, but the Third World swarms were just page 4 filler in most American newspapers. Meanwhile, life continued. People made their mortgage payments and went to work. Those whose homes and jobs had been wiped out dutifully filed insurance claims and applied for unemployment. People complained about the weather, told jokes, went to movies, argued about sports. People made wedding plans. The swarmlings hadn't been completely exterminated, of course. A few remnant monsters lurked here and there, in out-of-the-way places, and some not so out-of-the-way. Tom wanted one badly today. A small one would do, flying, crawling, he didn't care. He would have settled for some ordinary criminals, a fire, an auto accident, anything to take his mind off Barbara. Nothing doing. It was a gray, cold, depressing, dull day, even in Jokertown. His police monitor was reporting nothing but a few domestic disturbances, and he'd made it a rule never to get involved in those. Over the years, he'd discovered that even the most abused wife tended to be somewhat aghast when an armored shell the size of a Lincoln Continental crashed through her bedroom wall and told her husband to keep his hands off her. He cruised up the length of the Bowery, floating just above rooftop level, his shell throwing a long black shadow that kept pace with him on the pavement below. Traffic passed through underneath without even slowing. All his cameras were scanning, giving him views from more angles than he could possibly need. Tom glanced restlessly from screen to screen, watching the passers-by. They scarcely noticed him anymore. A quick glance up when the shell hove in their peripheral vision, a flicker of recognition, and then they went back to their own business, bored. "It's just the turtle," he imagined them saying. "Yesterday's news. The glory days do pass you by." 20 years ago, things had been different. He'd been the first ace to go public after the long decade of hiding, and everything he did or said was celebrated. The papers were full of his exploits, and when the turtle passed overhead, kids would shout and point, and all eyes would turn in his direction. Crowds would cheer him wildly at fires and parades and public assemblies. In Jokertown, men would doff their masks to him, and women would blow him kisses as he went by. He was Jokertown's own hero. Because he hid in an armored shell and never showed his face, a lot of jokers assumed he was one of them, and they loved him for it. It was love based on a lie, or at least a misunderstanding, and at times he felt guilty about that. But in those days the jokers had desperately needed one of their own to cheer, so he had let the rumors continue. He never did get around to telling the public that he was really an ace. At some point, he couldn't remember just when, the world had stopped caring who or what might be inside the turtle's shell. These days there were 70 or 80 aces in New York alone, maybe as many as 100, and he was just the same old turtle. Jokertown had real Joker heroes now, the Oddity, Troll, Quasi-Man, the Twisted Sisters, and others. Joker aces who weren't afraid to show their faces to the world. For years he had felt bad about accepting Joker adulation on false premises, but once it was gone, he found that he missed it. Passing over Sarah Roosevelt Park, Tom noticed a Joker with the head of a goat squatting at the base of the red steel abstraction they'd put up as a monument to those who had died in the great Jokertown riot of 1976. The man stared up at the shell with apparent fascination. Maybe he wasn't wholly forgotten after all, Tom thought. He zoomed in to get a good look at his fan. That was when he noticed the thick rope of wet green mucus hanging from the corner of the goat-man's mouth, and the vacancy in those tiny black eyes. A rueful smile twisted across Tom's mouth. He turned on his microphone. "Hey, guy," he announced over his loudspeakers. "You all right down there?" The goat-man worked his mouth silently. Tom sighed. He reached out with his mind and lifted the Joker easily into the air. The goat-man didn't even struggle. Just stared off into the distance, seeing God knows what, while drool ran from his mouth. Tom held him in place under the shell and sailed off toward South Street. He deposited the goat-man gently between the worn stone lions that guarded the steps of the Jokertown clinic, and turned up the volume on his speakers. "Tachyon!" he said into the microphone, and "Tachyon!" boomed out over the street, rattling windows and startling motorists on the FDR Drive. A fierce-looking nurse popped out of the front door and scowled at him. "I brought one for you," Tom said more softly. "Who is he?" she asked. "President of the Turtle Fan Club," Tom said. "How the hell do I know who he is? He needs help, though. Look at him." The nurse gave the Joker a cursory examination, then called for 2 orderlies who helped the man inside. "Where's Tachyon?" Tom asked. "At lunch," the nurse said. "He's due back at 1:30. He's probably at Harry's." "Never mind," Tom said. He pushed, and the shell rose straight up into the sky. The expressway, the river, and the rooftops of Jokertown dwindled below him. Funny thing, but the higher you got, the more beautiful Manhattan looked. The magnificent stone arches of the Brooklyn Bridge, the twisting alleys of Wall Street, Lady Liberty on her island, the ships on the river and ferries on the bay, the soaring towers of the Chrysler Building and the Empire State Building, the vast green and white expanse of Central Park. From on high, the turtle surveyed it all. The intricate pattern of the traffic flowing through the city streets was almost hypnotic if you stared at it long enough. Looking down from the cold winter sky, New York was gorgeous and awesome, like no other city in the world. It was only when you got down among those stone canyons that you saw the dirt, smelled the rotten garbage in a million dented cans, heard the curses and the screams, and sensed the depth of fear and misery. He drifted high over the city, a cold wind keening around his shell. The police monitor crackled with trivialities. Tom switched to the Marine Band, thinking maybe he could find a small boat in distress. Once he'd saved 6 people off a yacht that had capsized in a summer squall. The grateful owner had laid a huge reward on him afterward. The guy was smart, too. He paid cash. Small worn bills, nothing bigger than a 20. 6 damned suitcases. The heroes Tom had read about as a kid always turned down rewards, but none of them lived in a crummy apartment or drove an 8-year-old Plymouth. Tom took the money, salved his conscience by giving 1 suitcase to the clinic, and used the other 5 to buy his house. There was no way he'd ever have been able to own a house on Tom Tudbury's salary. Sometimes he worried about IRS audits, but so far that hadn't come up. His watch said it was 1:03, time for lunch. He opened the small refrigerator in the floor, where he'd stashed an apple, a ham sandwich, and a 6-pack. When he finished eating, it was 1:17. Less than 45 minutes, he thought, and he remembered that old Cagney movie about George M. Cohan and the song 45 Minutes from Broadway. A bus leaving right now from Port Authority would take 45 minutes to get to Bayonne, but it was quicker by air. 10 minutes, 15 at most, and he could be back. But for what? He turned off the radio, pushed the Springsteen tape back in, and rewound until he found Glory Days again. The second time around, things went a lot better. After graduation, she'd gone to Rutgers, Barbara told him that first night, over steak sandwiches and mugs of beer at Hendrickson's. She'd gotten a teaching certificate, spent 2 years in California with a boyfriend, and come back to Bayonne when they broke up. She was teaching locally now, kindergarten, and in Tom's old grammar school, ironically enough. "I love it," she said. "The kids are fantastic. 5 is a magic age." Tom had let her talk about her life for a long time, happy just to be sitting there with her, listening to her voice. He liked the way her eyes sparkled when she talked about the kids. When she finally ran down, he asked her the question that had been bugging him all these years. "Did Steve Bruder ever ask you to our prom?" She made a face. "No, the son of a bitch. He went with Betty Morosky. I cried for a week." "He was an idiot. Jesus, she wasn't half as pretty as you." "No," Barbara said with a wry twist to her mouth. "But she put out, and I didn't. Never mind that. What about you? What have you been doing for the last 10 years? It would have been infinitely more interesting if he had told her about the turtle, about life in the cold skies and mean streets, about the close calls and the high times and the headlines. He could have bragged about capturing the great ape during the big blackout of 1965, could have told her how he'd saved Dr. Tachyon's life and sanity, could have casually dropped the names of the famous and infamous aces and jokers and celebrities of every stripe. But all that was part of another life, and it belonged to an ace who came canned in an iron shell. The only thing he had to offer her was Thomas Tudbury. As he talked about himself, he realized for the first time how bare and dreary his real life truly was. Yet somehow it seemed to be enough. That first date led to a second to a third, and soon they were seeing each other regularly. It was not the world's most exciting courtship. On weekdays they went to local movies at the DeWitt or the Lyceum. Sometimes they just watched television together and took turns cooking dinner. On weekends it was off to New York, Broadway plays when they could afford it, late dinners in Chinatown and Little Italy. The more he was with her, the more he found himself unable to be without her. They both liked red wine and pizza and rock and roll. She had marched on Washington the year before to get the troops out of Vietnam, and he'd been there too, inside his shell, floating over the mall with peace symbols painted on his armor, and a gorgeous blonde in a halter top and jeans sitting on top, singing along to the anti-war songs that blared from his speakers, but he couldn't tell her that part. She loved Gina and Joey, and her parents seemed to approve of him. She was a baseball fan, brought up to abominate the Yankees and love the Brooklyn Dodgers. Just like him. Come October, she sat beside him in the Ebbets Field bleachers when Tom Seaver pitched the Dodgers to victory over the Oakland A's in the 7th and deciding game of the series. A month later, he was there to share her anguish at McGovern's landslide defeat. They had so much in common. Just how much he did not realize until the week after Thanksgiving, when she came to his place for dinner. He'd gone to the kitchen to open the wine and check his spaghetti sauce, and when he came back he found her standing by his bookcase, leafing through a paperback copy of Jim Bishop's Day of the Wildcard. "You must be interested in this stuff," she said, nodding toward the books. His wildcard collection took up almost 3 shelves. He had everything, all the biographies of Jet Boy, Earl Sanderson's collected speeches, and Archibald Holmes' memoirs, Tom Wolfe's Wildcard Chic, the autobiography of Cyclone as told to Robin Moore, the Information Please Almanac of Aces, and so much more, including, of course, everything that had ever been published about the turtle. "Yeah," he said. "It's, always interested me, those people. I'd love to meet a wildcard one day." "You have," she said, smiling, sliding the book back on the shelf next to Ralph Ellison's Invisible Man. "I have?" He was confused and a bit taken aback. Had he given himself away somehow? Had Joey told her? "Who?" "Me," Barbara said. He must have looked incredulous. "No, really," she said. "I know it doesn't show. I'm not an ace or anything. It didn't do anything to me, as far as anyone can tell, but I did get it. I was only 2, so I don't remember anything. My mother said I almost died. The symptoms, I must have been quite a sight. Our doctor thought it was the mumps at first, but my face just kept on swelling until I looked like a basketball. Then he transferred me to Mount Sinai. That's where Dr. Tachyon was working at the time." "Yeah," Tom said. "Anyway, I pulled through. The swelling only lasted a couple of days, but they kept me for a month, running tests. It was the wild card, all right, but it might as well have been the chicken pox for all the difference it made to me." She grinned. "Still, it was our deep, dark family secret. Dad quit his job and moved us to Bayonne, where nobody knew. People were funny about the wild card back then. I didn't even know myself until I was in college. Mom was afraid I'd tell." "Did you?" "No," Barbara said. She looked strangely solemn. "No one. Not until tonight, anyway." "So why did you tell me?" Tom asked her. "Because I trust you," she said quietly. He almost told her then, right there in his living room. He wanted to. Afterward, whenever he thought about that evening, he found himself wishing that he had, and wondering what would have happened. But when he opened his mouth to say the words, to speak to her of teak and turtles and junkyard secrets, it was as though the years had rolled back and he was in high school again, standing with her in that corridor, wanting so desperately to ask her to the prom and somehow unable to. He'd kept his secrets for so long. The words would not come. He tried, For a long moment he tried. Then, defeated, he had hugged her and mumbled, "I'm glad you told me," before retreating to the kitchen to gather his wits. He looked at the spaghetti sauce simmering on the stove and suddenly reached out and turned off the burner. "Get your coat," he said when he returned to her. "The plans have changed. I'm taking you out for dinner." "Out? Where?" "Aces High," he said as he lifted the phone to call for the reservation. "We're going to see those Wildcards tonight." They dined among aces and stars. It cost him 2 weeks' salary, but it was worth it, even though the maitre d' took one look at his corduroy suit and led them to a table way back by the kitchen. The food was almost as extraordinary as the light in Barbara's eyes. They were enjoying an aperitif when Dr. Tachyon came in, wearing a green velveteen tuxedo and escorting Liza Minnelli. Tom went over to their table and got both of them to autograph a cocktail napkin. That night he and Barbara made love for the first time. Afterward, as she slept curled up against him, Tom held on tightly to her warmth, dreaming of the years to come and wondering why the hell he had taken so long. He was making a swing over Central Park Lake, listening to Bruce and eating a bag of nacho cheese-flavored Doritos, when he noticed that he was being followed by a pterodactyl. Through a telephoto lens, Tom watched it circle above him, riding the winds on a leathery 6-foot wingspan. Frowning, he killed his tape and went to his loudspeakers. "Hey!" he boomed into the winter air. "Cold enough for you? You're a reptile, kid! You're gonna freeze your scaly ass off!" The pterodactyl replied with a high, thin shriek, made a wide turn, and came in for a landing on top of his shell, flapping energetically as it touched down to keep from going over the edge. Its claws scrabbled against his metal and found purchase in the cracks between his armor plates. Sighing, Tom watched on one of his big screens as the pterodactyl rippled, flowed, and turned into Kid Dinosaur. "It's just as cold for you," the kid said. "I've got heaters in here," Tom said. The kid was already turning blue, which wasn't surprising considering that he was naked. He didn't look too steady up there either. The top of his shell was pretty broad, but it did have a pronounced pitch, and human fingers couldn't get into the cracks between the plates nearly as well as pterodactyl claws. Tom began to drift downward. "It would serve you right if I did a loop and flipped you into the lake." "I'd just change again and fly off," Kid Dinosaur said. He shivered. "It is cold. I hadn't noticed." In his human form, New York's only brat ace was an ungainly 13-year-old with a small birthmark on his forehead. He was gawky and uncoordinated, with shaggy hair that fell across his eyes. The merciless gaze of the cameras showed the blackheads on his nose in excruciating detail. He had a big pimple in the cleft of his chin, and he was uncircumcised, Tom noted. "Where the hell are your clothes?" Tom asked. "If I set you down in the park, you'll get busted for indecent exposure." "They wouldn't dare," Kid Dinosaur said with the cocksure certainty of the adolescent. "What's going on? Are you off on a case? I could help." "You read too many funny books," Tom told him. "I heard about the last time you helped someone." "Aw, they sewed his hand back on, and Tacky says it's going to be just fine. How was I supposed to know that the guy was an undercover cop? I wouldn't have bit him if I'd known." It wasn't the least bit funny, but Tom smiled. Kid Dinosaur reminded him of himself. He'd read a lot of funny books, too. "Kid," he said, "you're not always running around naked turning into dinosaurs, right? You've got another life." "I'm not going to tell you my secret identity," Kid Dinosaur said quickly. "Scared I'd tell your parents?" Tom asked. The boy's face reddened. The rest of him was bluer than ever. "I'm not scared of anything, you old fart," he said. "You ought to be," Tom said. "Like me, for starts. Yeah, I know, you can turn into a 3-foot-tall tyrannosaur and break your teeth on my armor. All I can do is shatter every bone in your body in 12 or 13 places, or reach inside you and squeeze your heart to mush." "You wouldn't do that." "No," Tom admitted, "but there are people who will. You're getting in way over your head, you dumb little fuck. Hell, I don't care what kind of toy dinosaur you turn into, a bullet can still kill you." Kid Dinosaur looked sullen. "Fuck you," he said. The emphatic way he said it made it clear that he didn't often use language like that at home. This wasn't going well, Tom thought. "Look," he said in a conciliatory tone, "I just wanted to tell you some things I learned the hard way. You don't want to get too caught up. It's great that you're Kid Dinosaur, but you're also, whoever you are. Don't forget that. What grade are you in?" The kid groaned. "What is it with all you guys? If you're going to start in about algebra, forget it." "Algebra?" Tom said, puzzled. "I didn't say a thing about algebra. Your classes are important, but that's not all there is either. Make friends, damn it. Go on dates. Make sure you go to your senior prom. Just being able to turn into a brontosaurus the size of a Doberman isn't going to win you any prizes in life. You understand?" They landed with a soft thump on the snow-covered grass of the sheep meadow. Nearby, a hot pretzel vendor in earmuffs and overcoat was staring in astonishment at the armored shell and the shivering boy atop it. "Did you hear what I said?" Tom asked. "Yeah, you sound just like my dad. You boring old farts think you know everything." His high, nervous laugh turned into a long reptilian hiss as bones and muscles shifted and flowed, and his soft skin thickened and grew scaly. Very daintily, the little triceratops deposited a proto-coprolite on top of the shell, skittered down its side, and waddled off across the meadow with its horns jutting arrogantly into the air. That was the best year in Thomas Tudbury's life, but not for the great and powerful turtle. In the comic books, the heroes never seemed to need sleep. Things weren't so simple in real life. With a full-time 9-to-5 job to keep him busy, Tom had done nearly all his turtling on nights and weekends anyway, and now Barbara was taking up that slack. As his social life took up more of his time, his career as an ace suffered proportionately, and the iron shell was seen less and less frequently over the streets of Manhattan. Finally, a day dawned when Thomas Tudbury realized with something of a shock that almost 3.5 months had passed since he'd last gone out to the junkyard and his shells. The trigger for the realization was a small story on page 24 of the Times, with a headline that read, "Turtle Missing, Feared Dead." The story mentioned that dozens of calls for the turtle had gone unanswered in the past few months. He hadn't turned on his ham radio since God knows when, and that Dr. Tachyon had been especially worried, to the extent that he'd been running classified ads in the papers and offering a small reward for the news of any turtle sightings. Tom never read the classifieds, and these days he hardly read the papers. He ought to get into his shell and pay a call on the clinic, he thought when he read that. But there wasn't time. He'd promised to help Barbara take her class on a field trip up to Bear Mountain, and they were due to leave in 2 hours. Instead, he went out to a public phone booth and called the clinic. "Who is this?" Tachyon demanded irritably when Tom finally got him on the line. "We're quite busy here, and I can't spare a lot of time for people who refuse to give their names." "This is the turtle," Tom said. "I wanted to let you know that I'm all right." There was a moment of silence. "You don't sound like the turtle," Tachyon said. "The sound system in the shell is designed to disguise my voice. Of course I don't sound like the turtle, but I am the turtle." "You'll have to convince me of that." Tom sighed. "Oh, God, you're a pain. But I should have expected it. You whined at me for 10 years just because your arm got broken, and it was your own goddamn fault. You didn't tell me you were going to hide under a forklift, damn it. I'm not telepathic like some people I could name." "I didn't tell you to knock over half the warehouse either," Tachyon said. "You're just lucky I wasn't crushed to death. A man with powers like yours ought to—" He paused. "You are the turtle." "Ahem," said Tom. "What have you been doing?" "Being happy? Don't worry, I'll be back now and again. Not as often as before, though. I'm pretty busy. I think I'm going to get married, as soon as I work up the courage to ask her." "Congratulations," Tachyon said. He sounded pleased. "Who is the lucky bride?" "Ah, that would be telling. You know her, though. One of your patients from way, way back. She had a little bout with the Wildcard when she was 2. Nothing serious. She's completely normal today. I'd invite you to the wedding, Tacky, but that would kind of give away the game, wouldn't it? Maybe we'll name one of the kids after you." There was a long, awkward moment of silence. "Turtle," The alien finally said, in a voice somehow gone flat. "We need to talk. Can you find the time to come over to the clinic? I'll arrange my schedule to suit." "I'm awfully busy," Tom said. "It's important," Tachyon insisted. "Well, all right. Late at night, then. Not tonight, I'll be too tired. Tomorrow, say after Johnny Carson?" "Agreed," said Tachyon. "I'll meet you on the roof." By now, the wedding was safely over. He could thank Kid Dinosaur for that much, at least. The little fuck distracted him through the worst part. His shell drifted slowly up Broadway toward Times Square, but his mind was across New York Bay at the Top Hat. The last time he'd been to the Top Hat had been for the reception after Joey and Gina had gotten married. He'd been the best man. That had been a good night. He could remember it all, everything from the flocked wallpaper down to the taste of kielbasa and the sound of the band. Barbara would be wearing her grandmother's wedding gown. She'd shown it to him once, a decade ago. Even now he could close his eyes and see the expression on her face when she brushed her hand over all that antique lace. Unbidden, her image filled his mind. Barbara in the gown, her blonde hair behind the veil, her face uplifted. "I do." And next to her, Steve Bruder, tall, dark, very fit. If anything, the son of a bitch was better looking now than he had been in high school. He was a racquetball fanatic, Tom knew, with a boyish smile and a fashionable Tom Selleck mustache. He'd look wonderful in his tux. Together they'd make a dynamite couple. And their child would be a stunner. He should go. So what if he hadn't replied to the invitation? They'd still let him in. Dump the shell in the junkyard, dump the shell in the fucking river for all it mattered, pick up his car, and he could be there in no time at all. Dance with the bride, and smile at her, and wish her happiness, all the happiness in the world, and shake the hand of the lucky groom. Shake Bruder's hand. Yeah. Bruder had a great handshake. He was in real estate now, in Weehawken and Hoboken mostly. He'd bought early and been perfectly positioned when all the yuppies in Manhattan woke up one morning and discovered that New Jersey was just across the Hudson. Making a bloody fortune, going to be a millionaire by 45. He'd told Tom himself that hideous night when Barbara had gotten them both to dinner. Handsome and self-assured, with that jaunty boyish grin, and going to be a millionaire too. But his life wasn't all roses. His big-screen TV was giving him a little trouble. And maybe Tom could take a look at it, huh? For old time's sake? In grade school, they'd shaken hands once, and Steve had squeezed so hard that Tom had gone to his knees, crying, unable to break loose. Even now, Steve Bruder's sophisticated grown-up handshake was still a lot firmer than it needed to be. He liked to see the other guy wince. "I'd like the turtle to shake his fucking hand," Tom thought savagely. Grab the hand with his mind and give a little friendly squeeze, until the hand began to crimp and twist, until that smooth tan skin ripped and the fingers snapped like broken red chopsticks, bones sticking through the flesh. The turtle could pump his fucking arm up and down until it came right out of its socket, and then he could pull off the fingers one by one. She loves me not. She loves me not. She loves me. Tom's throat was dry, and he felt sick and dizzy. He opened the refrigerator and got out a beer. It tasted good. The shell was moving above the sleaze of Times Square. His eyes went restlessly from screen to screen. Peep shows and porn theaters, adult bookstores, live sex on stage, neon signs that screamed girls, girls, naked girls, and hottest show in town, and nude teenage models. Male hustlers in denim and cowboy hats. Pimps in long mink coats with razors in their pockets. Hard-faced hookers in fishnet stockings and slit-leather skirts. He could pick up a whore, Tom thought suddenly. Literally. Yank her 20 feet off the ground. Make her show him what she was selling. Make her take it off right there in the center of Times Square. Give the fucking tourists a real show. Or take it off for her. Rip it off piece by piece and let it float to the ground. He could do that, yeah. Let Bruder have his wedding night with Barbara. The turtle could have a wedding night of his own. He swallowed another slug of beer. Or maybe he should just clean out this filth. Everyone was always bitching about what a pest hole Times Square had become, but no one ever did anything about it. Fuck it. He'd do it for them. He'd show them how to clean out a bad neighborhood, if that's what they wanted. Pull down those marquees one by one, herd the fucking whores and pimps and hustlers into the river, drive a few pimp-mobiles through the windows of those third-floor photographic studios with the nude teenage models, rip up the goddamn sidewalks if he'd a mind to. It was about time somebody did it. Look at this place. Just look at it. And barely spitting distance from Port Authority, so it was the first thing a kid would see after getting off the bus. Tom drained the beer. He chucked the can onto the floor, swiveled, and searched for another, but there was nothing left in his six-pack but the plastic holder. "Fuck it," he said. Suddenly he was furious. He turned on his microphone, twisted the volume all the way. "Fuck it!" he shouted, and the voice of the Turtle thundered over 42nd Street, distorted and amplified into a red roar. People stopped dead on the sidewalk, and eyes craned up at him. Tom smiled. He had their attention, it seemed. "Fuck it all!" he said. "Fuck every one of you!" He paused and was about to expand on that topic when a police dispatcher's voice, crackling over his monitor, caught his attention. She was repeating the code for an officer in trouble, repeating it over and over again. Tom left them gaping, while he listened carefully for details. Part of him felt sorry for the poor asshole who was about to get his head handed to him. His shell rose straight up, high above the streets and buildings, and shot south toward the village. "I figured you were just slow," Barbara said when she had composed herself. "It always took you time to work up to anything. I don't understand, Tom." He couldn't look into her eyes. He looked around her living room, his hands in his pockets. Over her desk she'd hung her diploma and teaching certificate. Around them were arrayed the photographs, pictures of Barbara grimacing as she changed the diaper on her 4-month-old niece, pictures of Barbara and her 3 sisters, pictures of Barbara showing her class how to cut black witches and orange pumpkins out of poster board for Halloween, supervising 6 dancing presidents for a school play, loading a projector to run cartoons, and reading a story. That was his favorite picture. Barbara with a tiny little black girl on her lap and another dozen kids ranged all around her, staring at her with rapt faces while she read aloud from The Wind in the Willows. Tom had taken that photograph himself. "There's nothing to understand," he'd snapped when he looked away from the pictures. "It's over, that's all. Let's break it off clean, okay?" "Is there someone else?" she said. It might have been kinder to lie to her, but he was a poor liar. "No," he said. "And why?" She was baffled and hurt, but her face had never been lovelier, Tom thought. He couldn't face her. "It's just best," he said, turning to look out her window. "We don't want the same things, Barbara. You want to get married, right? Not me. Forget it. No way. You're terrific. It's not you. It's... Fuck it. It just isn't working. Kids. Every time I turn around, there's a mob of kids. How many does your sister have? 3? 4? I'm tired of pretending. I hate kids." His voice went up. "I despise kids, you understand?" "You can't mean that, Tommy. I've seen you with the kids in my class. You took them to your house and showed them your comic collection. You helped Jenny build that model of Jet Boy's plane. You like kids." Tom laughed. "Ha! Oh, fuck it. How naive can you get? I was just trying to impress you. I wanted to get into your pants. I don't—" His voice broke. "Damn it," he said. "If I like kids so fucking much, then how come I had a vasectomy? How come, huh? Tell me that." When he turned, her face was as red as if he had hit her. The playground was surrounded by police cruisers, 6 of them, flashers strobing red and blue in the gathering dusk. Cops were crouched behind the cars with guns drawn. Beyond the high chain-link fence, 2 dark shapes sprawled under the basketball net, and a third was draped over one of the barrels. Someone was whimpering in pain. Tom spotted a detective he knew, holding the collar of a skinny young joker whose face was as soft and white as tapioca pudding, shaking him so hard his jowls bounced. The boy wore Demon Prince colors, Tom saw in a close-up shot. He drifted lower. "Heads up!" he boomed. "What's the problem?" They told him. A gang dispute, that was all. Penny Annie shit. Some Nat Juvies operating around the fringes of Jokertown had trespassed onto Demon Prince turf. The demon princes had gotten together 15 or 20 members and gone into the East Village to teach the interlopers some respect for territorial boundaries. It had gone down in the playground. Knives, chains, a few guns. Nasty. And then it had gotten weird. The gnats had something, Tapioca-Faced screamed. They'd come out of it as friends. He was proud of that. It was hardest when their wounds were still raw, and for the first 11 months they avoided each other. But Bayonne was a small town in its own way, and they knew too many people in common, and it was not something that could go on forever. Maybe that was the hardest 11 months Tom Tudbury had ever lived through. Maybe. One night she called him out of the blue. He was glad. He had missed her desperately, but he knew he could never call her after what had happened between them. "I need to talk," she'd said. She sounded as though she'd had a few beers. "You were my friend, Tom. Besides everything else, you were my friend, right? I need a friend tonight, okay? Can you come over?" He bought a six-pack and went over. Her youngest sister had been killed that afternoon in a motorcycle accident. There was nothing to be done or said, but Tom did and said all the usual useless things, and he was there for her, and he let her talk until the dawn broke, and afterward he put her to bed. He slept on the couch. He woke in late afternoon, with Barbara standing over him, wearing a terry cloth robe, red-eyed from crying. "Thank you," she said. She sat down at the foot of the couch and took his hand and held it for a long time in silence. "I want you in my life," she said finally, with difficulty. "I don't want us to lose each other again. Friends?" "Friends," Tom said. He wanted to pull her down on top of him and smother her with kisses. Instead, he squeezed her hand. "No matter what, Barbara. Always, okay?" Barbara smiled. He faked a yawn and buried his face in a pillow to keep her from seeing the look in his eyes. "Stay down!" the turtle warned the policeman. They didn't need to be told twice. The kid was hiding inside one of the cement barrels, and they'd seen what happened to the cop who had tried to go into the playground after him. Gone. Gone as if he'd never existed, blinked out, engulfed in a sudden blackness, and somehow erased. "We were cutting the fuckers," the demon prince said. "Teaching them good. Teaching them the price if they come bothering Jokertown, fucking gnat wimps. We had 'em dead. And then this spit come at us with the motherfucking bowling ball. And we just laughed at the fucker. What's he gonna do? Try to bowl us down? Stupid little prick. And then he held out the ball at Waxy and it grew, man. Like it was alive. Some kind of black shit came out of it real fast. Black light or a big dark hand or something. I don't know. Only it moved real fast. And Waxy was just gone." His voice got shrill. "It was gone, man. He just wasn't there no more. And the gnat fucker did the same to Razor and the ghoul. That was when Hee-Haw shot him and he almost dropped the ball. Got him in the shoulder, I think. But then he did it to Hee-Haw. You can't fight nothing like that. Even that motherfucking cop couldn't do shit." The shell slid above the chain-link fence that surrounded the playground, silent and slow. "We have something," Barbara said. "We have something special." Her finger traced patterns in the condensation on the outside of her glass. She looked up at him, her blue eyes bold and frank, as if she were challenging him. "He's asked me to marry him, Tom." "What did you say?" Tom asked her, trying to keep his voice calm and steady. "I said I'd think about it," Barbara said. "That's why I wanted to get together. I wanted to talk to you first." Tom signaled for another beer. "It's your decision," he said. "I wish you'd let me meet this guy, but from everything you've told me, he sounds pretty good." "He's divorced," she said. "So's half the world," Tom said as his beer arrived. "Everyone but you and me," Barbara said, smiling. "Yeah." He frowned down at the head of his beer and sighed uncomfortably. "Does the mystery beau have kids?" "Two. His ex has custody. I've met them, though. They like me." "Goes without saying," Tom said. "He wants to have more, with me." Tom looked her in the eye. "Do you love him?" Barbara met his gaze calmly. "I guess. Sometimes I'm not so sure these days. Maybe I'm not as romantic as I used to be." She shrugged. "Sometimes I wonder what my life would have been like if things had worked out differently for you and me. We could be celebrating our 10th anniversary. Or maybe the 9th anniversary of our acrimonious divorce," Tom said. He reached across the table and took Barbara's hand. "Things haven't turned out so badly, have they? It would never have worked the other way." "The road's not chosen," she said wistfully. "I've had too many might-have-beens in my life, Tom. Too many regrets for things left undone and choices not made. My biological clock is ticking. If I wait any longer, I'll wait forever." "I just wish you'd known this guy longer," Tom said. "Oh, I've known him a long time," she said, tearing a corner off her cocktail napkin. Tom was confused. "I thought you said you met him last month at a party." "Yes, but we knew each other before, in high school." She looked at his face again. "That's why I didn't tell you his name. You would have been upset, and at first I didn't know it would lead anywhere." Tom didn't have to be told. He and Barbara had been good friends for more than a decade. He looked into the blue depths of her eyes, and he knew. "Steve Bruder," he said numbly. He hovered above the playground and floated the fallen warriors over the fence, one by one, to the police waiting outside. The two from the basketball court were dead meat. It would take a lot of scrubbing to wash the bloodstains from the cement. The boy draped over the barrel turned out to be a girl. She whimpered in pain when he lifted her with his teak, and from the way she was clutching herself, it looked like her guts had been sliced open. He hoped they could do something for her. All three were gnats. The battleground was free of fallen jokers. Either the demon princes had really been kicking ass, or their own dead were somewhere else, or both. He touched a control on the arm of his chair, and all his floodlights came on, bathing the playground in a white-hot brilliance. "It's over," he said, and his loudspeakers roared the words into the twilight. Over the years, he'd learned that sheer volume scared the hell out of punks. "Come on out, kid. This is the turtle." "Go away!" A hoarse, thin voice screamed back at him from inside the cement barrel. "I'll disintegrate you, you joker fuckface! I got the thing here with me!" All day, Tom had been looking for someone to hurt, a monster to pull apart, a killer to pound on, a target for his rage, a sponge to soak up his pain. Now the moment was finally at hand, and he found he had no more anger in him. He was tired. He wanted to go home. Behind his bravado, the boy in the barrel was obviously young and scared. "You're real tough," Tom said. "You want to play the shell game? Great!" He concentrated on the barrel to the left of the boy's cover, held it in his mind, squeezed. It collapsed as suddenly as if a wrecking ball had smashed into it, shards and dust flying everywhere when the cement shattered. "Not in that one! Gee!" He did the same thing to the barrel on the other side of the kid. "Not in that one either. Guess I'll try the middle one." The boy exited in such haste that he whacked his head on the overhang of the barrel as he stood up. The impact dazed him momentarily. The bowling ball he'd been clutching with both hands was suddenly whisked from his grip. It shot straight up. The boy screamed obscenities through shiny steel-capped teeth. He made a desperate leap for his weapon, but all he managed to do was brush the tips of his fingers against its underside. Then he came down hard, scraping his hands and knees along the concrete. By then the cops were already moving in. Tom watched as they surrounded him, yanked him to his feet, and read him his rights. He was 19, maybe younger, wearing gang colors and a studded dog collar, shaggy black hair teased out in spikes. They asked him where all the people were, and he snarled curses at them and screamed that he didn't know. As they hustled him toward the waiting cruisers, Tom opened an armored portal and floated the bowling ball inside his shell for a closer look. Shivering in the blast of cold air that came with it, it was a weird thing, too light to be a bowling ball, he thought when he hefted it. 4 pounds, maybe 5. No holes either. When he ran his hand over it, his fingers tingled, and colors glimmered briefly on its surface, like the rainbows on an oil slick. It made him uneasy. Maybe Tachyon would know what to make of it. He set it aside. Darkness was falling over the city. Tom pushed his shell higher and higher until he floated up above even the distant tower of the Empire State Building. He stayed there for a long time, watching the lights go on all across the city, transforming Manhattan into an electric fairyland. From this high up, on a clear, cold night like this, he could even see the lights of Jersey over across the frigid black water. One of those dots was the Top Hat Lounge, he knew. He shouldn't just float here, he thought. He ought to take the bowling ball to the clinic. That was the next order of business. He didn't move. He'd do it tomorrow, he thought. Tachyon wasn't going anywhere, and neither was the bowling ball. Somehow Tom could not bring himself to face Tachyon tonight. Not tonight of all nights. In those days, his shell was a lot more primitive. No telephoto lenses, no zooms, no infrared cameras. Just a ring of hot spotlights, so bright that they left Tachyon squinting. But he needed them. It was dark on the roof on the clinic, where the shell had come to rest. The photographs that Tachyon held up were not the sort that Tom wanted to see in more detail anyway. He sat in darkness, staring into his screens, saying nothing, as Tachyon shuffled through them one by one. They had all been taken in the clinic's maternity ward. One or two of the children had lived long enough to be moved to the nursery. Finally he found his voice. "Their mothers are jokers," he said, his voice emphatic with false conviction. "Barb, she's normal, I tell you. A gnat. She got it when she was 2, damn it. It's like it never happened." "It happened," Tachyon said. "She may appear normal, but the virus is still there, latent. Most likely it will never manifest, and genetically it's a recessive, but when you and she have—" "I know a lot of people think I'm a joker," Tom interrupted, "but I'm not. Believe me, I'm an ace. I'm an ace, damn it. So what if the kid carries the wildcard gene? So he'll have Major League Teak. He'll be an ace, like me." "No," Tachyon said. He slid the photographs back into the file folder, his eyes averted from the cameras. Deliberately? "I'm sorry, my friend. The odds against that are astronomical." "Cyclone!" Tom had said, on the edge of hysteria. Cyclone was a West Coast ace whose daughter had inherited his command of the winds. "No," said Tachyon. "Mistral is a special case. We are almost certain now that her father somehow subconsciously manipulated her germplasm while she was still in the womb. On Takis, well, the process is not unknown to us, but it rarely succeeds. You're the most powerful telekineticist I've ever seen, but something like that demands a fine control that is orders of magnitude beyond you, not to mention centuries of experience in microsurgery and gene splicing. And even if you had all of that, you'd probably fail. Cyclone had no idea what he was doing on any conscious level, and was freakishly lucky on top of it." The Takesian shook his head. "Your case is entirely different. All that's guaranteed is that you'll be drawing a wild card, and the odds are just the same as if—" "I know the odds," Tom said hoarsely. Of every 100 humans dealt the wild card, only one developed ace powers. There were 10 hideously malformed jokers for every ace, and 10 Black Queen deaths for every joker. In his mind's eyes, he saw Barbara sitting up in bed, the sheet tangled about her waist, her blonde hair cascading softly around her shoulders, her face solemn and sweet as their child suckled at her breast. And then the infant looked up, and he saw its teeth and bulging eyes and monstrous twisted features, and when it hissed at him, Barbara cried out in pain as the milk and blood flowed freely from her raw, torn nipple. "I'm sorry," Dr. Tachyon repeated numbly. It was past midnight before Tom returned to his empty house on First Street. He shrugged out of his jacket, sat down on the couch, and stared out the window at the Kill and the lights of Staten Island. A freezing rain had begun. The droplets pinged against his windows with a sharp, crystalline sound, like forks tinging off empty wine glasses when the wedding guests want the newlyweds to kiss. Tom sat in the dark for a long time. Finally he turned on a lamp and picked up the telephone. He punched 6 numbers and couldn't bring himself to hit the 7th. Like a high school kid terrified of asking a pretty girl for a date, he thought, smiling grimly. He pressed the button down firmly and listened to the ring. "Ah, Pat," a gruff voice said. "I'd like to speak to Barbara Casco," Tom said. "You mean the new Mrs. Bruder?" the voice replied. Tom took a long breath. "Yes," he said. "Hey, the newlyweds left hours ago. Off for their wedding night." The man was obviously drunk. "Going to Paris for the honeymoon." "Yeah," Tom said. "Is her father still there?" "I'll look and see." There was a long silence before the phone was picked up again. "This is Stanley Casco. Who am I speaking to?" "Tom Tudbury. I'm sorry I couldn't attend, Mr. Casco. I was, occupied." "Yes, Tom. Are you all right?" "Fine. Couldn't be better. I just wanted—" "Yes?" He swallowed. "Just tell her to be happy, okay? That's all. Just tell her I want her to be happy." He set the phone back in its cradle. Outside in the night, a big freighter was going down the kill. It was too dark to see what flag it flew. Tom turned out the lights and watched it pass him by. Jube, 5. The trace was unmistakable. Jube sat at his console as the readings crawled across his holocube, his heart's thundering away with fear and hope. He had spent most of his first 4 months on Earth in darkened movie theaters, sitting through the same films a dozen times, reinforcing his English and broadening his grasp of human cultural nuances as reflected in their fiction. He'd learned to love their movies, especially Westerns, and his favorite part had always been when the cavalry came thundering over the hill, all its banners flying. The network flew no banners. Still, Jube thought he could hear the faint sound of bugles and the pounding of hoofbeats in those spiderly twists of light within his holocube. Tachyons, bugles and tachyons. His observation satellites had detected a wash of tachyons, and that could mean only one thing: a starship in near-Earth orbit. Deliverance was at hand. Now the satellites swept the skies for the source. It was not the Swarm Mother, Jubin knew that. The Mother crept between the stars at speeds slower than light. Time was nothing to her. Only the civilized races used tachyon-drive starships. If Academy had gotten off a transmission before the single ship was smashed from the skies, if the master trader had decided to check on human progress earlier than planned, if the Mother had somehow been detected by some new technology undreamed of when Jubin began his assignment on Earth, if, then it might well be the opportunity up there, the network returned to deliver this world with only the means and price yet to be determined. It would not be easy even then, but of the ultimate result he had no doubt. Jube smiled as his satellites probed and his computers analyzed. Then the holocube turned violet and his smile died. He made a low, gurgly sound deep in the back of his throat. The sophisticated sensors in his satellites stripped away the screens that cloaked the starship from human instrumentation and displayed its image within the ominous violet of the cube. It revolved slowly, etched in lines of red and white light like some terrible construct of fire and ice. The readouts flashed below the image: dimensions, tachyon output, course. But everything Jube needed to know was written on the lines of the ship, written in every twisted spire, proclaimed by every fanciful excrescence, trumpeted by every baroque whirl and projection, shouted in that panoply of unnecessary lights. It looked like the results of a high-speed collision between a Christmas ornament and a prickly pear. Only the Tachesians had such rococo aesthetics. Jube lurched to his feet. Tachesians! Had Dr. Tachyon summoned them? He found that hard to believe, after all the years the doctor had spent in exile. What did it mean? Had Tachys been monitoring Earth all this time, observing the Wildcard experiment even as the network had? If so, why had Jubin found no trace of them until now? And how had they managed to conceal themselves from Academy? Would they destroy the Swarm Mother? Could they destroy the Mother? The opportunity was roughly the size of Manhattan Island, and carried tens of thousands of specialists representing countless species, cultures, castes, and vocations, merchants and pleasurers, scientists and priests, technicians, artists, warriors, envoys. The Takesian craft was a tiny thing. It couldn't possibly hold more than 50 sentients, perhaps only half that number. Unless Takesian military technology had progressed astronomically in the last 40 years, what could that little thing hope to do, alone, against the devourer of worlds? And would the Takesians even care about the lives of their experimental animals? As Jubin stared at the outlines of the ship with mounting rage and confusion, his phone rang. For an instant he thought insanely that somehow the Takesians had found him out, that they knew he was looking at them and had rung him up to castigate him. But that was ridiculous. He slammed a thumb into the console, and the holocube went dark as Jube thumped into the living room. He had to detour around the tortured geometries of the half-built tachyon transmitter that dominated the center of the room like some massive piece of avant-garde sculpture. If the thing didn't work when he powered it up, Jube planned to title it Joker Lust and sell it to some gallery in Soho. Even half-assembled, its angles were curiously deceptive, and he was always bumping into it. This time he dodged around it neatly and took the phone from Mickey's hand. "Hello?" he said, trying to sound his normal, jovial self.
"Jubal, this is Chrysalis."
It was her voice, but he had never heard her sound quite like this. She had never called him at home before, either. "What's wrong?" he asked her. He'd asked her to procure another batch of microchips last week, and the edge in her voice made him afraid her agent had been apprehended.
Jay Ackroyd just phoned. He hasn't been able to report until now. He found out a few things about the people who hired Darlingfoot.
"But that's good. Has he located the bowling ball?"
"No, and it's not as good as you think. I know this sounds insane, but Jay says these people were convinced that body was extraterrestrial in origin. It appears they hope to use the corpse in some kind of disgusting ritual to gain power over that alien monster out there."
"The Swarm Mother,"
Jube said in astonishment.
"Yes,"
Chrysalis said crisply.
"Jay says they're tied in somehow. He thinks they worship that thing. Look, we shouldn't be talking about this over the phone."
"Why not?"
Jube asked.
"Because these people are dangerous," Chrysalis said. "Jay's coming to the palace tonight to give me a full report. Be there. I'm folding my cards on this one, Jubal. You can deal with Jay directly from now on, but if you'd like, I'll ask Fortunato to drop by. I think he'd be interested in what Jay has turned up."
"Fortunato?"
Jube was horrified. He knew Fortunato mostly by reputation. The tall pimp with the almond-shaped eyes and bulging forehead was a familiar sight at the Crystal Palace, but Jube had always made it a point to avoid him. Telepaths made him nervous. Dr. Tachyon never went into a mind without good reason, but Fortunato was another matter. Who knows how and why he might use his powers, or what he might do if he found out what Jube the Walrus really was.
"No," he said hurriedly. "No, absolutely not. This has nothing to do with Fortunato."
"He knows more about these Masons than anyone else in the city," Chrysalis said. She sighed. "Well, you're paying for this funeral, so I suppose you get to pick the casket. I won't say a word. We'll talk after closing."
"After closing,"
Jube repeated. She hung up before he could think to ask her what she had meant about Masons. Jube knew about the Masons, of course. He'd done a study of human fraternal organizations a decade ago, comparing the Shriners, Knights of Columbus, Oddfellows, and Freemasons with each other and with the bonding brotherhoods of the Thedentian moons. Reginald was a Mason, Jube seemed to recall, and Denton had tried to join the Elks, but they'd turned him down because of his antlers. What did the Masons have to do with anything? That day Jube was too uneasy to joke. Between Swarm Mothers, Takesian warships, and Masons, he hardly knew who to be afraid of. Even if the cavalry did come charging over the hill, Jube thought, would they be able to recognize the Indians? He glanced up at the sky and shook his head. When he locked up for the night, he made his deliveries to the Funhouse and the Chaos Club, then decided to cut short his swing through Jokertown and head over to the Crystal Palace as soon as possible. But first he had to make one final stop at the Precinct House. The desk sergeant took a Daily News and flipped to the sports page, while Jube left a Times and a Jokertown cry for Captain Black. He was turning to leave when the plainclothesman saw him.
"Hey, fat boy," the man called out. "You got an informer?"
He had been slouching on the bench along the tiled wall, almost as if he'd been waiting for someone. Jube knew him by sight, a scruffy, nondescript sort with an unpleasant smile. He'd never bothered to tell Jube his name, but he did show up at the newsstand once in a while to help himself to a tabloid. Sometimes he even paid. But not tonight.
"Thanks,"
he said, as he accepted the copy of the National Informer that Jube offered him. Did Takesians invent herpes? The banner screamed. It gave Jube a bad turn. Underneath, another story asked if Sean was about to jilt Madonna for Peregrine. The plainclothesman didn't even glance at the headlines. He was staring at Jube oddly. The corner of his mouth twitched in a quirky little smile.
"You're just an ugly Joker boy, aren't you?"
the cop asked. Jube gave an ingratiating, tusky grin.
"What, me ugly? Hell, I got bigger tits than Miss October."
"I've wasted enough time without listening to your asshole jokes," the plainclothesman snapped. "But what did I expect? You're not too bright, are you?" Bright enough to fool your kind for 34 years, Jube thought, but he didn't say it.
"Well, you know how many jokers it takes to turn on a light bulb," he said.
"All your greasy joker ass out of here," the man said. Jube waddled to the door. At the top of the stairs, he turned back and yelled,
"That paper's on me!"
before taking off for the Crystal Palace. It was early tonight, and the palace was still crowded. Jube took a stool all the way at the end of the bar, where he could put his back right up against the wall and see the whole room. It was Sasha's night off, and Lupo was tending bar.
"What'll it be, Walrus?"
he asked, long red tongue lolling from one corner of his mouth.
"Pina colada,"
Jube said.
"Double rum."
Lupo nodded and went off to mix it. Jube looked around carefully. He had an uneasy feeling, as if he were being watched. But who? The tap room was full of strangers, and Chrysalis was nowhere in sight. 3 stools away, a big man in a lion mask was lighting a cigarette for a young girl whose low-cut evening gown displayed ample cleavage from 3 full breasts. Further down the bar, a huddled shape in a gray shroud stared into his drink. A slender, vivacious green woman made eye contact when Jube glanced at her, and slid the tip of a pink tongue provocatively across her lower lip. At least it might have been provocative to a human male, but she was obviously a hooker, and he ignored her. Elsewhere in the room, he saw Yin Yang, whose 2 heads were having a spirited argument, and old Mr. Cricket, too. The floater had passed out and was drifting about near the ceiling again. But there were so many faces and masks Jube did not recognize. Any one of them might be Jay Ackroyd. Chrysalis had never said what the man looked like, only that he was an ace. He might even be the man in lion mask who, Jube noted with a glance, had now slipped an arm around the 3-breasted girl and was brushing his fingertips lightly along the top of the breast on the right. Lupo mopped the bar, spun down a coaster and put the pina colada on top of it. Jube had just taken his first sip when a stranger slid onto the bar stool beside him.
"Are you selling those newspapers?"
"Sure am."
"Good."
The voice was muffled by his mask, a bone-white death's head. He wore a black-cowled cape over a threadbare suit that did very little for his skinny, hollow-chested body.
"I'll take a cry, then."
Jube thought there was something unpleasant about his eyes. He looked away, found a copy of the cry, handed it over. The cowled man gave him a coin.
"What's this?"
Jube said.
"A penny,"
the man replied. The penny was larger than it should have been, and a vivid red against Jube's blue-black palm. He'd never seen anything like it.
"I don't know if—"
"Never mind,"
the man interrupted. He took the penny out of Jube's hand and gave him a Susan B. Anthony dollar instead.
"Where's my change, Walrus?"
he demanded. Jube gave him back 3 quarters.
"You shortchanged me,"
the man said nastily when he pocketed the coins.
"I did not,"
Jube told him with indignation.
Look me in the eye and say that, you two-bit jerk.
Behind the skull-faced man, the door opened and Troll ducked through into the taproom, followed by a short, red-haired man in a lime-green suit.
"Tachyon,"
Jube said with apprehension, suddenly reminded of the Takesian warship up in orbit. Jube's unpleasant companion twisted his head around so sharply that his cowl flopped down, revealing thin brown hair and a bad case of dandruff. He jerked to his feet, hesitated, and rushed for the door as soon as Tachyon and Troll had moved toward the back.
"Hey!"
Jube called after him.
"Hey, mister! Your paper!"
He'd left the cry on the bar. The man went out so quickly he almost caught the end of his long black cape in the door. Jube shrugged and went back to his pina colada. Several hours and a dozen drinks later, Chrysalis had still not made an appearance, nor had Jube spotted anyone who looked like he imagined this popinjay might look. When Lupo announced last call, Jube beckoned him over.
"Where is she?"
he asked.
Chrysalis?
Lupo asked. Deep red eyes sparkled on either side of his long, hairy snout.
Is she expecting you?
Jube nodded.
"Got stuff to tell her."
Okay,
Lupo said.
In the red room, third booth from the left. She's with a friend.
He grinned.
Pretend you don't see him, if you hear what I'm saying.
"Whatever she wants."
Jube thought the friend had to be Popinjay, but he didn't say anything. He lowered himself carefully off the stool and went to the red room, off to the right of the main tap room. Inside it was dim and smoky. The lights were red, the thick shag carpeting was red, and the heavy velvet drapes around the booths were a deep, rich burgundy. Most booths were empty at this time of night, but he could hear a woman moaning from one that was not. He went to the third booth from the left, pulled back the drape, and stuck his head inside. They had been talking in low, earnest tones, but now the conversation broke off abruptly. Chrysalis looked up at him.
Jubal,
she said crisply.
What can I do for you?
Jube looked at her companion, a compact, sinewy white man in a black t-shirt and dark leather jacket. He wore the plainest of masks, a black hood that covered everything but his eyes.
"You must be Popinjay,"
Jube said, before he recalled that the detective did not like to be called by that name.
No,
the masked man replied, his voice surprisingly soft. He glanced at Chrysalis. We can resume this conversation later, if you have business to transact. He slid out of the booth and walked off without another word.
Get in,
Chrysalis said. Jube sat down and pulled the drapes closed.
Whatever you have for me, I hope it's good.
She sounded distinctly annoyed.
"Have for you?"
Jube was confused.
"What do you mean? Where's Popinjay? Shouldn't he be here by now?"
She stared at him. Sheathed in transparent flesh and ghost-gray muscles, her skull reminded Jube of the unpleasant man who'd sat next to him at the bar.
I wasn't aware that you knew Jay. What does he have to do with anything? Is there something about Jay that I need to know?
"The report,"
Jube blurted.
"He was going to tell us about these Masons who hired Devil John to steal that body from the morgue. They were dangerous, you said."
Chrysalis laughed at him, drew back the privacy curtains, and rose languidly.
Oh, Jubal, I don't know how many exotic rum drinks you've indulged in tonight, but I suspect it was a few too many. That's always a problem when Lupo is behind the bar. Sasha can tell when a customer has had enough, but not our little wolf boy. Go home and sleep it off."
"Go home?"
Jube said.
"But what about the body? What about Devil John and these Masons?"
If you want to join a lodge, the Oddfellows would suit you better, I'd think,
Chrysalis said in a bored tone.
Other than that, I don't have the vaguest idea what you're talking about.
The walk home was long and hot, and Jube had an uneasy feeling, as if he were being watched. He stopped and looked around furtively several times, to try and catch whoever was following him, but there was never anyone in sight. Down in the privacy of his apartment, Jube immersed himself gratefully in his cold tub and turned on his television. The late movie was 30 minutes over Broadway, but it wasn't the Howard Hawks version. It was the awful 1978 remake with Jan Michael Vincent as Jet Boy and Dudley Moore doing a comic relief Tachyon in a hideous red wig. Jube found himself watching it anyway, Mindless escape was exactly what he needed. He would worry about Chrysalis and the rest of it tomorrow. Jetboy had just crashed the JB-1 into the blimps when the picture suddenly crackled and went black.
"Hey,"
Jube said, stabbing at his remote control. Nothing happened. Then a hound the size of a small horse walked out of his television set. It was lean and terrible, its body smoke-gray and hideously emaciated, its eyes windows that opened on a charnel house. A long forked tail curved up over its back like a scorpion's sting and twitched from side to side. Jube recoiled so fast he splashed water all over his bedroom floor and began shouting at the thing. The hound bared teeth like yellow daggers. Jube realized he was babbling in the networked trade tongue and switched to English.
"Get out!"
he told it.
"Get away!"
He scrabbled over the side of the tub, splashing more water, and retreated. The remote control was still in his hand, if he could reach his sanctum, but what good would that do against something that walked through walls? His flesh went hot with sudden terror. The hound padded after him and then stopped. Its gaze was fixed on his crotch. It seemed momentarily bemused by the forked double penis and full set of female genitalia beneath. Jube decided that his best chance lay in a dash for the street. He edged backward.
"Fat little man,"
the hound called out in a voice that was pure, unctuous malice.
"Will you run from me? You sought me out, fool. Do you think your thick joker legs can carry you faster than Setech, the Destroyer?"
Jube gaped.
"Who?" "I am he whose secrets you sought to know," the hound said. "Pathetic little joker. Did you think we would not notice? Did you think we would not care? I have taken the knowledge from the minds of your hirelings and followed the trail back to you. And now you will die."
"Why?"
Jube said. He had no doubt that the creature could kill him, but if he must perish, he hoped at least to understand the reason.
"Because you have wasted my time,"
the hound said. Its mouth twisted into obscene, unnatural shapes when it spoke.
"I thought to find some great enemy, and instead I find a fat little joker who makes his money selling gossip to a saloon keeper. How much did you think the secrets of our order would be worth? Who did you think might pay for them, walrus? Tell me, and I will not toy with you. Lie, and your dying will last till dawn."
The hound had no idea what he was, Jubin realized. How could it? It had learned of him from Chrysalis, from the street. It had not walked behind his false wall. Suddenly, for reasons he could not have explained, Jube knew that Setech must not know. He must lead it away from his secrets.
"I did not mean to pry, mighty Setech,"
he said loudly. He had posed as a joker for 34 years. He knew how to crawl.
"I beg your mercy,"
he said, edging backward toward the living room.
"I am not your enemy,"
he told it. The hound padded toward him, eyes smoldering, tongue lolling from its long snout. Jube jumped for his living room, slammed the door behind him, and ran. The hound bounded through the wall to cut him off, and Jube lost his footing as he recoiled. He went down in a heap. The hound raised one terrible paw to strike, and stopped as Jube cringed away from the killing blow. Its mouth twisted and ran with phantom slaver, and Jube realized it was laughing. It was staring at something behind him and laughing. He craned his head around and saw only the tachyon transmitter. When he looked back, the hound was gone. Instead, a frail little man in a wheelchair sat staring at him.
"We are an old order," the little man said. "The secrets have passed through many mouths, and some have gone astray, and some branches have been lost and forgotten. Be glad you were not killed, brother."
"Oh, yeah,"
Jube said, crawling to his knees. He had no idea why he was being spared, but he was not going to argue the point.
"Thank you, master. I won't bother you again."
"I will let you live, so you may live to serve us,"
the apparition in the wheelchair told him.
"Even one as stupid and weak as you may have his uses in the great struggle to come." But say nothing of what you have learned, or you will not live to be initiated."
"I've forgotten it already,"
Jube said. The man in the wheelchair seemed to find that vastly amusing. His forehead throbbed as he laughed. A moment later, he was gone. Jube got to his feet very cautiously. Early the next morning, a joker with vivid crimson skin bought a copy of the Daily News and paid for it with a shiny red penny the size of a $50. "I'd keep that if I were you, pal of mine," he said, smiling. "I think it might just be your lucky coin." Then he told when and where the next meeting would be held. Relative Difficulties by Melinda M. Snodgrass. Dr. Tachyon bounded down the steps of the Blythe Van Rensselaer Memorial Clinic and paused to pat one of the dispirited sandstone lions that flanked the stairs. He noticed that its companion to the north still had a toupee of dirty snow adorning its crumbling head. Though he was already late for a luncheon date with Senator Hartman at Aces High, he couldn't resist tenderly brushing away the snow. A brisk, cold wind was gusting off the East River, driving tatters of white clouds before it, and carrying the sound of horns from the bumper-to-bumper traffic on the Brooklyn Bridge. The urgency of the horns reminded him of the passing time, and he took the final 2 steps in a long leap, and was brought up short by an expanse of pink. A waistcoat, Tack identified, before his view was broken by a gladiolus thrust firmly beneath his nose. Tack looked up, and realized he was facing a stranger, and there was danger, or the potential of danger, in every stranger. 3 quick steps back carried him out of range of all but a gun or some esoteric ace power, and he warily studied the apparition. The man was very tall, his scrawny height exaggerated by the enormously tall purple stovepipe hat crammed down onto long, lank blonde hair. A coat, also purple, hung from narrow shoulders, and set, to Tack's mind, a lovely contrast to the orange and violet paisley shirt and green trunks. The grinning scarecrow once more proffered the flower.
"I'm Captain Trips, man,"
he offered, and stood swaying and beaming like a drunken lighthouse. Fascinated, Tachyon stared up into pale blue eyes swimming behind lenses that looked as if they'd been knocked off the bottom of Coke bottles. Unable to construct anything coherent to say, Tack merely accepted the flower.
"That's not really my name, man,"
the captain confided in a stage whisper that would have carried to the end of Carnegie Hall.
"I'm an ace, so I gotta have a secret identity, you know."
The captain ran a bony hand across his mouth, smoothing the slightly stained mustache and the scraggly wisp of beard.
"Oh, wow. I can't believe it. Dr. Tachyon in person. Oh, I really admire you, man."
Tack, never one to pass up a compliment, was pleased, but also aware of the passing time. He jammed the flower into his coat pocket and surged back into motion, his newfound companion falling in beside him. There was a good feeling about the man that washed off him with the faint odor of ginseng, sandalwood, and old sweat, but Tack couldn't shake the feeling that the captain was an amiable lunatic. Digging his hand into the pockets of his midnight blue breeches, he cast Trips a sideways glance, and decided that he had to say something. He obviously wasn't going to be rid of the man any time soon.
"So, was there any particular reason for your seeking me out?"
"Well, I think I need advice. It seemed you were the person to ask."
The man's hand sought out the gigantic green bow tie with its yellow polka dots, and gave it a hard tug as if he found it confining.
"I'm not really Captain Trips."
"Yes, I know, you said that," replied Tack, clinging to his now fast-vanishing patience.
"I'm really Mark Meadows, Dr. Mark Meadows. We have a lot in common, man."
"You can't be serious," blurted Tack, and instantly regretted his rudeness. The gawky figure seemed to pull in on itself, losing inches.
"I am, man, really."
10 years ago, Mark Meadows had been considered the most brilliant biochemist in the world, the Einstein of his field. There had been a dozen different explanations for his sudden retirement: stress, personality deterioration, the breakup of his marriage, drug abuse. But to think that young giant had been reduced to this shambling...
I've been, looking for the radical, man.
Memory snapped down. 1970? The riot in People's Park, when a mysterious ace had appeared on the scene, rescued the Lizard King, and vanished, never to be seen again. You're not the only one. I tried to locate him in 70, but he never reappeared.
Yeah, that's a real bummer,
the captain concurred mournfully.
I had him once. Well, I think I had him once, but I haven't been able to get him back, so maybe I didn't. Maybe it's just wishful thinking, man.
You're claiming to be the radical? Disbelief sent Tack's voice up several octaves.
Oh, no, man, 'cause I got no proof. I made these powders trying to find him and to get him back, but when I eat him, I get these other people.
Other people? Tack repeated in an unnaturally calm tone.
Yeah, my friends, man.
Tachyon was certain now. He had a nut on his hands. If only he had sent for the limousine. He began casting about for a way to dump his unwelcome companion and get to his meeting before they canceled his grant, or the ideal only knew what else. He spotted an alley that he knew would cut through to a taxi stand. Surely there he could be rid. Phipps was rambling again.
You're sort of like the father to all aces, man, and you're always doing stuff to help people. And I'd like to help people, so I was figuring you could, teach me to be an ace and fight evil and...
Whatever else the captain wanted was lost in a squeal of tires as a car shot into the alley and jammed to a halt. Survival instincts, drilled into him from infancy, took over, and Tack whirled and ran from what had now become a deadly box. Phipps turned from side to side, his head poking at the car and at the fleeing Takesian like a puzzled stork. Screech! Slam! Another car, effectively blocking his escape. And figures. Familiar figures, boiling from the vehicles. He had no time to ponder the inexplicable presence of his relatives on Earth. Instead, his shield snapped into place just in time to turn a powerful mind blast. His power lanced out, shields buckled, fell, and one of his attackers collapsed. He tried another. The shields held. Too many. Time to try and elude them physically. The leak from their minds indicated a simple capture, but then he saw an arrestor slide from his cousin Rabdan's wrist sheath. It was a particularly nasty weapon and a popular assassination tool. A press to the victim's chest, and the heart stopped. Quick, clean, simple, and the job was finished. A spinning back kick sent Rabdan staggering into a row of garbage cans. The battered cans went down with a crash and a clatter, releasing the stench of rotting garbage and 4 or 5 yowling, spitting alley cats. The silvery disk of the arrestor rolled from Rabdan's hand, and Tack leaped for it. From the corner of his eye, he saw the captain clutch at his head and collapse with a moan to the slimy pavement. Another mental attack that his shields turned, but they did fuck all against a baton expertly wielded by Sedger, his old arms master. And as his skull exploded in fragments of light and pain, Tachyon felt a deep sense of hurt and betrayal, and a strong wish that he had a gun.
Bring this other one.
He said to leave neither witnesses nor bodies.
Rabdan's sulky, defensive tones seemed filtered by several miles of cotton wool, and that other voice, it couldn't be. Tack squeezed his eyes tighter shut, willing the return of unconsciousness, anything but the presence of Kibar, Benafsaj. The old woman sighed.
Very well. Perhaps he can serve as a control. Take him to the cabin with the others.
Rabdan's footfalls receded, accompanied by a dragging sound.
The boy did well,
Sedger said, once Rabdan was gone and could not be insulted by his remarks.
His years here have strengthened him. Took out Rabdan.
Yes, now go. I must speak with my grandchild.
Sedger's footsteps dwindled, and Tack continued to play possum. His mind lanced out, touched on the presence of the ship. It was definitely a war vessel of the Courser class. Felt the familiar pattern of Takesian minds, the panic of 2, No, 3 human ones, and finally a mind whose touch brought a rush of fear and hate and regret tinged with sadness. His cousin Zab, becoming aware of the feather-like probe thrust back, and Tachyon's imperfect shield allowed part of the blow to pass. His headache increased in intensity.
"I know you're conscious,"
Vanafsaj said conversationally. With a sigh, he opened his eyes and regarded the chiseled features of his oldest living relative. The opaline luminescence of the ship's walls formed a halo about her silver-white hair, and heightened the network of lines that etched her face. But even with these ravages, it was possible to see traces of the formidable beauty that had enthralled several generations of men. Legend had it that a member of the Allah family had risked all to spend one night with her. One wondered if he had found the bliss worth the price, for she had killed him before morning, or so the story ran. A gnarled hand plucked at a wisp of hair that had worked free from the elaborate coiffure, while the faded gray eyes studied him with a coolness bordering on disinterest.
"Will you greet me properly, or have your years on earth dulled your manners?"
He scrambled up, swept her a bow, and dropped to one knee before her. Her long, dry fingers caged his face, drawing him close, and the withered lips pressed a kiss onto his forehead.
"You weren't always so silent. At home your chattering was held to be a flaw."
He remained quiet, not wanting to lose position by asking the first question.
"Sejer says you've learned to fight. Has Earth also taught you to keep your own counsel?"
"Rabdan tried to kill me." She was neither disconcerted by the bluntness of the statement, nor insulted by his flat, hostile tone.
"Not everyone would welcome your return to Takis."
"And Zab is on board."
"And from that you may draw your own conclusions."
"I see." He looked away, revulsion lying like a foul taste on the back of his tongue. "I'm not going back, and neither are the humans." Her thin fingers closed like talons on his chin and forced him to face her.
"You sulky-faced boy. What about your duty and responsibility to the family?"
"And what about my pursuit of virtue?" he countered, throwing up to her the other equally important and utterly contradictory tenet of Takesian life.
"Time has not stood still at home while you have amused yourself on Earth. When you vanished, Shaklan suspected you had followed the ship to Earth. But you are not alone in your concern over the great experiment. Others watched, but rather than herring off to prevent the release, they struck at the source. Legura, that motherless animal, welded a coalition of 15 other families, and they came."
She stared down at her hands, and suddenly she looked very old.
"Many died in the attack. But for Zab, I think we all might have died."
Tack caught his lower lip between his teeth, holding back the excuses for his absence.
"Did you never wonder, as the years passed and still we did not come, what might have happened?"
A cold blade seemed to twist in his belly, and he forced out, "Father?"
"A head injury. The flesh lives, but the mind is gone."
Numbness gripped him, and the remainder of her words seemed to come to him from a great distance.
"With you gone, Zab agitated for the scepter, but many feared his ambition. In order to block his ascension, your Uncle Taj maintained a regency. But it was decided that you had to be found, for it is doubtful how much longer Shaklan's body can continue."
Bitterly cold mornings, and his father pressing a paper cone filled with roasted nuts into his hand, while a street vendor bobbed and beamed at the noble ones. Swinging sadly on a door while Shaklan conducted business and forgot that he had promised to teach his small son to ride that day. The meeting ending and the arms opening wide. Racing into that embrace, feeling safe as those powerful arms closed about him, the tickle of a lace cravat against his cheek, and the warm man scent overlaid with the spice of his cologne. The indescribable pain when his father had shot him through the upper thigh during one of his Psi training sessions. Their tears had mingled as Shaklan tried to explain why he had done it. That Tizian had to be able to withstand anything this side of death without losing mental control. Someday his life might depend upon it. The flicker of firelight on the etched planes of his face as they shared a bottle of wine and wept the night they learned of Jadlan's suicide. Tak covered his face with his hands and sobbed. Benafsaj made no move, physical or mental, to ease his anguish, and he hated her. The storm wore itself out, and he mopped at his running eyes and nose with a handkerchief supplied by his many times great-grandam. Their eyes met, and he saw in them pain. He could scarcely credit it, and the moment passed before he could assure himself of the reality of what he had seen.
"We will be under way as soon as we have swept the area for swarmlings. We are not well enough armed to fight off an attack by one of the devourers, and our screens must be dropped before we can enter ghost flight. It is a shame," she continued to muse, "that we were able to save so few specimens. It is likely that Zandran will destroy this world."
His head moved in quick negation.
"You disagree?"
"I think the humans might surprise you."
"I doubt it. But at least we have gathered our data."
She pinned him with a cold gray eye.
"You will, of course, have the run of the ship. But please do not approach the humans. It will only agitate them and make it harder for them to adjust to their new lives."
She gave a telepathic summons, and a slender woman entered the room. Tak realized with a start that the last time he had seen her she had been a roly-poly 5-year-old, nursing a fine family of dolls, and making him promise to marry her when she grew up so they could have pretty babies. She would never marry now. The fact that she was on this ship, and not safely ensconced in the women's quarters, meant that she was bitshufti, one of the neutered ones who had been deemed to carry dangerous recessives or to be of insufficient genetic worth to be permitted to breed. Her eyes flicked. Sadly, it was difficult to gauge the emotion, so quickly had it passed. Over him, and she made obeisance.
"Sire, if you will accompany me."
He swept Benafsaj a final bow and fell into step with Tali, debating how to break the silence. He decided small talk would be inappropriate. Of course she'd grown. It'd been decades.
"A word of greeting, Tali."
The corridor curved before them, gleaming like polished mother-of-pearl as they spiraled deeper into the heart of the ship.
"You gave none in farewell."
"It was something I had to do."
"Others also live by that imperative."
She glanced nervously about and switched to the tight, intimate telepathic mode.
"Zab means to have you dead. Eat or drink nothing that I have not brought, and watch your back."
She pressed a small sharp dagger into his hand, and he ran it quickly up his sleeve. "I suspected as much, but thank you for the warning and the weapon."
"He'll kill me if he suspects."
"He won't learn it from me. He was never my equal in mentatics." But she looked doubtful, and he realized with embarrassment how lax were his shields. He strengthened them, and she nodded with relief.
"Better."
"No, terrible. This is a dreadful situation." He looked at her seriously. "I have no intention of returning to Takis." They had reached the door to the cabin, and the ship obligingly shuttered open for him. She placed her hands on his shoulders and urged him in.
"You must. We need you."
And as the door lensed shut, he decided that maybe she wasn't much of an ally after all. Tom Tudbury was having one of the worst days of his life. The very worst day had been March 8th, when Barbara had married Steve Bruder, but this one was running a real close second. He had been on his way to Tachyon's clinic with the strange device he'd taken off the street punk when a strange ship, looking rather like a Wenteltrap seashell, had looped out of the clouds, pulled up beside him, and invited him aboard. Maybe invited wasn't the right word. Compelled was closer to the mark. Icy talons seemed to settle about his mind, and he had calmly flown the shell through the yawning doors of a cargo bay. He didn't remember anything more until he had found himself standing in a gigantic room, his shell squatting behind him. Several slender men in comic opera gold and white uniforms stepped forward and searched him, while another darted into the shell and emerged with the strange black ball and a half-drunk six-pack of beer. He gestured with the cans, causing them to clunk dully together, and there was a burst of laughter. Next, the device was examined amid a ripple of musical words filled with random and inexplicable pauses. With a shrug, the device was placed on a shelf that ran along one side of the curving room. One of his captors gestured politely toward a doorway. The courtesy of the gesture removed his worst fear. He clearly wasn't in the hands of the swarm. Somehow politeness seemed out of place with monsters. They exited into a long snaking corridor whose walls, floor, and ceiling shone like polished abalone. As they proceeded, the arching ceiling would light before them and darken after they had passed. One wall held a tracery of rose-colored lines like the petals of a flower. This section suddenly shuttered open, and Tom was urged into a luxurious cabin. A burst of brittle, feminine laughter met his arrival, and he goggled at the beautiful woman curled up in the center of a large round bed.
"Well, you don't look like much," she said, her eyes raking over him.
He sucked in his belly and wished his t-shirt was cleaner.
"I'm Asta Lenzer. Who the hell are you?"
He was scared, but the fear made him cautious. He shook his head.
"Oh, fuck you. We're in this together."
"I'm an ace. I've got to be careful."
"Well, big fucking deal. So am I."
"You are?"
"Yeah. I do the dance of the 7 veils."
Her long, graceful arms wove a pattern about her.
"I out-Salome Salome."
He looked puzzled.
"Don't you ever go to the ballet?"
"No."
"Moron."
She scrabbled in a large, shapeless bag and emerged with a packet of white powder, a mirror, and a straw. Her hands were trembling so much that it took her 5 tries to get the lines set. She sucked in the cocaine and leaned back with a long sigh of relief.
"Oh, where were we? Oh, yeah, my power. I can mesmerize people with my dancing, particularly men. But it's a real dinky power when you've been kidnapped by aliens. Still, himself sure appreciated it. I got him a lot of good information with my dinky power and kept him up."
She made an obscene gesture between her legs. Tom wondered who and what the hell she was talking about, but he frankly didn't care to puzzle it out. He staggered across the room and collapsed on a low bench that seemed to be an extrusion of the ship itself. As he seated himself on the thick, embroidered cushion, there was a crackle of leaves or dried petals, and a rich, spicy aroma filled the air. He wasn't sure how long he huddled on the bench, agonizing over his situation. Takesians, Jesus Christ. What was going to happen to them? Tak? Could he help? Did he even know? Oh, shit.
"Hey,"
called Asta.
"I'm sorry. Look, we're both aces. We ought to be able to do something to get out of this mess."
Tom just shook his head. How could he tell her that he had left his powers behind with his shell? The rasp of the match was loud in the silent room. Tak watched with unnecessary attention as the candle flared to life. The light struck color from the ship wall and shed the gentle scent of flowers. Pulling a quarter from his pocket, he laid it on the altar. It looked incongruous among the gold Takesian coins. He hefted the tiny pearl-handled knife, murmured a quick prayer for the release of his father's spirit, and made a tiny cut on the pad of his forefinger. The blood welled slowly out, and he touched the gleaming drop to the coin. He sank down to sit cross-legged before the family altar, sucking at his cut finger, and flipping the tiny 2-inch knife over and over in his hand. "It won't make much of a weapon." Zab was leaning against the door, arms folded across his chest. He was close to 6 feet tall, with a whip-lean body and the heavy chest and shoulders of the long-distance swimmer or martial artist. Wavy silver-gilt hair swept back from a high white forehead and just brushed the collar of his white and gold tunic. Cold gray eyes added to the impression of metal and crystal. There was no warmth to the man, but there was power and command and an overwhelming charisma. "That wasn't what I was thinking about." "You should be." There was something in the moment, the set of Zab's shoulders, or perhaps the indulgent cock to his head, that made Tak remember an earlier time, before family politics had intruded, before he understood the whispers linking Zab's mother to the death of his mother, before. A time when a 5-year-old Tak had adored his glamorous older cousin.
I was remembering that you gave me my first puppy, from that litter old Zashula had.
Don't, Tiz. That's dead and past.
Like I'm going to be? Their eyes met, gray to lilac. Tax fell first.
Yes.
One fine manicured hand was brushing nervously at his full mustache and sideburns.
I intend to kill you before we reach Takis.
Zab's tone was conversational. I don't want the family. I want to stay on Earth.
That doesn't matter. As long as you live, I can't have it.
And the humans?
They're laboratory animals, useful if we're to move to the second stage.
He turned to leave. Zab, what happened? His cousin's shoulders hunched, then relaxed back into their military erectness.
You lived to maturity.
The door whispered closed behind him. Tom and Asta started as the two men entered, dragging between them a sprawling, gangling form in a purple Uncle Sam suit. The younger man dropped to one knee, riffled quickly through the hippie's voluminous coat pockets, and pulled out a small vial filled with a silver-shot blue powder. The elder accepted the bottle, uncapped it, and sniffed curiously at the contents. One eyebrow quirked up.
This one was with Tizian,
he said in English.
Yes, Rabdan. And they seemed friendly.
His pale eyes shot to Tom.
Yes. This is a drug of some sort, and too much of a drug can cause terrible effects. I certainly hope my esteemed cousin is conversant with the treatment of an overdose, otherwise his friend might die.
Another secret, cat-like glance to Tom. His companion's fingers pressed quickly at his lips, then he hesitantly said,
Shouldn't we ask Zab? Nonsense. He won't care what happens to a human friend of Tizian's.
Kneeling, he poured the contents of the vial between the hippie's slack lips. Tom half rose, a protest on his lips, but a look from Rabdan dropped him back onto the bench. Everyone's eyes fastened on the scraggy figure on the floor, Asta with excitement, the tip of her tongue just showing between her lips, Tom with horror, the young Takesian with worry, and Rabdan with jovial good humor. The man writhed, shifted, and for an instant everyone gaped as a blue glowing figure rose majestically from the floor. Within his cowled cloak of deep space darkness, his eyes were slits of white fire, and the lining of the cloak glittered with glowing stars, nebulas, galactic whirls. The Takesians leaped forward, clutching at air as the exotic form sank quickly and cleanly through the floor. Tachyon returned to his cabin and sprawled on his belly on the bed, chin propped in his hands, and tried to decide what to do. His brief conversation with Zab had indicated not only his danger, but the danger to the humans. It was clear they were to be experimental guinea pigs, Benafsage's remarks notwithstanding. It hadn't taken long to identify the ship as Hellcat, his cousin's favorite and much beloved vessel. So an attempt to take over the ship would be fruitless. There was no way he was going to handle this ship. He could still remember the day when the ship growers had called to say that his cousin's newest vessel had better be thrown back so they could start again. She was wild, arrogant, utterly untrainable. That had been enough for Zab. Even among the other families, who were notoriously stingy with their praise, he was known as the most brilliant ship trainer on the planet, and he couldn't resist a challenge. 9-year-old Tizian had been present with his father on the orbital training center. Zab had entered the ship, the powerful grappler beams had been released, and the ship had gone herring off in the general direction of Galactic Center. No one had ever expected to see Zab again, but 2 weeks later ship and man had come limping home, and nothing could be more docile than Hellcat's demeanor when under the command of her conqueror. She was a one-man ship. Rather the way Baby is with me, Tak thought defensively. The point was, she couldn't be controlled by mere psi power alone. Still, she was a military vessel, which meant there were actual control consoles built into her hull, so that if she should be badly injured, the crew might be able to nurse her home. But if he did attempt to take the ship using the consoles, she would merely disregard his orders and yell for Zab. And though he could handle Zab in a one-on-one mental confrontation, there were 19 other Takesians on this ship. So what to do?
Benafsage was clearly in command, and if she were to give the order to return Tachyon and the prisoners to Earth— He rolled off the bed and went in search of his kibber. She was on the bridge, glaring at Undami, while Sedger frowned down at a readout that Hellcat had obligingly projected onto the floor. The younger man was squirming.
"Would you be so kind as to explain to me why you administered an unknown substance to a prisoner?"
"It was Rabdun who did it," Undami said sulkily.
"Then you are both lackwits, him for doing it, and you for permitting it. Now we have an alien creature of unknown abilities loose in the ship."
"He's moving again," snapped Sedger. "He's on level 5. No, back to 2. Now he's in your cabin."
Benafsage's mouth twisted in disapproval.
"I don't know why everyone's so upset. Hellcat can tell us where he is."
"Because he moves through walls and floors, and by the time we reach a place, he's moved again,"
the old woman explained with careful patience, as if speaking to a retarded child. Tack stepped forward, trying to avoid drawing the attention of the threesome by the main port, gripped the back of an acceleration chair, and sent out a tiny thread. He had a gift for insinuating himself past shields, but Benafsage had had more than 2,000 years to perfect hers. His mouth was dry, and he could feel the pulse hammering in his throat as he slipped past the first barrier. Second level, trickier here. Traps built for the unwary to throw the infiltrator into never-ending mental loops until Benafsage saw fit to release them. He chipped one of the shields and quickly wove a ward to cover his error. It sat like a dancing snowflake in the midst of his kibber's mind, smoothing over the ragged edge he had left. Past one more. How many levels did the old she-devil have? He never even saw the blow coming. He tripped an alarm. A white-hot sheet rose up like a wave of fire and crashed down. He felt like every synapse in his brain had been simultaneously fired, and his mind seemed to be rattling about in his skull like a rotting walnut in its shell. He realized he was sliding backward across the floor on his butt, his fingers scrabbling at Hellcat's pearly floor. He hit the wall, and the air went out of him in a rush. Benafsage stared at him, amusement and irritation flicking across her face. He could feel the blood rushing into his thin cheeks.
"I had my shields up,"
he announced throbbingly and irrationally. He was feeling terribly abused.
"Mind control me, you silly boy. And you can't build a shield I can't break. I changed your diapers when you were a squalling brat. There's nothing I don't know about you."
She turned away, dismissal written in every line of her fragile body, and humiliation rose up to choke him.
"Take him away,"
she threw over her shoulder to Sedger.
"And this time, lock him in his cabin."
The last command was directed to the ship. Stony-faced, Sedger offered him a hand up and escorted him back to his cabin. He hurried ahead, head down, shoulders hunched, feeling 5. The old man left, and Tack helped himself to several liberal pulls from his silver hip flask. The brandy helped to steady his jangled nerves, but did nothing to promote his mental processes. He paced round and round the luxurious cabin, trying to think of a plan, panicking when nothing suggested itself, wondering what was loose in the ship, wondering. He decided to determine precisely which humans were being held on the ship. He touched a familiar female mind, Asta Lenzer, the prima ballerina with the American Ballet Theater. She was thinking about a man who was having a great deal of difficulty performing. As his stocky, sweat-slick body pounded down on hers, struggling for release, she was thinking how ironic it was that a man with his power couldn't get it up. The most feared man in... Embarrassed by his intrusion and feeling like a voyeur, Tack withdrew and searched further. There was nothing that felt like the amiable lunatic who had accosted him outside the clinic, and he hoped that Trips hadn't been deemed useless and disposed of. There was something strange, a mind so heavily blocked as to be almost opaque. He would never have sensed it without a sudden flare of terror, but it was quickly suppressed, and he lost the source. Perhaps this was the intruder. He searched further and found
Turtle!
He ejected, surprise and worry bringing him bolt upright. He narrowed and refined his probe, constructed a penumbra to give the illusion to any mental eavesdropper that he was sleeping, and made contact. It was harder than he expected. His first brief touch had shown him a turtle that he did not know, and he didn't want to jar the man by suddenly appearing in his head. He began to search for ways to make the man gradually aware of his presence, becoming more depressed with each passing moment. Dark, heavy emotions rolled like sullen, viscous waves through Turtle's mind. Fear, anger, loss, loneliness, and an overwhelming sense of hopelessness and futility. Feeling like an interloper and not wanting Turtle to think he was prying into private matters that did not concern him, he tapped firmly at the man's primitive shields until a spark of surprise and wary interest showed him he had attracted Turtle's attention.
Turtle. Tacky? Is that you?
Yes. He sensed distrust and suspicion. It hurt, and he again wondered what had happened to his oldest friend on Earth.
I'm a prisoner, like you.
Oh, one of those other families you're always talking about.
No, my family. Come to see the results of the experiment and to find me.
Turtle's doubt felt like a hard blade.
What can I do to convince you that I had no part in this?
Maybe you can't.
My friend, you didn't used to be like this.
Yeah. Bitterness edged the thought. And I didn't used to be on the wrong side of 40, and all alone, and going nowhere except toward death.
Turtle, what is it? What's wrong? Let me help.
Like you and all the rest of your kind helped when you brought the virus to Earth? No thanks. The old pain and guilt returned, stronger than it had been in years during which he had built the clinic, become famous rather than infamous, beloved by many of his children. Years that had dulled the edge of his culpability. They were wide open to each other, and Tack thought he sensed in Turtle a perverse satisfaction at his pain.
How did they capture you?
It wasn't very hard. They must have used mind control because I just flew right to them.
What were you doing out anyway?
Tack said irritably, irrationally trying to shift the blame to Turtle. I was bringing you a fucking bowling ball. I thought maybe you'd want to roll a few games. What the fuck do you think I was doing?
I don't know. That's why I'm asking,
snapped Tack, his mental tone as surly as Turtle's.
It was a fucking weird bowling ball. I took it off some street kids.
Where is it now? They took it out of the shell and placed it on a shelf in the room.
Which room? Show me.
Turtle's exasperation was like acid against his mind, but he obliged. And Tack really didn't know why he was being so insistent about the device. Probably just something to divert him from their present predicament.
I'm debating about the feasibility of a breakout, he said after a long pause. Between your teak, my mind control, and the dagger my great-great-niece Tali gave me, I think we might be able to pull it off. I'm glad you did not attempt to free yourself earlier.
I can't.
I beg your pardon?
I said I can't. The years rolled back, and suddenly it was he, not Turtle, saying those words. He had stood shivering and crying on the steps of Jet Boy's tomb, trying to explain that though he wanted to help, he just couldn't. Turtle had hit him, the ace's TK power lashing out like a great invisible fist, driving him down the stairs. But he didn't want to hit Turtle. He just wanted to understand.
Why, Turtle? Why can't you?
I don't have my shell. The great and powerful Turtle could make chopped liver of these pukes, but not me. I'm just plain old Tom. He jerked back, but the rest of the thought came clearly through to Tachyon. Tom Tudbury. Fortunately, the name meant nothing to Tachyon, so Turtle's secret identity was to all intents and purposes still intact.
It's all right, he soothed. It probably wouldn't have worked anyway. The plan would depend on us taking them out one by one, and the minute you ripped open the door, Hellcat would scream for Zab, and they'd be all over us. And even if we did succeed, I'd be right back to the original dilemma, how to handle Hellcat.
Who?
The ship. She's sentient.
Then she must be a little startled, because there's some guy floating around inside her.
You saw? What?
You! Enunciated a voice, filling the word with all the throbbing outrage possible. Tak's eyes flew open, the concentration necessary to maintain so private a telepathic link completely lost. An eerie blue-glowing figure stood in the center of the cabin. Swiftly he rolled off the bed, the blade sliding down his sleeve and into his hand. He dropped into a knife-fighting pose, the blade and his free hand weaving an intricate and confusing pattern before him. From behind the barrier of his mental shields, he put out a telepathic probe and met a powerful mind block.
"Oh, do put that away, you dreadful little man. You cannot harm me."
"That's not what I'm concerned about. I'm a little more worried about your intentions toward me." The creature drew itself up, its strange eyes glittering like sparklers in the featureless face.
"This is all your fault. I tried to keep that drug-soaked hippie from this outrageous course, but he was intractable, utterly intractable. Father to the aces indeed. He has a perfectly good father who would never encourage him in this type of juvenescent irresponsibility. The world would have gone on very nicely indeed without your interference. It's not enough that you should subject us to strange and unnatural alien substances. Now you must needs bring your family in on us, a whole tribe of you. Our only hope is that they are as bumbling and ineffectual as you have shown yourself to be. First you lose the virus, then permit its release, help harry and harass your friends and lovers into prison, insane asylums, and— "Silence!"
roared Tachyon.
"Oh, Blythe,"
he cried, and the thought acted like water on a fire, extinguishing his blazing anger and leaving behind only a cold, slimy mess of mud and ashes. Still, his eruption seemed to have had an effect on his visitor. The man's mouth pinched tightly closed, and he was pulling in sharp little breaths through narrowed nostrils. Then, with supreme dignity, he began to sink through the floor. For an instant, Tachyon goggled, but only for an instant. This man could be useful, and he had stupidly driven him away. He prided himself on his astuteness and on his ability to read and handle people. Now was the moment to test out just how real that ability was. He rushed forward.
"No, wait, I pray you, good sir. Do allow me to apologize for my rudeness and lack of manners."
The apparition paused, only his head and upper torso visible above the floor.
"I haven't had the honor of making your acquaintance. I am Dr. Tachyon."
"Cosmic traveler."
"You must excuse me. I've been under rather a great deal of stress today. I was unattentive when you arrived, or I would have been aware from the beginning of your puissance."
Traveler simpered. Then an expression of Olympian calm and wisdom swept over his features, and Tachyon realized that he need not even struggle for subtlety. With this man, even the most blatant of flattery would serve.
"Will you please stay? My mind is all in a whirl, and I feel certain that even a few moments of conversation with you would help."
Traveler graciously floated back out of the floor and settled onto a chair. As he did so, the lines of his body became firmer and more well-defined. "So, he can become substantial," mused Tachyon.
"You seen the other prisoners?"
"Yes. When that pathetic moron Trips was taken to the cabin, I noticed a tubby little man in blue jeans and T-shirt and a most strikingly beautiful young woman." The tip of his tongue appeared from between his thin lips, moistened his upper lip, and disappeared.
"Where were you?"
"I was present," he said cagily. "Fortunately, I was able to get free. I shudder to think what might have happened if one of those other bumptious fools had appeared. They have not the slightest concern for my well-being." He glared at Tachyon, obviously including him in the statement. Tak was rather at sea with all this talk of other persons and drug-soaked hippies. Meadows, perhaps. But at the moment he was less concerned with the metaphysical problems presented by Cosmic Traveler and far more interested in his unique abilities.
"Traveler, I think with your help we can escape and return to Earth."
"Oh?" Suspicion laced the word.
"Go back to the cabin where Turtle and the captain and the woman are being held."
"The captain is no longer there."
"Eh?"
"I'm here."
"Oh, yes. Well, Whatever. Anyway, go to the cabin and tell them to stand ready. Then lead Zab and his goons to the far end of the ship." Tachyon cocked his head to the side and contemplated his strange ally. "It would save time if you didn't have to return here to report. Would you be willing to drop your mental block so I could remain in telepathic contact with you?"
"No! Allow some alien peeping Tom into my head? It's out of the question."
Tachyon stared at him in exasperation. "I'm not particularly interested in what's in your head. I'm interested in—" The door lensed open, and Traveler went, sinking elegantly through the chair and the floor, still in a seated position. Zab, with 5 of his soldiers, came tumbling into the room. Tak closed his mouth and arranged his face into an expression of innocent interest.
"Where is he?"
gritted Zab. Tak pointed a finger downward. "He went that way." Things were becoming increasingly confusing. First the hippie had disappeared. Then the blue glowing apparition had vanished, and the Takesians had pelted off in hot, if somewhat disorganized, pursuit. Then Tachyon had contacted him, and now he had broken off abruptly in the midst of their telepathic conversation. Tom kept trying to regain the contact with his friend, even going so far as to murmur, "Tak?" several times under his breath. He looked up, met Asta's wary look, and ran a self-conscious hand through his hair. I was trying to get in touch with Tak." "Right." And the fact that she clearly thought he was a nut did nothing to bolster his already sagging spirits. If the turtle were here, she wouldn't be looking at him like that, he thought. Torn between resentment and weariness, she would be scrabbling for safety atop his shell while he burst from the cabin, scattering Takesians like ninepins, rescued Tak, and flew them triumphantly home. Or, rather, forced the Takesians to fly them home. There wasn't room in the shell for passengers, nor did he know how tightly sealed it was. He'd look like a real dork if they all suffocated. He jammed a fist into his thigh, cutting off the tantalizing but pointless thoughts. He wasn't Turtle. He was just Tom Tudbury, the New Jersey boy who in 30 years had managed to move 2 blocks. He closed his eyes and watched the dark, ghostly images of ships passing down the kill, running lights reflected in the dark, unseen waters, and he realized that he was finally about to go on a voyage, though not one of his own choosing. A squeak from Asta brought his head up. The creature was back.
"I am Cosmic Traveler,"
he announced, and then paused as if awaiting a fanfare. Asta and Tom stared at him, fascinated.
"That ridiculous little man has sent me here to ascertain the whereabouts of our captors, and to inform you that he is concocting some, no doubt utterly unworkable and highly dangerous, escape plan."
Asta wriggled forward on the bed, rising silkily onto her knees. "You can move at will through the ship," she whispered. "Can you also return to Earth?"
"Yes."
She stretched out her arms, the bones of her clavicle etched beneath the white skin. "Would you be willing to take me with you?" she purred. Tom wanted to point out to her that first, what made her think the man was telling her the truth, and second, even if he could withstand the cold and vacuum of space, how was he going to take her? She arched her swan-like neck and lifted her hair with her hands. The gestures forced her small, upright bosoms against the leotard, the nipples hard knobs beneath the thin material. "I can be very generous to people who help me, and my employer might be able to make an interesting offer to a man of your unique abilities." The total incongruity of the situation left Tom breathless. He wondered if this woman was really going to shuck it and screw with this stranger right before his wandering eyes. Surely the man would realize that more pressing matters were facing them. But Cosmic Traveler was going for it in a big way. Asta's gyrations had set him to panting, and his fingers were working spasmodically at his sides. He shot a nervous glance over his shoulder toward the door, and Tom saw lust and fear battling it out on his smooth blue face. Lust won. With a breathy, "I agree," that was half groan and half words, he tottered to the edge of the bed. Asta was already stripping out of her blue jeans. Beneath them she wore pale pink tights. They and the leotard were quickly removed, and she held out her arms. Traveler collapsed with a moan onto her thin white body, and they began frenzied foreplay. Tom, embarrassed yet fascinated,
noticed, with that strange attention to detail that seems to arise whenever one is in an acutely uncomfortable position, that her feet were very ugly. The toes were covered with sores and calluses, and one big toe was bruised black from the constant pounding of the toe shoe. 10 minutes later they were still at it, Asta, with increasing irritation, saying, "Come on! Come on!" Harsh grunting sounds periodically erupted from Traveler as his blue ass pumped vigorously, and with increasing desperation, up and down, up and down. The ring of a boot heel pulled a gasp from Asta, followed by a wild shriek as Traveler sank through her prone body and vanished into the depths of the bed. Tom, too, almost lost it, and he rushed to the bed to ascertain if Asta was still alive. She was lying deathly still, and he reached out and touched one bare shoulder. She shrieked again, and Tom, startled by the outburst, lost his balance and pitched headfirst onto the bed. The Takesian goggled at the bed, then yelled, "Captain, he was—" The closing of the door cut off the rest of his words. Cosmic Traveler returned. "Well, I sincerely hope you don't have to serve as a sex toy for Takesians. You're singularly lacking in the most rudimentary erotic skills." "Me?" yelped Asta, shoving Tom away. "You're the one who couldn't get it—" "And what are you sniggering at, you tubby little man?" roared Traveler. Tom hadn't sniggered, not really, but the ludicrousness of the situation had drawn a sound from him. "Do you know what they have planned for you?" Traveler continued. "Vivisection! Do you know what that means? I can't imagine why they seized you. You must be the most paltry of aces, shaking like a bowl of jello and sniveling like a reluctant virgin." He shot a smoldering and resentful glance toward Asta, who threw him a bird. Tom exploded. "Would you just get the fuck out of here? Fuck off! You think you're so fucking smart, but you're stuck too, just like the rest of us. You can't get off this ship. If you could, you would have. Now get out! Get out!" Tom charged at him, waving his arms wildly about like a man shooing chickens. Traveler went, his features looking decidedly curdled. "Where the hell have you been?" Tachyon halted his nervous perambulations. "How long does it take to scout out ship?" Traveler, halfway through the cabin wall, began to withdraw. Tachyon rushed forward. "No, please, wait. I'm sorry. The stress, huh? What did you find out?" "Our captors are charging about the ship in pursuit of me. Though I can't imagine how they are tracking me. They'll no doubt be here soon." "And my gibber, the old woman with the jewels in her hair," he explained at Traveler's blank look. "I haven't a notion." Tack held his tongue, deciding that Benafsage's whereabouts were perhaps not all that important. "All right, never mind. We'll try it. To the left of the cabin doors there is a small protuberance on the wall. That is an override panel for the doors. Open mine and then we'll—" "No." "I beg your—" he began politely, then stopped and rumbled. "What?" "You heard me. I said no. I have not the slightest faith in your ability to successfully execute this escape plan, and I will not be a party to it. Besides, as I stand substantial and helpless outside your door, those thugs will come upon me and harm me." "It will only take an instant." Traveler folded his arms across his chest and stared majestically at the far wall. "No." "Please?" "No." Tachyon folded his hands at his breast. "Please, please, please?" "No." "You whining, groveling coward!" bellowed Tack. "You're endangering all of us! You're the only one!" But Traveler was leaving. Tachyon leapt for a wall niche, pulled down a beautiful Membres vase, and launched it at the rapidly departing Ace. It passed through him, smashed into the wall, and Traveler gave him a look of withering contempt and loathing. The entire incident left Tack shaking, partly with anger, partly with despair over his violent reaction. He untied his lace cravat and yanked open his collar, grasping for air. He had tried so hard over the years to put such responses behind him, to deal gently and kindly with all people, and he had lost it all. He was behaving like— He paused, searching for some appropriately disgusting comparison. Like Zab. This brief indulgence in self-castigation felt good, but it didn't remove the primary problem. They were up a creek without the proverbial paddle. And this too is my fault, thought Tack, without pausing to consider whether any amount of bribery or cajoling might have moved the recalcitrant ace. His hour was almost gone, raging against the vagaries of an unkind and uncaring universe that had left him trapped within the body of a man he considered little better than a vegetable. He wandered through the Tahitian ship, dodging increasingly hysterical search parties. But this could not last. If he delayed, he would revert to that moron Meadows, and the aliens might harm him. And however much Traveler might despise his host body, he realized that without Mark there was no life. He had noticed that doorways left faint lines on the walls like the fossilized imprint of ancient flower petals. Some opened automatically, others seemed to require a telepathic command, and still others used the access panels that Tachyon had described. He went in search of one that would not open automatically, one that seemed firmly and soundly locked from the outside. Mark returned to himself slowly and blinked again because it was dark. His hands roamed fitfully over his face and head until he had fully assured himself of his consciousness. But it was still dark. He shuffled forward and ran his long nose firmly into a wall. Holding his bumped nose with one hand, he stared out into the Stygian darkness. Slowly he stretched out his arms, exploring the dimensions of his prison. It was small, closet-size, coffin-sized. That thought was depressing, so he shook it off, and tried, through the hazy filter of Traveler's memories, to piece together what had happened. Aliens, man. Oh, bummer. And Tachyon, a prisoner? Yes, that felt right. He had been angry. Traveler had done, or failed to do, something. Mark sighed and scrubbed at his face with his hands. Yeah, that sounded about right where Traveler was concerned. For a moment he stood in morose contemplation of his alternate persona's social and emotional shortcomings. He wondered what time it was. Sprout might be home from kindergarten by now. He could trust Susan to keep an eye on her for as long as the pumpkin was open, but once the head shop closed, who would watch her? Surely Susan wouldn't just leave her alone if Mark hadn't returned. He tried to pace his tiny prison, but kept misjudging in the inky blackness and slamming into the walls. Oh, I gotta get out of here and help Dr. Tachyon. He'll know what to do. He began fumbling around in his leather pouch and emerged with a vial. He held it up before his eyes and peered, but to no avail. It was too dark to see the glass, much less the color of the powder it contained. Oh, bummer, man. If I get Flash, he can burn down this door, but Starshine can't work in the dark, and Moonchild... He poked at the unyielding wall. I don't know if she could bust this or not. He returned the vial to the pouch and fished out another one, and dithered, and returned it and tried another, and finally pulled out two. His head wove back and forth between the bottles like a puzzled stork. He put them away and clutched his head. I gotta do something. I'm an ace, man. People are depending on me. This is like a test, and I gotta prove I'm worthy. He went back to his fruitless pawing through the pouch. He imagined he could feel the ship moving, hurtling them out beyond the orbit of Neptune, carrying him away from Sprout. His beautiful golden-haired daughter, who would never be mentally more than 4 years old. His Alice in Wonderland darling who needed him. And he needed to be needed. His fingers closed convulsively about a vial. He yanked it out, muttering, Oh, fuck it. Unstopped the bottle and tossed back the contents. Later he might know if his choice had been an appropriate one. Tali had brought him a meal, delicate meat and fruit-filled crepes that had been his favorite back home. The first mouthful choked him, and he tossed the rest down the toilet. His restless pacings had accomplished nothing except to give him a cramp in his left calf, so he seized a brush from the dressing table in the lavatory and tried to soothe himself by brushing his hair. The rasp of the bristles over his scalp felt good, and some of the tension eased from his shoulders. Then Hellcat gave a tiny shudder and ringing through his mind came a loud, aggrieved, "Ow!" Obviously, the ship did not believe in suffering in silence. Traveler, he wondered. Had that puling coward finally decided to do something? Or could it be Turtle, overcoming his psychological block, ripping through the door, squashing Zab into jelly? Hellcat was making such a sigh racket that he didn't think anyone would notice a non-shielded communication with Turtle. The probe lanced out. "Oh, shit! Sorry, it didn't mean to startle you." There was no sense of danger in Turtle's mind, and Tak sighed. "I take it you are not in the process of rescuing us?" "I can't," Turtle sullenly replied. "I told you that." "Tom," he said gently, and remembered only when he heard Turtle's gasp that he wasn't supposed to have revealed his knowledge of the man's secret identity. He plunged on. "Couldn't you just try? I'm sure if you tried you could—" "I can't! How many times do I have to tell you? I can't! And I seem to remember a booze-soaked derelict who kept whining about not being able to do it, and then felt hurt when I wasn't very understanding. Well, the shoe's on the other foot, Tacky. You be understanding." The slap hurt. He was fully aware of the debt he owed to Turtle, but he didn't like to have his nose rubbed in his past sins. They were just that, past. "The virus is encoded in your very cells." "I know that. How can I ever forget it? It's ruined my fucking life. You and Jetboy and your goddamn fucking Takesians. Just leave me the fuck alone." Turtle lacked the mental skills to actually block Tachyon, but he could layer every meaningful thought beneath a thick blanket of anger, making it very difficult to read or send. Tak sucked in several sharp breaths through his nose and reminded himself that this was his oldest friend on Earth. He wondered if he could mind-control Turtle and force him to override his emotional block. But no, the trauma was too deeply buried to reach by such a sledgehammer technique. His father, with his skills, could. Tak hugged himself, rocking back and forth as grief crashed down and bore him under yet again. The sound of screams, crashes, and curses pulled him back. He frowned at the door, then began backing slowly toward the bed as he realized that the sounds were getting closer. A lot closer. Very close. A large gray fist slammed through the door. The spatulate fingers closing on the rough edges of the hole tensed, and a large section of door came ripping loose. Hellcat screeched, and the clear, viscous fluid that served as blood in the sentient ship flowed from the wound. It had soon set into clear, frozen rivulets. Tak stared with dread fascination as section by section the door came down, and lumbering through the uneven hole came a huge, stocky man with glabrous grayish skin and a bald head with a bulging forehead. Takesians were hanging off him like ornaments on a Christmas tree. "Mind blast him!" screamed Zab, slamming a fist into the creature's face. He danced back as the monster plucked a soldier from his back and pitched him toward Zab. One Takesian was not being dislodged even by the creature's great strength. A delicately drawn face set upon a mountainous body and an expression of dogged ferocity. Durg at Marak Bozab, Zab's pet monster. Revulsion and disgust clawed at the back of Tak's throat. He darted for the ruined doorway, thoughts tumbling wildly. "Not by those hands. Wash in my blood if you must, Zab, but not—" and came up against 3 feet of tempered steel. Slowly he raised his eyes to his cousins. "No, by my hand." A regretful but predatory smile touched Zab's lips, and he lunged. Tak, skittering backward, lost his footing on the slick floor and went down. It saved his life, for the blade passed only inches above his head. There were more thumpings and crashings as the grotesque gray apparition staggered about the room, dislodging Takesians and clawing futilely at Durg. Benafsaj strode into the room, and Zab lowered his blade. Apparently he was not yet prepared to do out-and-out murder in the presence of an Ajaziet. Tachyon had never been so glad to see anyone. The old lady let loose with a blast of mental energy that rattled the synapses of everyone in the room, and the creature collapsed like a felled tree. Bruised and battered crew members swarmed over the prone form, binding him with tangler ropes. She pinned her commander with a cold, gray-eyed gaze. "Would you be so good as to explain this tumult?"
We found the creature.
Really? The accents were freezing. Zab sucked at his cheeks, his eyes avoiding his grandam's.
Well, he does seem to have changed form again.
Benafsaj pinned Rabdan with a look. And may we assume that these vials have something to do with the changes? A nervous clearing of the throat.
That would seem logical.
So, where are these vials?
I don't know, Kibber. Perhaps he has hidden them somewhere about the ship.
Or perhaps they are only present when he is in his human form. She eyed the ruined door. It will take Che Chuer of Al-Matrobi, she said, referring to the ship by its full pedigree name, some time to repair this door. Post guards! They can watch both Tizian and this creature, and if the human returns, search him for the vials. Then I trust we will have no more of these ill-bred commotions. She left with a rustle of brocaded skirts. Tak pulled a handkerchief from his pocket and knelt beside the strange captive. "You are?" he asked as he gently wiped at the blood flowing sluggishly from a sword wound. The man glared up at him, then reluctantly growled,
Aquarius.
"How do you do? I am Tizian Bront Tisara Sekalima Sek Ragnar Sek Omian, otherwise known as Dr. Tachyon."
I know.
He stared coldly past Tachyon's left shoulder. He bent in low and whispered, "Do you have any other tricks up your sleeve? Something that might help us take out—" He jerked his chin toward the door and the two rigid guards. "Them?" Aquarius stared rancorously up at him.
I turn into a dolphin, and I swim real fast.
The expression, together with his harsh, angry tone, snapped the thin thread of patience to which Tachyon was still managing to cling. "You will forgive my bluntness, but that does us very little good in our present predicament."
I did not ask to be here, land dweller.
And closing his eyes, Aquarius proceeded to ignore both his fellow prisoner and his captors. Tak unlimbered his hip flask, and while he paced, made substantial inroads on the brandy. 20 minutes later he noticed that Aquarius's skin was starting to crack and peel. "Are you all right?"
"No. I must remain moist, or I'm damaged."
"Well, why didn't you say so 15 minutes ago?" Aquarius did not answer, and with a snort of aggravation, Tak went trotting into the lavatory and emerged with a glass of water. It didn't make much of an impression on the large form on the floor. "Andami, could you bring me a pitcher or a bucket?" The younger man worried his lower lip between his teeth.
"My orders are to stay here."
"There are two of you."
"You'll try something."
"Am I your prince?"
"Yes, but you'll still try something, and I'm not about to get another reprimand from Zab."
"May your line wither," he gritted, and resumed his harried trotting. The next 30 minutes passed slowly as Tak tried to keep ahead of the rapid drying of the merman's skin. He was pouring a glass of water onto Aquarius's face when suddenly the form wavered and shifted, and there was Captain Trips, coughing and sputtering as the water ran up his nose. Startled by the abrupt transformation, Tak yelled, dropped the glass, and backed off. Trips stared fuzzily about the cabin, then down at his long, lanky form, still festooned with loosely wrapped tangler ropes. He had lost a lot of bulk with Aquarius's departure, and as he rose, the ropes sloughed off him, landing in a tangled heap on the floor around his feet. He removed his glasses and furiously polished them, all the while blinking myopically at Tachyon. The glasses were replaced, and he muttered,
"Ah, bummer, man."
Andami hurried over and quickly riffled through Tripp's pockets. He located the leather pouch with 3 unused vials. Tachyon craned to see, but the brightly colored powders looked singularly innocuous. He itched to get his hands on the substances and do a full analysis. Something that could transmute a human form. And then it hit him. Captain Trips was not a nut. He was an ace. "Captain," he thrust out his hand, "I owe you an apology." Me, man?" "Yes." Tak seized the man's limp hand and gave it a hearty shake. "I doubted your story. In fact, I thought you a harmless lunatic. But you are an ace, and a most unusual one at that. These potions. Help me call my friends. He stepped in close and lowered his voice. And I don't suppose you have any more. He winked, and Tripp stared blankly down at him. Tack sighed. Nice the man might be, but he wasn't precisely quick on the uptake. Have you any more secreted about your person? Oh, no, man. It takes a long time to make this stuff. I didn't think I'd be running into aliens. I mean, we beat the swarm, and I didn't expect... Oh, I'm real sorry, man. I didn't mean to let you down. No, you couldn't have known, and you did very well. The captain beamed, and Tack realized with an overwhelming sense of failure and unworthiness that this man adored and admired him. And I'm going to fail him. Tack crossed to the bed and slumped down, his hands hanging limply between his thighs. Trips, with a sensitivity that the alien hadn't expected, crossed to the other side of the room and left him alone with his miserable thoughts. Some time later there was a tentative touch on his shoulder. Excuse me, man. I'm sorry to bother you, but I was wondering, how much longer until you got us... He broke off, and splotches of red suffused his long face. See, I got this little girl, and she's probably home from school by now, and the shop will be closing, and I'm afraid Susan won't stay with her, and Sprout's not able to take care of herself. His long fingers twisted desperately through each other. I'm sorry. I wish I could do something. I wish I was the leader everyone thinks I am. But I'm not. I'm a fraud. Trips, both among my people and among yours. The gangling hippie laid an arm across Tack's shoulders, and he leaned his head against the bony support of Tripp's shoulder. Trips gave a mournful shake of his head. It's not like it is in the comics. In the comics, the good guys always win. They've always, got the right power at the right time. Unfortunately, life doesn't work that way. I'm very tired. Why don't you sleep a while? I'll keep watch. Tack wanted to ask him against what, but he appreciated the generosity that had sparked the offer and remained quiet. He kicked off his shoes, and Trips tenderly pulled the coverlid up to his chin. He realized muzzily, as sleep claimed him, that he had always used bed and booze as an escape, and today he had used both. The right power at the right time. The thought nagged at the edges of his consciousness. The right power. By the ideal! He shot bolt upright and kicked away the coverlet. Oh, hey! What, man? He clutched feverishly at the lapels of Tripp's coat. I'm an idiot! An idiot! The answer's been right in front of me and I missed it! What? The network device. Huh? Andami was regarding him curiously, and Tack quickly dropped to a whisper. It's not a bowling ball. It's a singularity shifter. He hurriedly slipped his feet into his pumps. Years ago, before I left home, one of the master traders discussed the possibility of selling my clan a new experimental teleporting device. He demonstrated one and said they might become readily available after a few more tests. This has to be one of those devices, and it's in the main hold. Trips was completely bewildered by his babblings. He grabbed for the only remark he had understood. Yeah, but we're not in the main hold. How to get us all there? Tack's fingers scrabbled in his hair. If we're all together, I think I could trigger the device and send us home. The greater the telepathic ability, the greater accuracy, and the size of what can be carried. Now, that was the theory. Of course, the master trader could have just been puffing. Hard to tell with the network. They have the souls of greedy tradesmen. What's a network? Another spacefaring race. Actually, a number of spacefaring races. But we don't have to concern ourselves with that. The point is that a singularity shifter is here, on this ship, and it can get us home. Of course, if Turtle had the device, that means the network is present on Earth, and that could mean trouble. He scrubbed at his face. No, one problem at a time. How to get to the hold. What goes on there? Well, obviously it's used for cargo storage, and when there's no cargo, which is most of the time on a ship of this class, it's used for recreation, dances and so forth.
Trips looked dubious.
I don't suppose we can invite everybody to a dance.
Tack laughed.
Huh. No.
His expression went flat.
But we can invite them to a duel. Huh? Hush a moment. I must think on this.
And he finally did what he should have done from the beginning. He thought like a Takesian instead of like an Earthman.
Got it?
Trips asked when he again opened his eyes.
Yes.
He lay back down and probed for a familiar mind.
Turtle, there's a way out of this.
Yeah. The mental tone was one of utter defeat and hopelessness.
The device you had, it can send you home.
Yeah, but it's...
Just shut up and listen. We're all going to be in the cargo bay.
Why?
Would you stop? Because I'm going to get us there. The attention will be on me, and while it is, you must get that device.
How?
You know how.
I can't.
Tom, you must. It's our only hope.
It's not possible. The great and powerful turtle could do it, but I'm just...
Thomas Tudbury, the great and powerful turtle.
No. I'm just an ordinary man who's on the wrong side of 40, drinks too much beer, doesn't eat right, and who works at a fucking electronics repair shop. I'm no fucking hero.
You are to me. You gave me back my sanity and probably my life.
That was the turtle.
Tom, the turtle is a conglomeration of iron plates, TV, cameras, lights, and speakers. What makes Turtle? Turtle is the man inside. You're the ace, Tom. It's time to come out of the shell.
Terror was coming off the man's mind in powerful waves, battering at Tack's shields, making him doubt his own plan.
I can't. Leave me alone. No. I'm going through with this, and you're going to have to come up to scratch, because if you don't, I will have died for nothing.
Died? What do you... He broke the telepathic link, wondering if he might have put too much pressure on Turtle's fragile emotions. Too late to worry about it now.
Gibber?
What, boy?
We find your tone to be less than pleasing, Ajayazet Banafsaj.
She moderated her tone, adding a former overlay of respect, if not for him, at least for his position.
What is it you wish, clan head? Summon the crew. There is a ceremony of adoption to be observed. What trick are you up to? Wait and see, or deny me and be forever curious, he said impudently.
Her laughter glittered in his mind.
A challenge. Very well, my little prince. We will see just what it is you are up to.
They had all gathered in the bay. Tom looked about and let out an anguished cry.
My shell!
Zab's lips skinned back in a harsh smile.
We jettisoned it. It was taking up far too much room.
Tack paid little attention to Turtle's distress. His eyes roved quickly about the room, ascertaining that the singularity shifter was still in its place.
It had infrared and zoom lenses, and tuck-and-roll upholstery, and...
Zab laughed.
You puke!
Zab stepped forward, fist upraised.
Zabrant Sabina sek Shaza sek Risala. Touch my stirps, and I will not give you the courtesy of facing me. I will kill you like a cur in the street.
Zab froze and turned slowly to face his small cousin.
What farce is this? As a breeding member of the House of Ilkasam, I exercise my right to add by blood and bone to my line. You would embrace these humans? Asked Banafsaj. I would. She raked them with an imperious glance. They will, I think, add little to your consequence.
Tack stepped between Trips and Turtle and gripped them by their wrists.
I would rather have them bound and bonded to me than many who can make a greater claim to that right.
His eyes slid to Zab.
Very well, it is your right.
The old woman settled herself on a stool that Hellcat obligingly extruded for her.
Do you agree to this adoption, understanding the duties and obligations of those so honored?
3 pairs of eyes stared at Tack, and he nodded slightly.
We do,
Asta said firmly when the 2 men continued to stand and dither.
Know then that you and all your heirs and assigns are forever bound to the house of Il-Kazam, line of Sanari, through its son Tizian. In all matters be great, and bring glory and service to this house." "Are we like Takesians now, man?" asked Trips in a penetrating whisper. "The ritual is to bind the Psi-blind to a house. You would not be permitted to mate with any member of the Mentat class, but you are deserving of our aid and protection." "So we're serfs," Tom rasped. "No, more like equerries. Mere servants are never formally adopted." He turned on his heel and pinned Zab with a hard glance. "But by my fathers, you, cousin, have given me insult, and shown both contempt and abuse toward my stirps, and I will have satisfaction." Before Zab could move, Benafsaj spoke up. "You need not accept this challenge. Courtesy does not apply retroactively to the Psi-blind." The commander swept her a bow. "But, Ajayazet, it will give me the greatest pleasure to meet my beloved cousin. Rabdan, you will act for me?" "Yes, Commander." "And Sejer, you will act for me?" Tachyon asked. The old man managed a nod. The two men moved quickly to an arms locker, and Tak joined his friends. As he kicked off his shoes, stripped out of his coat and brocaded waistcoat, and began tucking up his ruffles, he said quietly, "Stay well together. Tom, you know what you must do, but for God's sake, act quickly." He ignored the human's frantic head-shakings. "Fortunately, the small sword gives the advantage to the defense, but I will be hard-pressed to hold off Zab. The attention of my family will be focused on me. No one should notice your actions, and once you have the device, I will send you home." "What about you?" muttered Tom. Tachyon shrugged. "I stay here. It is, after all, a matter of honor. I won't run. I hate fucking heroes. Has someone something with which to tie back my hair?" Asta dropped to one knee and rummaged about in her capacious dance bag. Pulling out a toe shoe, she tore the pink ribbon from the shoe and held it out to the Takesian. It clashed horribly with his metallic red curls. "Sir," Sejer said softly. He was holding out a chainmail sleeve, which covered the sword arm up to the elbow, and a beautifully etched and hammered sword. The hilt was inlaid with semi-precious stones, and the filigree work on the basket was so fine that it looked like lace. "Don't look so depressed, old friend." "How can I not? You're no match for him." "Unkind of you to say so, especially when you trained me." "And him, and I say again, you are no match for him." "It is necessary." His tone indicated that the subject was closed, and he stared autocratically over the old retainer's head while the armor was strapped to his right forearm. Asta giggled hysterically when a resin box was brought over, and Tak carefully coated the soles of his stockinged feet. She clapped her hands over her mouth and subsided. Tak, moving to the center of the room, hefted his rapier several times to accustom himself to its weight, and to remind his muscles of old skills long unused. He didn't blame Asta for tittering. To modern humans, this archaic ritual fought with archaic weapons must seem strange, especially in a spacefaring race. But there were sound reasons for the Takesian devotion to bladed weapons. They had atomic and laser weapons, but for hand-to-hand combat inside the skin of one of the living ships, a weapon that did not exceed the reach of the arm was better. An indiscriminate firing of projectile or coherent light weapon could badly damage a ship, and then it wouldn't much matter if the crew had won or not. There was also the Takesian love of drama. Virtually any fool could learn to fire a gun. It took real skill to be a swordsman. Zab joined him and said in an undertone, "I have been looking forward to this moment for years." "Then I am delighted to be able to oblige you. It doesn't do to be denied so fondly a wished-for occurrence." Their swords flashed in a brief salute, engaged with a scrape of steel on steel. Tom was no expert on the niceties of fencing, but he could see that this fight bore little resemblance to the brief glimpses of Olympic fencing he had seen on television. The speed was the same, but there was a deadly intensity about the two men as they fought for their lives. Their eyes were locked on each other,
and the shifting of their stockinged feet on the floor of the ship made a soft whispering counterpoint to Tack's gasping breaths. His companions were staring at him, Trips with the look of a desperate basset hound, Asta the tip of her tongue just moistening her lips. Tom slowly turned his head and stared at the black ball where it rested on the shelf only feet away. He reached out, struggling so hard that sweat popped out along his forehead and upper lip, and he found a great yawning emptiness. The device didn't even quiver. Trips moaned, and Tom looked back just in time to see the foible of Zab's blade glance across Tack's upper arm. A trail of red followed its path. Tack withdrew with more haste than grace, and barely parried a vicious thrust from his cousin. Trips, his watery blue eyes wild behind the thick lenses of his glasses, flung himself forward and landed on Zab's shoulders. With a snarl, the Takesian reached back and flipped the hippie neatly across the room. Trips lay stunned on the luminous deck, gasping like a fish. Several of Zab's guards dragged him back and dumped him on the floor between the other humans.
I just can't, Tom whispered frenziedly. You fucking wimp, Asta enunciated clearly, and turned her back on him, returning her attention to the duel that had begun again. Tack blinked hard, trying to clear the stinging sweat from his eyes. Each breath burned, and tiny tongues of flame seemed to be licking at the muscles of his sword arm. Watch, he urged himself. Blade coming up so fast it was just a blur. He parried with a sharp beat, the force of the blow vibrating down his already overtaxed muscles. A riposte, but not with the blade, with his mind. A section of shield flowed, wavered. He thrust, hit, and Zab staggered under the mental attack. He charged back. Core. Zab's breath hot on his face, the blades hopelessly tangled between them. Tack strained, trying to throw Zab back, but he was overmatched, the mind a gray, implacable wall. No, not quite. Tack jerked his body to one side, avoiding a vicious knee to the groin, leaped back, and kicked Zab's back leg out from under him. Envelopment, but his cousin was too fast for him. Zab parried and followed with a swift riposte and a mind blast. It slid off Tack's shields. His vision seemed to be blurring around the edges. No stamina. Wind almost gone. Turtle! He tried a wild, desperate thrust in tierce. Zab tapped it aside almost contemptuously. He was a demon. That smile, still in place, and only a few beads of sweat mingled in the curly sideburns. His lashes dropped, hooding his eyes, and he pressed the attack. Nausea lay thick on his tongue as Tack realized that Zab had only been toying with him before. "Would you like to call it quits, beloved cousin?" whispered his tormentor. "Of course you would, but it's not to be. As promised, I'm going to kill you." No breath to answer the taunt. He just shook his head, more to clear the sweat than to deny the statement. He lanced out with a desperate mental blow that was turned by Zab's shields, and then, like a miracle, he saw an opening. He lunged, blade scraping along Zab's. Zab took his foible in a flashing parry and passed on, his point searching for the heart. Time thrust, lure to the unwary, death! He was sure he was seeing it, the brief flaring of the nostrils, the sardonic half-grin. Steve Bruder, with the same mannerisms as he crushed Tom's hand. Fuck you. He flung at Zab as the power washed through him, tingling in his extremities. He reached out and... The blade coming swift and true, then miraculously pulled offline. Not much room, but enough. Tachyon brought up his sword, parrying on the fort. A plenitude of targets offered themselves. The heart, the belly, a shoulder cut. Tack caught his lower lip between his teeth, and for one wild, glorious moment considered driving the point deep, deep into that hated body. He lunged, and their eyes met for one eternal, frozen moment. The blade turned in his hand, the hilt taking Zab neatly in the chin with a sound like an axe hitting wood. Zab's sword clattered to the floor, and he pitched forward on his face. There was a gasp like a rising wind from the assembled watchers. For a moment, Tack stared at his sword, then flung it aside and knelt beside his cousin. Gently he rolled him over and cradled the larger man in his arms. "You see, I couldn't do it," he whispered, and he wondered why there were tears pricking at his eyelids.
I know you'd rather I killed you, but I couldn't. And despite our training, death is not preferable to dishonor."
Tom stood, his hands clenched at his sides, and reveled in the waves of excitement and joy that were washing through his body. He had done it. True, he had used enough concentration to shift a bulldozer, and the end result had been only a minute deflection, but it had been enough. Tack would live, indeed had won, because of Tom's action. With a little swagger, he faced the alien device. It flashed through the air, landing with a satisfying smack in Tom's hands. "Come on, Tacky, time to go," he sang out, his round cheeks flushed with excitement. Tack laid Zab gently down and leaped to his friends. Not a single relative made a move. Tom handed over the device with an awkward little bow. Tack returned the salute.
"Well done, Turtle. I knew you could do it."
He looked at Ben Afsaj, made an elegant leg, winked, and ordered them home. It was like being in the center of a vortex of nothingness, icy cold and utter darkness, and for Tachyon the feeling that his mind was being torn into tiny, tattered streamers by the stress of holding all four travelers within the envelope of the singularity shifter.
"By the ancestors," he wailed, "at least let us land on dry land."
Tachyon crumpled, the device rolling from his nerveless fingers. Trips was squatting in a gutter, holding his head in his hands, and muttering over and over, "Oh, wow!" Tom retched a few times as his abused stomach tried to decide just where in space and time it was currently residing. There was a growing commotion, people yelling, windows being flung open, horns blaring as cars rolled to a stop, their occupants gawking at the tableau on the sidewalk. Tom dug the heels of his hands into his eyes, looked down at Tack, and quickly dropped to his knees beside the Takesian. Blood was pumping sluggishly from the long gash on his arm, and was running from his nose, and he was alarmingly white. The alien seemed to be scarcely breathing, and Tom pressed his ear to his friend's chest. The heartbeat fluttered erratically.
"Is he gonna be all right, man?"
mumbled Trips.
"I don't know."
Tom threw back his head and stared up at a ring of black faces.
"Somebody get a doctor."
"Shit, man, they just popped in from nowhere."
"Teleporting honkies? You think they be aces or what?"
"Doctor, get a doctor," bawled a burly man. Asta backed slowly away from the circle of spectators, her eyes searching quickly for the black ball. A couple of kids were inspecting the device, and she stepped to them.
"I'll give you $5 each for that."
$5? Shit! It just be a bowling ball with no holes in it. What good that gonna do you?
"Oh, you'd be surprised," she said softly, and fished her billfold out of her dance bag. The exchange was quickly made, and she tucked away the alien device. The howling of sirens presaged the arrival of the police and an ambulance. Tack was loaded in, and Tom started to climb in with him. "Hey, where's the gizmo?" Asta opened her mouth, blinked several times, and closed it.
"Gee, I don't know."
She peered about as if expecting it to materialize from the Harlem landscape.
"Maybe somebody in the crowd took it."
"Hey, buddy, you want to get your friend to the hospital or not?"
growled one of the ambulance attendants.
"Well, look for it,"
Tom ordered, and climbed in. Asta gave an ironic wave to the departing ambulance.
"Oh, I will. And Kian is going to be so pleased with this."
She sauntered away, searching for a subway station to carry her to the waiting arms of her lover and commander. The padlock opened with a grating snap, and Tack pushed open the small side door to the warehouse. Trips and Turtle followed him into the echoing gloom, and Trips muttered something unintelligible at the sight of the ship resting in the center of the vast, empty building. The amber and lavender lights on the points of her spines glimmered faintly in the gloom, and dust spiraled in from all sides as she quietly collected and synthesized the tiny particles into fuel. She was singing one of the many heroic ballads that made up such a large part of ship culture, but cut off when she perceived Tack's entrance. The music was, of course, inaudible to the two humans.
"Baby,"
he telepathed to her.
"Lordly one, are we going out?"
she asked with pathetic eagerness.
"No, not tonight. Open, please.
There are humans with you. Do they also enter?
Yes, this is Captain Trips and Turtle. They are as brothers to me. Honor them.
Yes, Tizian. I am pleased to have your names.
They cannot hear you. Like most of their kind, they are mind-blind.
Sorrow.
There was the ache of another kind of sorrow in his chest as he led the way to his private salon. Memory. It could be so clear. The day his father had taken him to select this ship. All gone now. He settled back among the cushions on the bed and ordered, "Search and contact."
There are lordly ones present?
Yes.
And one of my kin?
Baby asked, again with that pathetic eagerness.
Yes.
Seconds stretched into minutes, Tack lounging at his ease on the bed, Trips perched like a nervous roosting bird on a settee, and Tom bouncing nervously on the balls of his feet. The wall before Tachyon shimmered, and Benafsage's face appeared. The ship boosted his powerful telepathy, and the link was made.
Tizian? Gibber, you were expecting the call? Of course. I've known you since I was in diapers. Yes, I know. You have surprised me, Tizian. I think Earth has had a beneficial effect upon you. It has taught me many things, he corrected in a dry tone. Some more pleasant than others.
He paused and fiddled with the foaming lace beneath his chin.
So, does it continue to be dagger points between us? No, child. You may stay with your rustic humans. After the defeat you dealt him, Zab has no hope of the scepter. You should have killed him, you know.
Tack just shook his head. Benafsage frowned down at her hands and straightened her rings.
So we part. It is disappointing that we have no specimens, but the success of the experiment cannot be denied, and it will delight Bakaner to have our data. This effort will be the salvation of the family yet.
Yes, Tack replied hollowly.
I will send a ship every 10 years or so to check on you. When you are ready to return to us, we will welcome you. Farewell, Tiz.
Farewell, he whispered. Well? Asked Tom.
They'll leave us in peace. I'm really glad you're not going to leave. So am I, he said, but his tone lacked certainty, and he stared mournfully at the glowing wall as if trying to pull back the image of his grandam.
A warm, capable hand with its short, stubby fingers closed firmly over his shoulder. A moment later Trips had gripped his other arm, and he sat silent, basking in the wash of love and affection coming off both the men, driving back his homesickness. He laid a hand over Tom's. My dearest friends, what an adventure we have had.
Yeah, life is, pretty neat, man.
Why didn't you kill him? Tom asked. Tack shifted and stared up into Tom's brown eyes.
Because I would like to believe in the possibility of redemption.
Tom's grip tightened. Believe it. With a little help from his friends, by Victor Milan. Controversial scientist brutally slain in lab, the headline read.
You should see what it says in the Daily News, she said.
Young lady, Dr. Tachyon said, shoving the sheaf of New York Timeses away with fastidious fingertips and settling back perilously far in his swivel chair. A policeman I am not. A doctor I am. She frowned at him across the meticulous rectangle of his desk, cleared her throat, a small fussy sound.
You have a reputation as father and protector to Jokertown. If you don't act, an innocent Joker is going to go down for murder.
It was his turn to frown. He ticked the high heel of one boot against the desk's metal lip.
Have you evidence? If so, the unfortunate fellow's legal counsel is the man to take it to.
No, nothing.
He plucked a yellow daffodil from a vase at his elbow, twirled its bell before his nose.
I wonder. You are perceptive enough to play on my sense of guilt, surely.
She smiled back, made a deprecating hand wave, forest animal quick and almost furtive, but slightly stiff. It was coming to him, irrelevantly, how accultured he had become to this heavy world. His first reaction had been that she was scarcely this side of painfully thin, and only now did he appreciate how closely she approached the elfin pallid Takesian ideal of beauty. An albino almost, skin pale as paper, white blonde hair, eyes barely blue. To his eyes she was drably dressed, a peach-colored skirt suit, cut severely, worn over a white blouse, a chain at her neck, as pale and fine as one of her hairs.
"It's my job, Doctor, as you're well aware. My paper expects me to know what goes on in Jokertown."
Sarah Morgenstern had been the Washington Post's expert on ace affairs since her coverage of the Jokertown riots 10 years ago had gleaned her a nomination for the Pulitzer Prize. He made no response. She dropped her eyes.
"Doughboy wouldn't do that. Wouldn't kill anyone. He's gentle. He's retarded, you see."
"I know that."
"He lives with a joker they call the Shiner, down on Eldridge. Shiner looks after him."
"An innocent."
"Like a child. Oh, he was arrested in '76 for attacking a policeman, but that was different. It was in the air."
She seemed to want to say more, but her voice snagged. "Indeed it was." He cocked his head. "You seem unusually involved."
"I can't stand to see Doughboy get hurt. He's bewildered, afraid. I just can't keep my journalist's objectivity."
"And the police? Why not go to them?"
"They have a suspect."
"But your paper, surely the Post is not without influence." She shook back ice-fall hair.
"Oh, I can write a scathing expose, Doctor. Perhaps the New York papers will pick it up. Maybe even 60 Minutes. Maybe, in a year or two, there'll be a public outcry. Maybe justice will be done. In the meantime, he's in the tombs, Doctor. A child, lonely and afraid. Do you have any idea what it's like to be unjustly accused, to have your freedom wrongfully taken away?"
"Yes, I do." She bit her lip.
"I forgot. I'm sorry."
"It's nothing." Tack leaned forward. "I'm a busy man, dear lady. I have a clinic to run. I keep trying to convince the authorities that the Swarm Mother won't necessarily go away simply because we defeated her first incursion, but instead may be preparing a new and even deadlier attack." He sighed. "Well, I suppose I must look into this."
"You'll help?"
"I will."
"Thank God."
He stood up and came around to stand by her. She tipped her head back, lips curiously slack, and he had the sense that she was trying to be alluring without quite knowing how to go about it. What is this? He wondered. He was not normally one to pass up an invitation from so attractive a woman, but there was something hidden here, and the old Takesian blood feud instincts made him sheer away. Not that he sensed a threat, just a mystery, and that in itself was threatening to one of his caste. On a whim, half irritated that she was making an offer and making it impossible to accept, he reached out and snagged the chain at her throat. A plain silver locket emerged, engraved with the initials AW in copper plate. She reached for it quickly, but cat-nimble he flipped it open. A picture of a girl, a child no more than 13. Her hair was yellow, the features fuller, the grin haughtier, but she bore an unmistakable resemblance to Sarah Morgenstern. "Your daughter?"
My sister."
A.W.
"Morgenstern was my married name, Doctor. I kept it after my divorce."
She half turned away, knees pressed together, shoulders hunched.
"Andrea was her name. Andrea Whitman."
"Was?"
"She died."
She stood up rapidly. "I'm sorry."
"It was a long time ago."
Uncle Tacky! Uncle Tacky!
A blond projectile hit him in the shin and wrapped about him like seaweed as he stepped up to the door of the Cosmic Pumpkin, food for body, mind, and spirit, head shop and delicatessen on Fitzjames O'Brien Street, near the border of Jokertown and the village. Laughing, he bent down, scooped the little girl up, and hugged her.
What did you bring me, Uncle Tacky?
He rooted in a pocket of his coat, produced a caramel cube.
Don't tell your father I gave you this." Wide-eyed, solemn, she shook her head. He carried her into amiable clutter. Inside he was clenched. Hard to believe this beautiful child of 9 was mentally retarded, like Doughboy, permanently consigned to 4. Doughboy had been easier somehow. He was immense, over 2 meters tall, an almost spherical mass of white flesh, hairless, faintly bluish, face bloated almost to featurelessness, raisin eyes staring out from fat and tears. He was in his late 20s. He could not remember ever being called by anything other than a cruel nickname from a bakery's registered trademark. He was frightened. He missed Mr. Shiner and Mr. Benson, the news dealer who lived down below them. He wanted the GoBot Shiner had bought him shortly before the men came and took him away. He wanted to go home, to get away from strange, harsh men who poked him with their fingers and called him mocking names. He was pathetically grateful to Tachyon for coming to see him. When Tack took leave in the bile green visitation room in the tombs, he clung to his hand and wept. Tack wept too, but afterward, when Doughboy couldn't see. But Doughboy was obviously a joker, victim of the wildcard virus Tack's own clan had brought this world. Sprout Meadows was physically a perfect child, exquisite even by the exacting standards of the lord lines of Ilkazam or Allah or Kalamantari, sweeter-tempered than any daughter of Takis. Yet she was no less deformed than Doughboy, no less a monster by the standards of Tack's homeworld, and like him would have been instantly destroyed. He looked around. A couple of secretaries nibbled late lunch by the front window, under the weathered aegis of a cigar store Indian. "Where's your daddy?" Her mouth caramelled shut. She nodded her head left toward the head shop. "What are you staring at, Buster?" a voice demanded. He blinked, focused belatedly on a sturdy young woman in a soiled gray Cooney sweatshirt standing behind the glass deli display. "I beg your pardon?" "Listen, you male chauvinist asshole, I know about you. Just watch yourself." Belatedly, Tack recalled Mark Meadows' interchangeable pair of clerks. "Ah, Brenda, is it?" A pugnacious nod. "Very well, Brenda. Let me assure you I had no intention of staring at you." "Oh, I get it. I'm not a debutante type like Peregrine. Not your kind at all. I'm one of those women men like you don't see." She ran a hand through a stiff brush of hair, reddish with tea-colored roots, sniffed. "Doc!" A familiar stork figure stood bent over in the doorway to the head shop. "Mark, I'm so glad to see you," Tachyon said with feeling. He kissed Sprout on the forehead, ruffled her pigtailed hair, set her on the murky linoleum. "Run and play, dearest child. I would speak with your father." She scooted off. "Have you a moment, Mark?" "Oh, sure, man. Always for you." A pair of kids with leather overcoats and dandelion climax hair lurked among the paraphernalia and vintage posters on the other side. But Mark was not the suspicious type. He nodded Tack toward a table by the far wall, collected a teapot and a couple of mugs, and followed, loose-limbed, bobbing his head slightly as he walked. He had on an ancient pink Brooks Brothers shirt, a fringed leather vest, a pair of vast elephant bells, faded almost to the hue of the white firework bursts tie-dyed into them. Shoulder-length blonde hair was crimped at his temples by a braided thong. Had Tachyon not seen him in the full splendor of his secret identity, he'd have thought the man had no sense of dress at all. "So, what can I do for you, man?" Mark asked, beaming happily through the glass planchets of his wire rims. Tack set elbows on the tablecloth, also tie-dyed, pursed his lips as Mark poured. "A joker named Doughboy has been arrested for murder. A young woman reporter has come to me maintaining that he's innocent." He drew breath. "I myself believe it too. He is a very gentle individual, for all that he is huge and hideous and possesses metahuman strength. He is, retarded." He waited a moment, heart hanging in his throat, but what Mark said was, "So it's a rip-off, man. Why did the pigs say he did it?" The epithet was spoken without rancor. "The murdered man is a Dr. Warner Fred Warren, a popular astronomy, to use the term loosely, writer in the tabloids. To give you some idea, he wrote an article last year entitled, 'Did Comet Kohutek Bring AIDS?'
Mark grimaced. He was not your standard hippie, disdaining, distrusting all science. Then again, he was a latecomer to the faith, who had gotten into flower power at a time when everyone else in the Bay Area was getting heavily into Stalin. Dr. Warren's latest prognostication is that an asteroid is about to strike the Earth and end all life, or at least civilization as you know it. It did create quite a bit of controversy. Amazing what attention you Earthers lavish on such folly. The police theorized that Doughboy heard his friends talking about it, became frightened, and one night last week went into the doctor's lab and beat him to death. Mark whistled softly.
Any evidence?
3 witnesses. Tack paused. One of them positively identifies Doughboy as the man he saw leaving Warren's apartment building the night of the crime. Mark waved a hand.
No problem. We'll get him free, man.
Tachyon opened his mouth, shut it. Finally he said, We need to see what other information they have amassed in this case. The police are not proving cooperative. They tell me to mind my own business, almost. Mark's blue eyes drifted off Tack's sightline. Tack sipped his tea. It was stringent and crisp, some kind of mint.
I know how you can take care of that. Does Doughboy, have an attorney?
Legal aid.
Why don't you get in touch with him? Offer to act as unpaid medical expert.
Splendid. He looked quizzically at his friend, head tipped like a curious bird. How do you know to do that?
I don't know, man. It just came to me. So, where do I come in?
Tack studied the tabletop. In the background, forks clove tofu and thunked against earthenware cushioned by soggy romaine lettuce. It had been as much for the tonic effect Mark had on his spirits that he'd come here from the tombs. But still, he was out of his depth. He was, as he'd assured Sarah, no detective. Now, Mark Meadows, the last hippie, didn't on the surface appear a much more promising candidate for sleuth, but he happened also to be Marcus Aurelius Meadows, Ph.D., the most brilliant biochemist alive. Before dropping out, he'd been responsible for a number of breakthroughs, laid the groundwork for many more. He was trained to observe and trained to think. He was a genius. Also, Tack liked the cut of his coat, which in itself was about enough for a Takesian. You've already helped me, Mark. This is your world, after all. You understand its ways better than I, though I've been on it longer, he realized. And there are your friends. You do have, others than the 2 we met on my cousin's ship? Mark nodded.
3 others so far.
Good. I hope these prove more tractable than the others. He hoped one or the other of the captain's alter egos would have skills that might fall handy. Fortunately, he could imagine no purpose the surly wereporpoise Aquarius might serve. But the vainglorious coward cosmic traveler was another matter. And even to save poor Doughboy from death in life, he wasn't ready to endure the traveler again so soon. He scraped his chair back and rose. Let us go play detective together, you and I. The kid had cami pants and a Rambo rag, standing there on the corner of Hester and the Bowery, trying to hold down magazine pages against the wind's tugging. Tack glanced over his shoulder. The article was slugged, Dr. Death, self-made cyborg soldier of fortune, battles commies in salvo. The kid looked up as the 2 men took their places beside him at the newsstand. Truculence tightening lean Puerto Rican features, his expression flowed like wax into awe. He was looking at the center button of a yellow paisley vest. Out over his forehead, an immense green bow tie with yellow polka dots blossomed from a pink shirt collar. To either side hung a purple tailcoat, a purple stovepipe hat, its green band embossed in gold peace signs, threatened the watered milk overcast. Yellow-gloved fingers flashed a V. Peace, said the beaky Nord-Americana face, hovering up there amid all that color. The kid tossed the magazine at the proprietor and fled. Captain Trips stood blinking after him, wounded.
What'd I say, man?
Never mind, chortled the being behind the counter. He wouldn't have bought it anyway. What can I do for you, Doctor? And your colorful friend here?
Said Mark, sniffing, nostrils wide.
Fresh popcorn.
That's me.
Jube said.
That's how I smell.
Tachyon winced.
Far out.
For a moment, glass-bead eyes stared, blue-black skin rumpled up Jubal's forehead. Orogenic surprise. Then he laughed.
Ah, I get it. You're a hippie.
The captain beamed.
That's right, man.
Blubber shook.
Goo goo gajoob,
He bellowed.
I am the walrus. Pleased to meet ya.
He did look like a walrus. 5'0", hanging fat, a big smooth skull with random hair tufts sticking out from it here and there like rusty shaving brushes, flowing into the collar of his green and black and yellow Hawaiian shirt, without the intervention of a neck. He had little white tusks stuck at either end of his grin. He pushed out a Warner Brothers cartoon hand, 3 fingers and a thumb, which the captain eagerly shook. "This is Captain Trips, an ace, a new associate of mine. Captain, meet Jubal Benson. Jube, we need from you some information."
Shoot.
He made a pistol gesture with his right hand, rolled his eyes at Trips. "What do you know about the joker called Doughboy?" Jube scowled tectonically.
That's a bum rap. Boy wouldn't hurt a fly. He even lives in the same rooming house I do. See him most every day. Used to, before this came down.
You didn't, hear people talking about an asteroid crashing into the Earth and get real worked up about it, did he?
Trips asked. A vagrant piece of newsprint had washed up against the backs of his calves on a wind that hadn't yet realized it was spring. He ignored it and the chill alike.
If he'd heard anything like that, he'd hide under his cot, and you'd never get him out till you convinced him it was a joke. Is that what they're claiming?
Trips nodded.
The one to talk to is Shiner. He rents the place, feeds Doughboy, and lets him stay there. He's got a shoeshine stand up Bowery, almost to Delancey, up where Jokertown's more touristy.
Would he be there now? Tack asked. Jube consulted a Mickey Mouse watch whose band all but vanished into his rubbery wrist.
Lunch hour's over, which means he's probably knocking off himself to eat lunch right now. He should be home, apartment 6.
Tachyon thanked him. Solemn, Trips tipped his hat. They started off.
Doc?
Yes, Jubal.
Better get this cleared up quick. Things could get very heavy around here this summer if Doughboy gets a railroad job. They say Gimli's back on the streets.
An eyebrow rose. Tom Miller? But I thought he was in Russia. The walrus laid a finger along his broad, flat nose.
That's what I mean, Doc. That's what I mean.
I found him, 15, 16 year ago was.
The man called Shiner sat on his cot in the single room of the apartment on Eldridge Street, rocking to and fro with his hands clasped between skinny knees. Back in 1970, wintertime it was, he was sitting there next to a dumpster in an alley behind his mess shop, bawling his eyes out. Mama just took him there and left him. That's terrible, man, said Trips. He and Tack were standing on the meticulously swept hardwood floor of the apartment. Shiner's cot and a big mattress with stained ticking were the only furniture. Oh, I guess maybe I can understand. He was 11 or 12, hardly twice as big as me, stronger than most men. Must have been powerful hard to take care of. He was small for an earther, shorter than Tack. From a distance he looked to be an unexceptional black man in his 50s, with gray-dusted hair and a gold right incisor. Up close you noticed that he shone with an unnatural luster, more like obsidian than skin. I do my own advertising he explained to Trips when Tachyon introduced them. Drum up business for my shine stand. How well could Doughboy find his way around the city unaided? Tachyon asked. He couldn't. Find his way around Jokertown all right. Always be jokers looking out for him, you know, seeing he didn't wander off. For a moment he sat and stared at a spill of sunlight in which a tiny metal Ferrari lay on its side. They say he killed this scientist dude up by the park. He never been to the park but twice. He don't know nothing about no astronomy. He squeezed his eyes shut. Tears leaked through. Oh, Doctor, you gotta do something. He's my boy. He's like my son, and he's hurting. There's nothing I can do. Tachyon shifted weight from boot to boot. The captain plucked a daisy, rather the worse for wear, from his lapel, squatted down and held it out to Shiner. Sobbing, the black man opened his eyes. They narrowed at once, in suspicion, confusion. Trips just hunkered there with the flower proffered. After a moment, Shiner took it. Trips squeezed his hand. A tear fell on his own. He and Tachyon quietly left.
Dr. Warren was not just a scientist, Martha Quinlan said as she guided them back through the apartment. He was a saint. The quest to get the truth before the people was never ending for him. He is a martyr to man's quest for knowledge.
Oh, wow, Captain Tripp said. As far as Tachyon had been able to learn, the late Warner Fred Warren had had no next of kin. A legal battle was shaping up for possession of the trust fund that had enabled him to keep a penthouse apartment on Central Park and devote his life to science. His grandfather had been an Oklahoma oil millionaire who attributed his success to dowsing and died claiming he was Queen Victoria. But in her capacity as managing editor of the National Informer, Ms. Quinlan seemed to be acting as executor for Warren's estate.
It's so good of you to come pay your respects to a fallen colleague, Dr. Tachyon. It would have meant so much to dear Fred to know our distinguished visitor from the stars had taken a personal interest in him.
Dr. Warren's contribution to the cause of science was unparalleled, Tachyon said sonorously. Since Trofim Lysenko, he amended mentally. Ah, doughboy, may you never guess what I endure to gain you justice. It was a reflexive bit of Takesian misdirection, the story Tachyon had given Quinlan when he called to see about looking over the murder scene.
It's a terrible thing,
Quinlan warbled, leading them along a hallway hung with framed prints of hunting dogs from 1920s magazines. She was a little taller than Tack, wearing a dress like a black sack from neck and elbows to thighs, scarlet tights, white shoes, and thick plastic bracelets. Her gray-blonde hair was styled straight and cut at a bias. Her eyes were made up like Theta Bera's. She wore no lipstick.
A tragedy. So fortunate they caught the fellow who did it. Not right in the head, they say, and a joker to boot. Probably some kind of sex deviant. Our reporters are looking into this story very carefully, I can assure you.
Trips made a sound. Quinlan stopped at the end of the hall.
Here it is, gentlemen. Preserved as it was the day he died. We intend to make this a museum, against the day poor Fred's greatness is at last acknowledged by the scientific establishment which so persecuted him.
She gestured them grandly in. The door to Dr. Fred's lab had been wood, solid even for a ritzy New York apartment. It didn't seem to have slowed down his last visitor. Conscientious gnomes from the forensic lab in the brick tower at One Police Plaza had swept up most of the splinters, but a shattered stub of door still hung on bent brass hinges. Tachyon still had a certain difficulty fitting his eyes around the utilitarian, rectilinear shapes of terrestrial scientific equipment. Science on Takis was the province of the few, even among the Psi-Lords. Their equipment was grown of gene-engineered organisms, even as their ships were, or custom-built by craftsmen concerned to make each piece unique, significant. Here he didn't have much trouble. The gear that occupied the rubber-topped workbenches had been busted all to hell. Papers and shattered glass were strewn everywhere.
Did he have, his observatory here?
Trips asked, craning around with his stupendous topper in hand.
Oh, no. He had an observatory out on Long Island, where he did most of his stargazing. He analyzed his results here, I suppose. There's a darkroom and everything.
She rested a long fingernail on the line of her jaw.
What exactly was your name again, Captain?
Trips.
Like in that Stephen King book. What was it, The Stand?
No. It's like they used to call Jerry Garcia that.
When she showed no signs of enlightenment, he went on.
He was the leader of the Grateful Dead. He still is. He didn't draw an ace, like Jagger or Tom Douglas, and,
He noticed that her eyes had gone glassy and focused on oblivion, trailed his words away and wandered off around the perimeter of the largest cluttered, ruined room.
Say, Doctor, what are these dark splashes all over the walls?
Tack glanced up. Oh, those? Dried blood, of course. Trips paled and his eyes bulged a bit. Tachyon realized he'd run roughshod yet again over Earther sensibilities. For a folk so robust, terrestrials had such tender stomachs. Still, even he was amazed at the savagery vented on the penthouse lab. There was a mindless quality to it, a palpable psychic emanation of fury and malice. Given the limited imagination of most police he'd encountered, Tachyon was no longer surprised they found Doughboy a plausible suspect. They thought him a demented freak, a caricature from a slasher flick, and that certainly described Dr. Warner Fred Warren's assailant. Yet Tack was more convinced than ever that vast, gentle child was incapable of such an act, however provoked. The informer editor had vanished, overcome with emotion, no doubt.
Hey, Doc, come look at this,
Trips called. He was bending over a drafting table scattered with star-speckled photographs, peering intently at one edge. Tack bent down beside him. There was a thin patch of gray, wrinkled, like a bit of tissue paper that had been wetted, stretched on the plastic surface, and left to dry. There was a curious membranous quality to it that tickled the fringes of cognition.
What is this stuff?
Trips asked. I do not know. His eyes skimmed curiously over the photographs. A date penciled on the edge of one caught his eye. 4/5/86, the day Warren was murdered. From a pocket, Captain Trips produced a little vial and a scalpel in a disposable plastic sheath. Do you always carry such implements? Tack asked as he began to scrape up a few flakes of the gray stuff.
Thought they might come in handy, man, if I was going to be a detective and all.
Shrugging, Tack turned his attention to the photograph that had caught his eye. It was the top of a small stack. Picking it up, he discovered a dozen or more photos that to his untrained eye all seemed to show the same star field.
All right, Doc, Captain,
an unfamiliar voice blared from behind.
Give us a big smile for posterity.
With a dexterity that surprised even himself, Tack half-rolled the photos and slipped them into one voluminous coat sleeve, even as he spun to face the intruder. Martha Quinlan stood inside the door beaming, while a young black man dropped to one knee and bombed them with a camera flash that could have driven a laser beam to Mars. With a certain reluctance, Tack let his fingers slip from the outsized wooden grips of the .357 Magnum neatly concealed in a shoulder rig beneath his yellow coat.
I presume you have an explanation for this,
he said, with fine Takesian frost.
Oh, this is Rick,
Quinlan warbled.
He's one of our staff photographers. I simply had to have him come down and record this event.
Madam, I'm afraid I do not do this for publicity, Tack said, alarmed. Unfolding himself, Rick waved a reassuring hand.
Don't sweat it, man,
he said.
It's just for our files. Trust me.
Tezcatlipoca,
Dr. Alan Berg said, tossing the print back on top of the mound of books, papers, and photos under which his desk putatively lurked.
Say what?
Tripp said.
1954 C-1100. It's a rock, gentlemen. Nothing more, nothing less.
The little office smelled strongly of sweat and pipe tobacco. Tripp stared out the window at the afternoon Columbia campus, watching a gray squirrel halfway up a maple tree cussing out a black kid walking past with a scuffed French horn case. A curious name, Tachyon said.
It's an Aztec deity. A pretty surly one, I gather, but that's the way it goes. You find an asteroid, you get to name it.
Berg grinned.
I've thought about hunting for one to name after me. What the hey? Immortality of a sort?
He looked like a good-natured Jewish kid, eager eyes, long oval face, big nose, except that his curly, unkempt hair was gray. He had a blue shirt and brown tie under a sweater so loosely woven you could just about fish with it. His manner was infectious.
It's big enough to, do some damage if it hits?
Trips asked.
Or is that more exaggeration?
No, Captain, I can assure you it's not."
He stumbled a little over the honorific. Norms, especially in the New York area, had pretty well had to accustom themselves to the ways of aces, especially those who chose to emulate the comic book heroes of yore and don colorful costumes. And Cap'n Trips was weirder than most.
"Tezcatlipoca's a nickel-iron oblong roughly 1 kilometer by 1.5 kilometers, weighing a good many million metric tons. Depending on the angle at which it struck, it could create devastating tidal waves and earthquakes. It could produce effects such as those hypothesized for a nuclear winter. It could quite conceivably crack the crust or blow away much of the atmosphere. It would almost certainly be the greatest catastrophe in recorded history. I might give you a better estimate if I took time to work it all out on paper. But I won't, because it's not going to hit the planet."
He sipped coffee from a cracked mug.
"Poor Fred."
"I admit I was rather startled that you spoke so sympathetically of him when I called you, Dr. Berg," Tachyon said. Berg set the cup down, stared at the tepid black surface.
"Fred and I went to MIT together, Doctor. We were roommates for a year."
"But I thought everybody said Dr. Warren was just some kind of crackpot,"
Tripp said.
"That's what they say. And he was a crackpot, much as I hate to say it. But he was not just any crackpot."
"I fail to see how a trained scientist could espouse the theories for which Dr. Warren was so,
"Notorious, Doctor? Go ahead and say it. You sure you won't have any coffee?"
They refused politely. Berg sighed.
"Fred had what you call a will of iron, and he had a romantic streak. He always felt there should be fantastic things out there, ancient astronauts, alien machines on the moon, creatures unknown to science. He wanted to be the first to go out and rigorously prove so many things respectable scientists scoffed at."
His mouth slipped into a sad smile.
"And who knows? When Fred and I were kids, people thought the idea of intelligent life on other planets was far-fetched. Maybe he could have pulled it off. But Fred was impatient. When he didn't see the results he wanted, why, he started seeing them anyway, if you know what I mean."
"So it was as Dr. Sagan said in his article in the Times," Tachyon said. "Dr. Warren fastened upon a rock which falls by the earth at regular intervals and imbued it with menace." Berg frowned.
"With all due respect, Dr. Sagan got it wrong this time. Gentlemen, Dr. Warren had an infinite capacity for self-deception, but he wasn't just some fool the informer dragged in off 7th Avenue. He knew how to use an ephemeris, was surely cognizant of 1954 C-1100's history. He was a trained astronomer, and as far as technical and observational details go, a damned fine one."
He shook his shaggy head.
"How he could talk himself into believing this nonsense about Tezcatlipoca, God only knows."
Trips was polishing his glasses on his fantastic bow tie.
"Any chance he could have been right, man?"
Berg laughed.
Forgive me, Captain, but Tezcatlipoca's newest approach was spotted and plotted 8 months ago by Japanese astronomers. It does in fact intersect the Earth's orbital path, but well clear of the planet itself."
He stood up, smoothed down his sweater, which had ridden up to the center of his stomach.
"That's the pity, gentlemen. Oh, not this,"
patting incipient paunch.
"but the disservice Fred performed his fellow scientists. Our instruments are so much more sophisticated than they were even last time Tezcatlipoca passed in 1970. And yet any astronomer who dares twitch his telescope in its direction will wind up lumped with von Däniken and Velikovsky forevermore."
The night was well advanced. Tack was sitting slumped in a chair in his apartment in a maroon smoking jacket and semi-darkness, listening to Mozart and violins, bibbing brandy, and getting far gone in maudlin when the phone rang.
"Doc, it's me, Mark. I found something."
The tone in his voice cut through brandy fog like a fire hose.
"Yes, Mark. What is it?" "I think you better come see for yourself."
"I'm on my way." 15 minutes later, he was on the floor above the cosmic pumpkin, gaping around in stoned amazement.
"Mark, you have a whole laboratory above your head shop." "It's not complete, man. I don't have any real big-scale stuff. No electron microscopes or anything. Just what I was able to piece together over the years."
It looked like a cross between Crick and Watson and a hippie crash pad circa 1967, shoehorned into a space barely larger than a broom closet. Diagrams of DNA strands and polysaccharides shared wall with posters of the Stones, Jimmy, Janice, and of course Mark's hero, Tom Marion Douglas, the Lizard King. A twinge here for Tack, who still blamed himself for Douglas's death in 1971. A terrestrial biochemist's tools were more familiar to Tack than an astronomer's, so he recognized here a centrifuge, there a microtome, and so on. A lot of it had obviously seen hard use before passing into Tripp's hands. Some were jerry-rigged, but it all looked serviceable. Mark was in a lab coat, looking grim.
"Of course, I didn't need anything too fancy, once I saw the gas chromatography on that tissue sample."
Tack blinked and shook his head, realizing the large and convolute piece of equipment whose identity he'd been puzzling over the last half-minute was possibly the world's most intricate bong.
What did you find, then?"
he demanded. Mark passed him a slip of paper.
"I don't have enough data to confirm the structure of that protein chain, but the chemical composition, the proportions—"
Tachyon felt as if a coin were being dragged down the vertebrae in his neck.
"Swarmling biomass," he breathed.
Mark gestured at a bale of papers stacked on a bench.
"You can check the references on this, analyses from the swarm invasion.
No, I trust your work, Mark, more than anyone's but mine."
He shook his head.
"So swarmlings murdered Dr. Warren. Why?"
"How about how, man? I thought swarmlings were great big things, like in some Japanese monster movie."
"At first, yes, but a swarm culture, a mother, how to say, evolves in response to stimuli. Its first brute force attack failed. Now it refines its approach. As I've been warning those fools in Washington it might, all along."
His mouth tightened.
"I suspect that it is now attempting to emulate the life form that repulsed it before. Such is a common pattern for these monsters."
"So you've had a lot of experience with these things?"
"Not I, but my people, yes. They are, you might say, our bitterest enemies, these swarm creatures, and we theirs."
"And now they're infiltrating us."
Mark shuddered.
"I think they are a long way from being able to pass undetected, yet something about this troubles me. Usually at this stage of a swarm incursion, they are not so discriminating."
"And why did they pick on poor Fred?"
"You begin to sound like that horrid woman, my friend."
Tack grinned, clapped him on the shoulder.
"I hope we'll find the answer to that question when we track these horrors down, which is the next thing we must do."
"What about Doughboy?"
Tack sighed. "You're right. I will call the police first thing in the morning and tell them what we learned."
"They're never going to buy it."
"I can but try. Get rest, my friend."
They didn't buy it.
"So, you found swarmling tissue in Warren's lab?" rasped the Homicide South Lieutenant in charge of the case. By phone she sounded young, Puerto Rican, harassed, and as if she did not at the moment love Tizian Brant Zara of House Ilkazam. "You're taking a very active interest in this case for a medical expert witness, Doctor."
"I am trying to perform my civic duty, to prevent an innocent man from suffering further, and, incidentally, to alert the proper authorities to a frightful danger which may threaten this entire world."
"I appreciate your concern, Doctor, but I'm a homicide investigator. Planetary defense is not in my jurisdiction. I have to get permission just to go into Queens."
"But I have solved a homicide for you."
"Doctor, the Warren case is under investigation by the competent authorities, which is us.
We have a witness who positively identifies Doughboy leaving the scene at the right time.
But the tissue samples.
Maybe he was growing them in a petri jar. I don't know, Doctor. Nor do I know the credentials of whoever identified this alleged swarmling tissue.
I assure you, I am an alien biochemistry expert.
In several senses.
He jerked slightly back from the receiver, perversely. He was starting to like this woman.
I'm not saying I doubt you, Doctor, but I can't just wave my hand and let your man walk free. That's up to the DA. Whatever you have, take to Doughboy's attorney and have him presented. And if you really found more swarmlings, I'd suggest you take that up with General Meadows at Spacecom.
Who is Mark's father.
And one more thing, Doctor.
What is that, Lieutenant Arupe?
Get off this case, or I'll chuck your ass in the joint. I don't need amateurs muddying the water.
Chrysalis looked at him with a face glass clear and china bone.
Anything strange happening in Jokertown?
She drawled in that hermaphrodite British accent of hers.
Whatever makes you think anything strange might happen here?
He sat at one end of the bar, well away from the morning regulars. He wasn't exactly a stranger at the Crystal Palace. He never quite relaxed here just the same.
Not just Jokertown. This part of Manhattan, from Midtown South.
She set down a glass she was polishing.
You're serious?
When I say strange, I mean strange for Jokertown. Not the latest outrage at Joker's Wild. Not Black Shadow dangling some mugger from a street lamp by his foot. Not even another bow and arrow murder by that maniac with his playing cards. Something out of what passes for the ordinary hereabouts.
Gimli's back.
Tack sipped his brandy and soda. So they say.
What are you paying?
He raised a brow.
Damn it, I'm not just a back-fence gossip. I pay for my information.
And are well paid. I've contributed my share, Chrysalis.
Yes, but there's so much you don't tell me. Things that go on at the clinic. Confidential things.
Which shall remain confidential.
All right. Goodwill in this mutant community is my stock in trade, too, and you don't have to remind me how influential you are. But someday you'll go too far, you metal-haired little alien fox.
He grinned at her and was gone.
Tring!
Tack winched one eye open. The world was dark, but for the usual Manhattan light haze, and perhaps a little moonlight oozing in through open curtains, silvering the bare female rump upturned beside him on the maroon coverlet of his waterbed. He blinked gummily and tried to remember the name of the person to whom the buttocks belonged. They were really outstanding buttocks.
Tring!
More exigent this time. One of this world's most satanic inventions, the telephone. Beside him the glorious buttocks shifted slightly, and a pair of shoulders came into view from behind a ridge of comforter.
Tring!
He picked up the phone.
Takian.
It's Chrysalis.
Delighted to hear from you. Do you have any idea what hour of the night it is?
1:30, which is more than you knew. I've got something for you, Dr. Darling.
Who's that, Tack?
Mumbled the woman at his side. He patted her rump abstractedly, trying to remember her name. Janet? Elaine? Blast.
What is it?
Kathy? Candy? Sue. Chrysalis hummed a tune.
What in the name of the ideal was that?
He demanded.
Mary. Confound Chrysalis and her damned humming. A song we used to sing back when I was at camp, Johnny Rebeck.
You called at 1:30 in the morning to sing me a campfire song.
Belinda? This was getting to be too much. And all the neighbors' cats and dogs will never more be seen. They've all been ground to sausages in Johnny Rebeck's machine.
Tack sat up.
What is it?
The woman beside him demanded, petulant now, turning toward him a face masked with sleep and dark hair.
You've got something. Like I told you, love. Not Jokertown, but nearby. Around Division, next to Chinatown. Dogs and cats disappearing. Strays, pets. People in these parts aren't too concerned with leash laws. And pigeons.
And rats, and squirrels. Several blocks are just devoid of the usual urban wildlife. Jokes about Oriental cuisine aside, I thought this might qualify as your strange event. It does. Ancestors, how it does. She purred. You owe me, Tachyon. He was swinging his legs out of bed, wishing for courtesy's sake he could remember this young woman's name to send her packing. I do. And by the way, Chrysalis said, her name's Karen. Doctor, Tripp said through a cloud of his own breath, do you have any idea what Brenda called me when I phoned her to come look after Sprout at this hour of the night? In the weeks he'd known Mark, it was the first time he had heard him voice a complaint of any sort. He sympathized. I don't want to even imagine, dear Mark, but this is crucial, and I feel we have no time to waste. Mark crumpled. Yeah, you're right. Doughboy's got it a whole lot worse than anything I've ever known. I'm sorry, Doc. Tachyon looked at this man, a brilliant scientist whom personal demons had driven to batter himself into little more than a derelict, and honestly wondered. He stroked his arm. No harm done, Mark. Not far away, the cars hissed over the Manhattan Bridge. They had here a dark side street in a none too prepossessing part of town, small shops and shadows and loan sharks and derelict manors, gray cramped buildings winking here and there with broken windows in the glow of a single fading streetlight. Not an hour to be abroad here, even without the prospect of otherworldly menace. This may just be a false alarm, Tack said. When Chrysalis told me about the animal disappearances, it occurred to me that swarmlings need food, and unless this culture advances more quickly than any I've heard of, they could scarcely buy it at the A&P. He stopped, faced his friend, gripped him by the biceps. Understand this now, Mark. There may be nothing here, but if we've found what we are looking for, we're going to be confronting a monster like something from a horror movie. But it's real. It's the enemy of every living organism on this planet, and it is utterly without compunction. Mildly, Mark gestured up the block. Does it look anything like that, man? Tack stared at him a moment. Slowly, he swiveled his head right. A figure stood on the corner at the end of the block, near the overpass. A coat was stretched around it, a hat pulled low. But even muffled as it was, there was no hiding that its proportions were never those of a normal human being. Excuse me a moment, man, Tripp said. He pulled away, and holding hat on head, ran from the apparition, rounding the corner with knee-swinging, soul-slapping strides. Coward! Blazed up Nova and Tack's breast, and then, but no, I cannot be so hard on him, for he is no fighter, and this is a menace strange to his kind. He squared his shoulders, straightened his cravat, and turned to face the creature. It took a swaying step forward, another. One foot made a sucking sound as it came off the asphalt. From the darkness behind it, another figure lurched, clothed the same way, its outline different but clearly kindred. Ah, Benafsage, you were right to doubt me. I never imagined there might be two. He readied his spirit for death. Doctor? His head snapped round. A young woman stood beside him, dressed from throat to soles in black, broken only by the sideways commas of a yin-yang design on her chest. The emblem was matched by a black mask that curved up from her left cheekbone across the right side of her forehead, leaving half her face bare. She was taller than he. Her hair was black and lustrous. What he could see of her face looked oriental and breathtakingly beautiful. He performed a courtly, if abbreviated, bow. I don't believe I've had the pleasure. I am Moonchild, Doctor, and I have the honor of knowing you, if not exactly at first hand. It was beginning to seep through his blood-brain barrier. You're one of the captain's friends. I am. Danger always made his blood run high. At least that was his subsequent excuse for the lechery that gripped him now. Dearest child, he breathed, grabbing her hands. You are the loveliest sight these eyes have beheld in ages. Even in the diffuse glow, he saw her blush. I will do my poor best to aid you, Doctor, she said, misunderstanding, maybe. She whirled from him and glided down the street,
relaxed and poised and deadly seeming as a stalking leopard. He marveled at her aura of strength, her liquid grace, the play of buttocks beneath her tight black suit. Buttocks were much with him tonight. He trotted after her, Takesian unwilling to let a woman face danger. When she was 20 meters from the nearer swarmling, she flowed into a charge. At 10, launched herself clear of the street with panache that made him gasp. She pirouetted in flight, snapped her right heel around behind her, pivoting, driving a perfect spinning back kick into the shoulder of the beast. There was a dry squelch, dropped pumpkin sound. The thing gave back. Still spinning, Moonchild rebounded, touched lightly down, recovered into battle stance. The monster's arm fell off, dropped right out of its sleeve. She freaked. All at once, she was all over the street without ever moving, screaming, wailing, thrashing like a three-way catfight, sinking to the pavement all the while. Tachyon stared. But she made such a strong start, he thought plaintively. For a moment the swarmlings seemed to stare at her too. Then as one, they turned back to face Tachyon. The chemoreceptors that had alerted them to his nearness guiding them inexorably toward the hated, dreaded Takesian. An empty sleeve flapped grotesquely against the first one's side. Tak reached for its mind. It was like clutching fog. His thoughts passed ineffectually through the diffusion of electrochemical signals that made up the thing's mind. Unsurprised, he pulled out the snub-nosed Smith & Wesson, leaned into an isosceles stance, gun gripped both-handed, sights lined up on the center of that unlovely mass, inhaled, held it, squeezed twice. The pistol produced a very satisfactory amount of flame and recoil and noise. No other results. Shocked, he lowered the pistol. The beast was 20 meters away. He couldn't have missed. Then he saw the two small holes, right where they should have been, one on either side of the buttoned coat front. Mental attacks weren't the only things that passed right through a swarmling. "I'm in trouble," he announced. He aimed for the shadow beneath the hat brim, fired twice more. The hat flew off. So did great chunks of the diseased potato mass within that served the being as a head. It came on. Moonchild had quit screaming and beating at herself, and sat with hands between knees, watching intently.
"Bullets don't hurt them,"
she said, voice raw from screaming.
They're not human."
Very observant. He fired off the last two, started backing away, groping in a pocket for a speed reloader, hoping he had one.
"I thought I had mutilated a human being, the Joker,"
she said. She was on her feet. She raced toward a building to Tak's right, crossing behind the lumbering swarmlings, launching herself again, this time on a trajectory Tak would have sworn would take her to the third floor of the structure. But he didn't see, because when she entered the building's shadow, she vanished. To reappear seconds later, feet first right through the middle of the second swarmling. Cloth tore, biomass gave, and the being just generally came apart as she hit pavement and rolled. A moment and she was up again, sprinting forward, dropping low to support herself on one hand while her legs swept before her in a scything kick. The first swarmling's leg simply snapped out from beneath it at the knees. It landed on the stumps, plodded imperturbably on. Grimly, Moonchild closed. Sirens were chasing each other up the sky when she finished. Tachyon applauded softly as she walked up to him.
"I owe you an apology, lovely lady, for what I was thinking about you."
She started to smooth back her hair, looked at her fingers, used her wrist instead.
"You need never apologize to me, Doctor. You had reason to think as you did, but I must never use my arts to permanently harm a thinking being, and I thought I had."
He gathered her into his arms. She laid her head on his shoulder. Indeed, he thought. He was not sure how he was going to explain this to Mark. She pushed herself away.
"It won't do for me to be found here. Too many questions."
"But wait, don't go. There's so much to say."
"But no time to say it."
She kissed him on the cheek.
"Be careful, Father,"
she said, and once more disappeared.
"So you really did turn up swarmlings, Doctor?"
said Lieutenant Pilar Arupe, taking a plastic-tipped black cigarillo out of her mouth.
"You're definitely the most active expert witness I ever saw."
Father, he was thinking. and honorific, nothing more. "Sure did a number on those mothers," observed a patrolman who clutched a riot gun like a talisman.
"With a little help from his friends, Dr. Smith and Dr. Wesson,"
somebody else offered. The street was full of flashing blue lights and uniforms and camera crews. "Guns don't do much against those swarm fuckers," the first cop said.
"So how did you overcome these creatures, Doctor?"
asked a reporter, thrusting the foam phallus of a mic under his nose.
"Mystic fighting arts."
"Get these jerks out of here,"
Arupe said. To Tak's disappointment, she wasn't pretty. She was stumpy and thick-legged, with a bulldog face and stiff short hair, like Brenda's at the Pumpkin. She had dark freckles liberally smeared across her pug nose, but her eyes were sharp as glass shards.
"Well, Lieutenant," he said, "will you let Doughboy go now?"
"You've got alleged swarmling stuff in the victim's lab, and you got a whole street full of unmistakable swarmling parts, except where they used to look like Godzilla's baby, they now look like derelicts, which may or may not be an improvement. It's a hell of a state of affairs."
"You won't?"
"I have a witness, Doctor."
"Burning sky, woman! Have you no compassion? Don't you care for justice?"
"Do you think I'm just off the boat from San Juan? This is a solid citizen, doesn't know Doughboy from the Pope, has no grudge against jokers, and he walks in and describes him personally. And don't tell me witnesses are unreliable. They are, but this one's solid."
Tak combed back his hair with clutching fingers.
"Now let me talk to him."
She rolled her eyes.
"It's important. Something is happening. Not just Doughboy. I know it."
"You have some kind of damned alien brujeria in mind."
Lothario grinned. "But of course." She slumped.
"You made yourself a hero with these swarmlings, Doctor, and you know more about this kind of thing than I do."
Sidelong.
"But you fuck me up with the civil liberty beef on this, manito, I'm just simply gonna shoot you."
As soon as he touched the mind, he knew. He was a dentist, a short, athletic, ruddy man in his 50s who lived in the building next door to Warren's. He'd been out walking the dog around the block, a daring act at that time of the night, and seen a peculiar-looking man emerge from the alleyway that ran behind the apartments. The man stopped for a moment, not 10 feet away, looked the intrepid dentist straight in the eye, and shambled off into the park. The story jibed with that of the other two witnesses, one of whom was the super of Warren's building, who had been investigating a broken-in back door when he was clubbed down from behind. The other a woman who had, for reasons best known to herself, been looking down into the alley from the apartments across. They had both glimpsed a large, pallid, man-like shape coming out the back door and lurching down the alley, but neither could offer anything but the most general description. Tachyon had only to brush the dentist's mind to know his story was untrue. Not a lie. He believed it implicitly, because it had been implanted. Reluctantly, Tack dug deeper. The old pain of Blythe had receded. He no longer went clammy inside at the mere thought of using his mental powers. It wasn't that. The nature of the implant clearly revealed what sort of being had made it. All that remained was to uncover which individual from among a very few possibilities. He had a good idea. In a way, it didn't matter. The implications were already inescapable, and monstrous beyond anything Tack had imagined.
"I mislike that place,"
grumbled Durg Atmarak Bozab Vayawansa, as they mounted the rickety back stair to their flat in a less-than-fashionable corner of the village. Rabdan sneered back over a gold shoulder-board.
"How can you cavil? You never went inside."
"The gatekeeper, the one with the strange dead face, he wouldn't let me."
"Ha! What would the Vayawan say if they knew one of their precious Morocco sports permitted a groundling to say him nay? Truly their sperm runs thin."
Durg flexed a hand that could powder granite. The tough white twill of his uniform sleeve parted at his biceps with a sound like a pistol shot.
"Zabron Sabina Sek Zaha Sek Resala commands I fight only as needful to the mission,"
he grated.
"Even as he commands me to serve one as unworthy as you, to test my devotion. But I warn you, someday your incompetence will lose you the Master's pleasure.
and on that day I pluck your limbs off, little man, and squash your head like a pimple."
Rabdan tried to laugh. It stumbled, so he tried again.
"So hostile. Such a pity you could not have seen. A woman flayed, a maid dismayed. Quite stylish entertainment. When the groundlings are destroyed, some rare talent shall be lost, I must admit."
They came to the top landing and their door. Rabdan paused outside, furrowed his brow as his mind probed within. It would not do to be ambushed by groundling burglars. Durg stood silently a few steps below. His kindred were of the Psi-Lord class, but like most Marok, he was virtually mind-blind. If Rabdan detected danger, then he would fulfill his function. Satisfied, Rabdan unlocked the door and stepped inside. Durg followed, closed it behind him. From the hallway to the bedrooms stepped a figure.
"Tizian, but I searched—" "You of all my cousin's people could never drive a probe I could not deflect," said Tachyon. "It bodes ill for us all that I find you here. Indeed, perhaps for all of Takis."
"But worse for you,"
Rabdan said. He stepped to one side.
"Durg, dismember him." "Zab's monster," Tak hissed despite himself.
"The little prince,"
Durg said.
"This will be sweet."
A second figure appeared at Tachyon's side.
"Doctor, who is this?"
Moonchild asked, squinting a little in the bright light of the single lamp on the low table. She saw a small man, even to her unmistakably Takesian, with fine sharp features, metallic blonde hair, pale eyes that bulged and rapidly blinked. The being lumbering across the threadbare carpet of the little living room she found harder to classify. He was short, barely above 5 feet, but terrifically muscled, literally almost as broad as tall. Yet his head was a Takesian elf lord's, long and thin, austere of feature, beautiful. The contrast was jarring.
"My cousin's toady, Rabdan," Tak said, "and his monster, Durg."
For all that he had lived 4 decades among jokers, Tak could scarcely stomach sight of the Marok killer. This was not a near Takesian earther twisted into a grotesque misshape. This was the sight most abhorrent to Tak's people, a perversion of the Takesian form itself. Part of what made Marok so terrible in war was the revulsion they instilled in their foes.
"He's a creature bred by a family hostile to mine, an organic killing machine, powerful as an elephant, trained to perfection."
Durg had halted, perfect brow furrowed at this new arrival.
"Even by our standards, they're almost indestructible. Zab took this one in a raid when he was a pup. He transferred his loyalty to him."
"Doctor, how can you speak of a human being that way?"
"He's not a human," he gritted. "And watch him."
Squat as a troll, Durg lunged with a speed no human could match. But Moonchild wasn't strictly human. Whatever she was, wherever she came from, she was an ace. She caught a gold-braided sleeve behind the hand that grabbed for her, tugged, pivoted her hips. Durg shot past to slam into the wall in an explosion of plaster.
"How did you find us?" Rabdan asked, leaning against the door jamb. "Once we found that man whose mind you tampered with, I knew Takesians were still on Earth," Tak said, sidling away from Durg. "And from the ineptness of technique, I deduced it could be none but you. Once we knew what to look for, you weren't that hard to trace. Your appearance is distinctive, and you would hardly cower in an abandoned warehouse and subsist off rats and stray cats like the swarmlings." "Of course," he nodded at Rabdan's white and gold outfit. "I never guessed even you'd be fool enough to venture out in Zab's own livery. The groundlings find us the height of fashion, and would you have swans go about in the guise of geese? When the swan's mission—" Durg came up from the depression he'd made in the plasterboard, moaning, shaking off plaster powder like water. "Is to pass for geese? Then yes." Durg's hand lashed out in a vicious knife hand that caught Moonchild in the ribs and threw her into the bar that separated living room from kitchen. Wood splintered. Tak started forward with a cry.
Grinning, Durg came for him. Moonchild lunged from the wrecked bar, took 2 mincing steps forward, kicked Durg in the side of the knee. His leg buckled. She slammed a second kick into the side of his jaw. He groaned. His hand flashed up, caught her ankle, yanked her forward into reach of his other arm. He grappled for a back-breaking hold. Tack started forward again. Rabdan's hand came out of his tunic with the flat black glint of an arrestor.
Go for him, and I'll finish you now, Tiz.
Moonchild slammed an elbow down on top of Durg's head. Tack heard teeth slam together like a trap. She swung cupped palms viciously inward against his ears. He groaned, shook his head, and she writhed free. Durg was on his feet facing her. She kicked for his chest. He blocked without effort. She flew at him with bolus fury, kicking for head, knee, groin. He gave back several steps. Then, as she struck again, leapt up and lashed out with both feet, kicking Moonchild across the room to smash against the outside wall. Tachyon hesitated. He could attempt to seize Durg's mind, but that ran him up against the sole psionic ability the Morak possessed. An all but insurmountable resistance to mental compulsion. While he concentrated on Durg, Rabdan would kill him. If he tried to fight down Rabdan's rather feeble screams, Durg would kill Moonchild. He reached for his pistol, hoping the girl would not think too harshly of him. She stirred. Durg was shocked. When he kicked someone that hard, they stayed down. He hurled himself forward, heedless. She met him halfway. Grabbing his tunic front, she fell backward with her boot in his belly, projected him over her. The combined force of his leap and her thrust drove him like a rivet through the wall, 4 stories above the street.
Oh, dear,
she said, standing.
I hope I didn't hurt him.
She ran to the hole.
He's still moving.
She clambered out without hesitation. Guessing she could take care of herself, Tack let her go, still all aback. Durg was as strong as some powerhouse human aces. Moonchild, though she had metahuman strength, was nowhere his match. She had mastered him with skill alone, Durg the master slayer. Rabdan came out of freeze and threw open the door. Tachyon's mind grabbed his like a mailed fist and squeezed.
And now, friend Rabdan, he remarked, we are going to talk.
It was bad. Rabdan was an incompetent and more than something of a coward. Yet he was a Psi Lord, and at the last he behaved as one, the worse for him. No normal shield he might erect could keep the subtle Tizian from prying the last crumb of information from his brain, but Rabdan, in extremis, went heroic, put the deathlock on, laid his name upon it. All that he was opposed Tachyon, and no subtlety, no artifice, no force could get past such an opposition and leave anything of Rabdan intact. Perhaps that was Rabdan's final cunning. Knowing his distant cousin's softness of heart, he gambled that Tizian would turn away from the awful finality of unraveling his mind skein by skein. Rabdan's judgment was never the best.
Joy, joy, joy! My master comes again so soon! Or is something wrong, that he has so much time for me all of a sudden?
Knock it off, baby. Hi, baby, what's happening? She twinkled her lights in happy greeting and sphinctered open a lock in her side. The damned rock was headed for Earth, of course. Zab's people had deflected it months ago. Not much. It would take tremendous amounts of power to change the moment of such a mass by any appreciable amount. A sliver of a degree, scarcely perceptible, but over time, enough. It was a rock familiar to the groundlings, its reappearance unremarkable. Nonetheless, Rabdan and Durg had been sent down to make sure its intended recipients didn't realize its itinerary had changed. What luck, then, when the alteration in course had been noted by the one man absolutely no one in authority would listen to, whose having claimed the rock for his own, as it were, would mean every other scientist on the planet would shun it like offal. The Tukesians could have asked for nothing better to seal the planet's fate. No one would realize what was happening until the asteroid was so close its path was unmistakable. And that would be too late. Not all the thermonuclear weapons in all the planet's stockpiles could forestall the wrath to come. But their ally had panicked. Zab's ally. Much as he hated his cousin, Tachyon could barely bring himself to believe it. The vast lump of malignance that was the Swarm Mother had detected Hellcat as she floated in orbit around the world it intended, in its dim, insistent way, to make its own, and had attacked. And somehow, for his own mad reasons, once the attack was repulsed, the warhound of the Il-Kazam had made alliance with the greatest enemy of his house, of all Takesians. Together they had made a plan. Semi-sentient, the mother had perceived only that the plan was detected when Dr. Warren made his announcement. It acted in haste, leaving Rabdan something less than leisure to try to undo the damage it had wrought. It had seemed fabulous fortune to spot on the Jokertown streets a being who might be mistaken for a swarmling. So Rabdan and Durg went up to Central Park and made themselves a witness. How can it fail? Rabdan had gloated to his comrade. Tak had given Rabdan the final mercy no Takesian could deny another. Moonchild accepted that his heart gave out unexpectedly under mind probe, and Tak felt soiled at having lied to her. Tak took the pictures purloined from Warren's lab to Baby. Her astrogational analysis confirmed Rabdan's story. A hasty planning session, a night spent trying to sleep. Now Trips and Tachyon were ready to launch a genuinely harebrained scheme to save the world. There was no time to come up with a better one. It might already be too late. And out there Zab waited. Zab, who'd killed Tax Keeber, and betrayed all Takis in his warship, Zab. Jake was trucking down the street with his bottle of La Copita in its paper bag in hand. On the waterfront in Jokertown, and him a gnat, and it was no damned thing to do at this hour of the night, especially if you were this shit-faced. But Jake wasn't sure where he'd wandered since the big fuck with the head like an iguana threw him out of his bar for messing on the floor. A good thing he'd thought to carry a spare in his coat pocket. A rumbling took his ear. He stopped and watched as the top came off a building right in front of him. Not exploding, not collapsing, but coming off in a piece, neatly as you please, like the lid off a box. It set down gently on the roof next door, and then this gigantic seashell, covered all over with tiny specks of light, came floating up out of the building. Nary a sound was made. It hovered against the dull orange sky while the roof floated back into place. Then it angled upward and was gone, lining out for the long black. Very deliberately, Jake walked to the nearest storm drain, and with precise aim dropped his half-full La Copita bottle down it. Then he walked very rapidly out of Jokertown.
I never thought of, buying a starship from your bedroom, man,
Captain Tripp said, clearly enchanted. I think your people would call this a stateroom, yes? As a matter of fact, it looked like a cross between an Ottoman harem and Carlsbad caverns. In the midst of it all was a huge canopied bed piled with fat cushions, and in a dressing gown in the midst of that lay Tak. He had long ago sworn to die in bed. Takesian biotechnology made it possible to achieve that goal and a heroic demise at the same time, if you were so inclined.
There is no formal command center. Bridge? On a ship such as this. On most warships, such as my cousin's vessel Hellcat, there is, but on a yacht, no.
He felt a sizzle of fury from Baby at the mention of Hellcat's name. They were rivals of long standing.
A Takesian symbiont ship is psionically controlled. The pilot can receive information directly, mentally, or visually. For example?
Tak gestured, and an image of Earth sprang into being on a curve of membranous bulkhead next to the bed. A yellow line reached away from it, describing their orbit. Then, like a computer animation, the globe spun away, dwindled, until an out-of-scale image of their entire projected flight path from Earth to 1954 C-1100 was displayed. Trips applauded.
That's fantastic, man! Groovy.
Yes, it is. You Earthers are attempting to create sentience in your computers. We have grown savants who are capable of performing computer functions, and much more.
How does Baby feel about all this?
The picture vanished. Words appeared.
I am honored to convey lords such as Master Tiz and yourself, though I'm afraid you may poke me with that hat, it's so tall.
Trips jumped.
Oh, I didn't know she could do that.
Neither did I. She's stealing knowledge of written English from me with a very low-power drain, which is mildly naughty. However, she knows I am indulgent and will forgive her." Tripp shook his head in amazement. He was sitting on a chair that had thrust itself from the floor for him and adjusted to his frame when Tack finally convinced him to sit on it.
"Not that I don't have faith in Baby,"
he said.
"but isn't your cousin's vessel like a warship?"
"Yes, and you don't have to ask the question you're hoping not to have to. Under normal circumstances, Baby would have no chance against Hellcat. And don't go static in my head like that, Baby, or I'll spank you!" It's true. But Baby is fast, even with her ghost drive gone, none faster, and maneuverable, and frankly smarter than Hellcat. But the important factor is that Hellcat was badly injured by the swarm attack. A swarm mother as ancient and vast as this one generally will have developed biological weapons, antibodies almost, against Takesians and their ghost ships. We use similar weapons against them, since only a full war fleet can carry enough firepower to harm even a small one, whereas infection can spread of itself. Zab fought off a boarding attack with sword and pistol and bioweapons, and was able to drive off the swarmlings. But Hellcat was infected and damaged, and though they arrested the sickness, she will be a long time healing. Softly, and Zab felt each of her wounds as his own, whatever you may say of him. His eyes stung. Mournfully, Tripps shook his head.
"Talking about fighting bums me out, man."
"This must be hard for you, given your pacifist convictions. But your role in what lies ahead is not martial, and I'll fight only if attacked."
"But Moonchild fought. Most of the others would, too. I've never fought in my life. I only hit one person, and he hauled off and busted my nose. And then one day I'm in, like, someone else's body while she throws some muscle-bound alien through a wall."
"It was a glorious spectacle," said Tack, chuckling despite himself.
"Being an ace is turning out to be a pretty heavy trip."
"Tizian, I feel her! Hellcat comes!"
Tack rumpled his hair and sighed. "I fear it's time, my friend." He swung his legs out of bed and rose. "I'll see you to the lock." Luminance paced them down a curving corridor. "You're sure he can find the rock?" Tachyon said.
"It's not like there are going to be too many others in the vicinity, Doc."
"The bitch is shaping interception orbit. Max weapons range in 20 minutes.
"Head her off, baby." They stopped by the inner sphincter of the crew lock. Tack and Tripps embraced, both weeping, both trying not to show it. "Good luck, Mark."
"Same to you, Doc. Say, this whole ship is Baby, isn't it?"
"That's right." Self-consciously, Tripps leaned over and lightly kissed a brace whose form flowed like a stalagmite.
"Bye, Baby. Peace."
"Goodbye, Captain. Godspeed."
Pandering to primitive superstitions, Tack chided as they withdrew politely around a bend. Amusement.
"What will the new person be like, Tiz?"
"I don't know. I'm eager to see." Another Moonchild was too much to hope for. Fortuitous enough that they had access to an ace with a combination of powers that gave them some small chance of success. "Doctor?" The voice rolled around to them like liquid amber, deep and rich. Tachyon walked forward. The visual impact stopped him in his tracks. Ace as Greek god, tall, elaborately muscled, a jaw like a bridge abutment, a clear green gaze, a nimbus of curly blonde hair, all wrapped in a skin-tight yellow suit with a sunburst blazing on the chest. "I," the vision said, "am Starshine." "The honor is entirely mine," Tack said reflexively. "Quite correct. You are a militarist, representative of a decadent and repressive civilization. I am about to attempt to avert a horror brought upon my world by your unbridled technology, while you engage in combat with another faction of the same technocratic gang that afflicted Earth with your satanic virus in the first place. Under the circumstances, I find it difficult to wish you success, Doctor. Nonetheless, I do so." Tachyon's voice seemed to have vanished, and Baby was making little staticky phosphine pops in his head. "I'm so grateful. he managed at last. Yes. Starshine stroked his heroic jaw. Perhaps I shall compose a poem about the moral dilemma I face. Hadn't you better go face the asteroid first? Tak almost screamed. Starshine scowled like Zeus caught by Hera, but he said, I suppose so. The lock dilated. Farewell, Tak said. Thank you. He stepped through. As the outer lock cycled open, Baby transmitted the view from outside. Every square centimeter of her skin was photosensitive at need. To Tak's mind, Starshine floated out into vacuum, turned his face into the full glare of the sun, now more or less astern, and appeared to take a deep breath. Then he pushed off from the ship, arms and body straightened to a line, and he became a single brilliant yellow beam bisecting eternal night. Photon transformation, Tak said, impressed. Like the tachyon transformation of our ghost drive, but allowing only light speed. Incredible. For a moment he felt almost proud of the wild card. He shook the sensation off. I'm going to find it hard, he remarked, to like that one. He's sure a prick. I liked the captain ever so much better.
Tiz, they're coming.
Floating, timeless, pure release, non-existence, coexistence with all the universe, the final consummation, Satori in a laser beam. But duration must be, resolution, downward to ego, to matter. The asteroid awaited, an unlovely lumpish mass of slag seeming to fall towards Starshine, though his line of sight ran perpendicular to its path. He rubbed his jaw and frowned. He had a lot more to say to that alien doctor, about the evil his kind had brought the world, about his own culpability in luring that pathetic burnout Trips into wild dangers, but it would have to wait. Time passed. He wondered how much time he had. From the memories he shared with Mark and the rest, he knew the drug lasted an hour. He hoped he could do what had to be done in that time. He held out a hand. A beam of light leapt from it to Tezcatlipoca's pockmarked surface, dazzling white-hot. A circle of rock raced the spectrum and boiled from the surface in a glowing jet. He was fabulously strong, but all his strength would not divert the evil mass, nor did he have the power to destroy the rock. What he could do was use his sunbeam to heat a spot on its flank so that the stuff of the asteroid flared away like a rocket exhaust at right angles to its orbit. Even now, 1,000,000 miles from Earth, a tiny deflection would make all the difference. But even the tiniest deviation in the asteroid's course would require fantastic amounts of energy and an unknown amount of time. By increments, Starshine increased his output. He felt alive and huge and full of power. He could not fail. Here before the Holy Sun's naked eye, with her energy to sustain him. At stake was a planet, his planet, Earth, green and gravid, and, incidentally, his own life, and that of Mark Meadows and the other entities whose existence was somehow locked in his. At detection's instant, Tak knew Hellcat's deadliest weapon was out. The coherent tachyons of her ghost lance would have strewn Baby's component atoms, and his, across a dozen dimensions in an attosecond, if it still functioned. And with Baby's ghost drive gland had also gone her tachyon sense, so they would have had no warning. But Tak gambled that the swarm attack had disabled the tachyon beam. It would have been the mother's most urgent target. The planetoid beings feared the lance, even small ones such as courser-class ships like Hellcat carried. Zab's ship was far from helpless, though. As Baby thrust on a course tangent to hers, crossing out-system from the path Starshine had taken, a pulse of purple light flashed by to port. I was expecting that, Baby said smugly as she threw herself into an evasive dance, intricate as a minuet, which kept her crossing Hellcat's bows as the other vessel rounded on her. Together they sent forth a probe, Tak directing Baby's greater raw psionic power to scan the other craft. He sensed damage that brought bile to his throat, raw wounds with edges burned or withered gaping in Hellcat's flanks. She seeks our lives, he thought, but no faithful ship of Takis deserves the taint of swarmling contagion. Before he could gain a sharper vision, he was cut off by mental force like a guillotine blade. No matter. Baby had sensed enough to evaluate what capacity her rival still possessed. Still, he was surprised.
Spavined slut, consort of barges.
Tack felt Hellcat's anger stab Baby like a spear.
This jaundiced sun shall taste thee and thy weakling lord. Brave talk, thou who cannot waddle fast enough to catch me.
Your mental powers have grown, cousin, he projected. A dry chuckle came into his mind.
Adversity forces growth. You've come, Tizian. I take it you found my emissaries on Earth?
Baby was reporting Hellcat's status.
Tegument weakened in several sections. A lesion in her main drive organ.
I have, thought Tack.
Rabdan was a fool. You've disposed of him? I perceive you have. And Durg? His death was clean, I trust?
He lives, cousin, with malice. He's transferred his loyalty to the groundling who bested him, your former captive, Captain Trips. White-hot anger spike.
You lie!
A moment.
But no. Perhaps you begin to understand why I've taken the steps I have then, Tiz.
According to plan, Baby shaped a curving orbit on constant boost. Despite her best efforts, Hellcat could not close the range. Her fire control had suffered as well. At this distance, the overwhelming superiority of her firepower was cancelled by the more precise aim of Baby's single heavy laser, picking at her, forcing her to trade pursuit for evasion. I understand you have betrayed our clan and our people, Tack thought.
It seems so, Tiz, but consider, this virus you loosed on that hot, heavy world threatens our existence far more surely than the mindless swarm.
The experiment was a success.
Therein lies the danger. These altered groundlings, these aces, aided you to escape against all our strength. Now you tell me a gangling weakling bested the deadliest bare-hand fighter Takis has produced. Do you not in this see the eclipse of our kind, Tizian?
Perhaps the fall of the Psi-Lords is overdue.
And you call me traitor?
The thought felt more wearily amused than outraged. You would have destroyed the entire species.
Of course, they're groundlings.
Agony splashed Tack's brain like acid. He was thrown half out of bed as Baby's acceleration compensator slipped.
Baby, are you all right?
A grazing wound, Lord Tiz. I'm fine.
But there was a tentative note. She'd never been injured in battle before. He caressed her with a brief, healing mind touch, drove fiercely at Zab.
So you made common cause with a filthy swarm? You've seen what they did to poor Hellcat. This mother's encountered Takesians before, or shared plasm with another who had and survived, which ought to tell you much, cousin mine. A pod seeded swarmlings in orbit on the far side of this adoptive world of yours, where they remained inert until we drifted in among them. Then they were upon us, with acid, quick-acting pathogens, and brute force. We drove them off.
Tack's mind filled with images stolen from Rabdan's, of battle in wavering light against amorphous beings whose touch might mean death by irreversible dissolution, of sword blades glinting and screams, and the most desperate defense of all, laser pistols flaring in the corridors while peristaltic spasms racked Hellcat's whole fabric.
We lost 4, your old weapons master among them. The next attack would have finished us, so I chose negotiation.
Violet eyes clenched shut.
Sitcher. After we repulsed the assault, Zab continued, I managed to touch the swollen dimness that is the mother's consciousness, even as we tended our wounded and flushed the passageways with antibiotic emulsion, to impress on her that I wished to deal. She understood but vaguely. I believe she felt something akin to curiosity at my temerity, wanted to examine me at closer range. I traveled to her in a single lifeboat, passed within.
Baby was back in control of herself. Her violent high-G maneuvering no longer so much as rippled the surface of the brandy remaining in the goblet by the bed. Sweat stood out in cool domes on Tack's forehead. Despite himself, he felt awe of his cousin, even admiration. To journey alone and unarmed into the colossal body of the mother, ancient enemy, boogie of a million cradle stories, that took courage from the epic songs. And this above all was why Zab had done it, Tak knew. He had suffered humiliation at Tak's hands, he who had never known defeat. He had to perform some fabulous deed or have his significance, his virtue, drained from him like water from a broken vessel, and to a Takesian even treason was glorious, if grand enough in scale.
Inside a great cavern I stepped from my craft and stood upon the very substance of our oldest foe. The walls around seemed festooned with strands of black moss, illuminated by witch-lights in 100 pallid covers. The stink was such my vision dimmed, but I made contact with a mind as huge and diffuse as a nebula. After a fashion, we communicated. The monster and I alike had interest in destroying life on this earth of yours, so we came to an accommodation.
Bile bubbled into Tak's mouth in shocked reflex. We came to an accommodation. With what insouciance his cousin passed the thought, as if it did not at once describe the greatest treason and the greatest act of courage their kind had known.
I honor you, Zab. I must. If you win this day, they'll sing your song for 1,000 generations. But I despise you. I'll try to bear up.
Tak shuddered in a breath.
And you murdered Banafsaj. I had to do so. She would never have consented to taking action against you and your precious Earth, to say nothing of treating with the Swarm. To all appearances, she died in the Swarmling assault. Rabdan saw to it, you'll be pleased to know.
A tear fell to the silk coverlet.
Zab, I'm coming to kill you. Perhaps you even can, so weakened is Hellcat. Or it may be I'll kill you.
A weary chuckle.
Either outcome is satisfactory from my point of view.
Baby screamed. Suddenly Tak was bouncing around the organiform opulence of his stateroom. He smelled hot silicone. His mind reverberated to his vessel's anguish.
Now, bitch,
came Hellcat's thought, sizzling with hatred.
Thou canst flee no longer.
A blue-white flare unfolded as Hellcat threw her drive into terminal triumphant overdrive, closing for the kill. Baby! Baby! Her mind was white noise, terror, and pain. Symbiont ships had advantages over non-living craft, could think for themselves, could heal themselves of damage, but they had wills of their own, and those could be broken. Tak grabbed a projection, clung, spread his mind to encompass his tormented ship. Air rushed from a 2-meter gash in her hull, tumbling her through space.
Oh, baby, get control of yourself.
He felt the demon breath of a laser pass her by.
Daddy, I can't.
Light pulsed from the walls in random splashes of color. He summoned all his healing strength, all his love and empathy for his ship, poured his whole being on the terrified flames within her.
I love you, baby, but you must let me help you.
No!
Our lives lie at stake. A whole world's at stake.
Slowly, terror ebbed. The ship's wild gyration damped, and Tak felt her compensator TK field enfold him once again. He breathed once more. Hellcat had shape now without magnification, a spiked darkness alive with tiny lights, riding a tidal wave of fire. Her triumph filled Tak's head as a laser spiked forth, and one of Baby's sponsons evanesced in a flash.
Scream for mercy, coward! Thou'll float forever friendless!
Damn you!
Baby's internal lights dimmed as she channeled all power to her laser. A scarlet spike impaled Hellcat just ahead of her drive. She shrieked, then again louder, a tumult of agony that went on until Tak thought his brain would burst. 1954 C-1100 was vomiting its own substance into space. For a moment, Starshine almost wished he'd brought some sort of instrument to measure his progress. Time was fast running out, and no sign of that treacherous alien technocrat returning. It would be good to know if his sacrifice was going to be in vain. He firmly squelched the thought. He would at least die free of the subtle chains of technology, and the green earth would live a while longer, until the land rapers and techno-freaks burned her out, but he would have done his part. He began composing his final poem, a poignant piece, the more so since there were none to hear it above the asteroid's silent photonic scream, but the other entities who made up the composite that was Captain Tripp's. When he could think again,
"Baby, are you all right?"
"We won! Lord Tiz, I beat her!"
An image of Hellcat, lightless and torn, tumbling away on a cometary path, away from the world her master had sought to devastate.
"Zab! Zab, do you still live?"
No reply, and he wondered why his pulse quickened anxiously. And then,
"I do. Damn you! Can you do nothing right?"
"What of our people?"
3 died when your shot blew the drive. Aliora, Zovar Sang, that servant wench you were so fond of, all vanished in a gout of flame. Are you then proud, Tizian?"
He sat dead still, cold emptiness within. He had murdered his own kinsmen, first Rabdan, then these others, and Tali, his playmate, who'd warned him of Zab's intentions when he and Turtle and Trips were kidnapped. All for a good cause, of course, yet could not Zab claim the same?
"You've won. Take your vengeance, Tizian."
"Baby, match vectors with Hellcat. This must be quickly done."
"But, Master—"
"What?"
"Starshine. He's about to revert to Captain Tripp's."
"What are you waiting for?"
A rising note.
"Do you gloat, Tizian? It isn't like you. Finish it!"
Tak stared blankly at the membrane wall ahead, where Baby formed an image of her stricken foe. His pride demanded consummation, and practicality. As long as Zab lived, Tachyon was in mortal peril, and Earth besides.
"Tiz, when my mother cast that mongrel bitch who popped you down the stairs, I watched. I stood by the balustrade and laughed, the way her head lolled on her neck."
But Tachyon laughed. "Enough. Save your venom for the void, Zab."
"Shoot, then! Damn you, shoot!"
"No. Repair your ship if you can. Limp back to Takis. Fly to network space and live as a renegade. Live in the knowledge that I've bested you again. That you betrayed your lineage and failed." He threw up a wall against a surge of fury. "Baby, find the captain quickly." She sheared away, her own drives a yellow coma.
"Destroy you, Tizian! I swear!"
He sensed. Then Zab was gone, out of range, tumbling into the infinite hole of night. The shine of his hands winked out. As they did, Starshine felt a sickness, a shifting of the very fabric of his being.
"At least I died in the sun's embrace."
300 seconds later, Baby braked to match velocity with a form hanging apparently lifeless above a still glowing crater in the asteroid's flank. Gently she reached out with her grappler field, caught up the purple-clad form with blood dried in rings about mouth and ears. The silk hat that followed it like a purple satellite drew them within her. As her master bent weeping over his friend, she set her prow toward the world that had become their home.
"Mark! Mark, old man!"
Dr. Tachyon exploded through the door of the cosmic pumpkin, arms full of bouquets and bottles of wine in paper bags. Mark wheeled his chair in from the head shop.
"Doc, it's like far out to see you. What's the occasion?"
His face had an unnaturally ruddy cast where vacuum had burst capillaries beneath the skin, and until his eardrums healed, he was hearing by a little bone conduction unit taped to the mastoid process beside his left ear. But on the whole, he didn't look too bad for what he'd survived.
"What's the occasion? What's the occasion? Doughboy is cleared of all charges. He comes home today. You're a hero. That is, your friend the captain is. And I, of course. There's a celebration at the Crystal Palace, and the drinks are on the house."
"What about those bottles?"
"These?"
A smile.
"I might be having a private celebration of my own after the festivities at Chrysalis's."
He stuck out a bouquet.
These are for you. Let me be the first to congratulate you, Mark.
Mark sniffled.
Oh, thanks, Doc.
Shall we away? Why don't you slip into, more formal clothing?
Mark glanced away.
I think I better stay here. I got the store and Sprout to look after, and I'm not getting around too well.
Nonsense! You must come. You've earned adulation, Mark. You're a hero.
His friend evaded his eye.
Brenda will be more than happy to look after the shop and Sprout for you.
Not so fast, Buster,
said the woman behind the counter.
And I'm Susan.
Tack fixed her with a penetrant stare. After a moment, she crumpled.
I guess I could. But this chair,
Mark whined.
Do you require assistance, Mistress Isis?
A voice asked from the rear of the store, deep and resonant like an alien gong. Durg at Marak Boisis Vayawan Sa emerged into the deli. A collector's item Steppenwolf t-shirt stretched to near explosion across his giant chest. He was limping, his cheeks puffy and bruised, but otherwise little the worse for wear.
I can carry you wherever you wish to go, mistress.
Mark's drunkard's flush deepened.
I wish you'd quit calling me that, man. My name's Mark.
Durg nodded.
As you wish, mistress. If you wish to conceal your name from the envy of your weaker fellows as you conceal your form, I shall use your nom de guerre when there are groundlings present.
Jesus,
Mark said. For his part, Tack was annoyed that the Marak had managed to learn that Moonchild's real name, whatever that meant, was Isis Moon, which was more than he knew. He was also more than slightly amused.
Splendid,
he said, shifting his grip on his burdens.
You run upstairs and change. I'll meet you at the palace.
Where'll you be?
I've an appointment first.
Durg picked Mark up, wheelchair and all, and carried him up the stairs. Sarah Morgenstern's face was flushed almost as deeply as Mark's, here in the late afternoon gloom of Tack's office.
So you did it,
she breathed. He was aware of the scent of her, sensed her excitement. He could barely contain his own.
It was simple,
he lied.
Tell me, how was the crime committed?
He told her, with a minimum of embellishment, since concupiscence enjoyed a higher priority even than inflating his ego. And when he finished, he saw to his amazement that her eager expression had collapsed on itself like a fallen souffle.
Aliens? It was aliens?
She could barely force the words out. Her disappointment beat at his frontal lobes like surf.
Why, yes, new stage swarmlings in league with my cousin Zeb, and that's an important part of the story, you will write, the danger posed by this new manifestation by the swarm, because this means the mother's not been content to go and leave this world in peace.
The bouquet he'd given her dropped to the floor. A dozen roses lay around her feet like trees flattened by an air-bursting bomb.
Handy,
she sobbed, face distorted, shellacked with tears. Then she was gone, heels ticking heedlessly down the corridor. As they receded, Tack knelt, tenderly picked up a single blood-red bud.
I will never understand these earthers,
he thought. Tucking the flower into the buttonhole of his sky-blue coat, he stepped delicately over the other flowers, shut the door, locked it, and went out whistling to join the celebration. Jube, 6. Subways were a human perversion that Jube had never quite grown accustomed to. They were suffocatingly hot. The smell of urine in the tunnels was sometimes overwhelming. And he hated the way the lights flickered on and off as the cars rattled along. The long ride on the A train up to 190th Street was worse than most. In Jokertown, Jube felt comfortable. He was part of the community, someone familiar and accepted. In Midtown and Harlem and points beyond, he was a freak,
something that little children stared at and their parents studiously failed to notice. It made him feel almost, well, alien. But there was no avoiding it. It would never do for the newsboy called Walrus to arrive at the cloisters in a taxi. These past few months it had sometimes seemed as though his life was in ruins, but his business was doing better than ever. Jube had discovered that Masons read newspapers too, so he brought a large armful to each meeting and read them on the A train, when the lights were on, to take his mind off the smells, the noise, and the looks of distaste on the faces of the riders around him. The lead story in the Times announced the formation of a special federal task force to deal with the swarm menace. The ongoing jurisdictional squabbles between NASA, the Joint Chiefs, Scare, and the Secretary of Defense, all of whom had claimed the swarm as their own, would finally be ended, it was hoped, and henceforth all anti-swarm activities would be coordinated. The task force would be headed by a man named Lancaster, a career diplomat from state who promised to begin hearings immediately. The task force hoped to requisition the exclusive use of the VLA radio telescopes in New Mexico to locate the swarm mother, but that idea was drawing heavy flack from the scientific community. The Post highlighted the latest Ace of Spades murder with pictures of the victim, who had taken an arrow through his left eye. The dead man had been a joker with a record as long as his prehensile tail, and ties to a Chinatown street gang variously known as the Snowbirds, the Snowboys, and the Immaculate Egrets. The Daily News, which featured the same murder minus the art, speculated that the bow-and-arrow killer was a mafia hitman, since it was known that the Immaculate Egrets of Chinatown and the Demon Princes of Jokertown had been moving in on Gambioni operations, and Frederico the Butcher Machilayo was not one to take kindly to such interference. The theory failed to explain why the killer used a bow and arrow, why he dropped a laminated ace of spades on each body, and why he had left untouched the kilo of angel dust his latest victim had been carrying. The National Informer had a front-page color photograph of Dr. Tachyon standing in a laboratory with a gawky, bewhiskered companion in a purple Uncle Sam suit. It was a very unflattering picture. The cut line read, "Dr. Tachyon and Captain Zip pay tribute to Dr. Warner Fred Warren. His contribution to science unparalleled, says psychic alien genius." The accompanying article suggested that Dr. Warren had saved the world and urged that his laboratory be declared a national monument, a suggestion it attributed to Dr. Tachyon. The tabloid centerfold was devoted to the testimony of a Bronx cleaning lady who claimed that a swarmling had attempted to rape her on the path tubes, until a passing transit worker transformed himself into a 12-foot-long alligator and ate the creature. That story made Jube uneasy. He glanced up and studied the others in the A train, hoping that none of them were swarmlings or were alligators. He had the new issue of Aces magazine, too, with its cover story on Jumpin' Jack Flash, the Big Apple's hottest new ace. Flash had been utterly unknown until 2 weeks ago, when he'd suddenly appeared in an orange jumpsuit slit to his navel to extinguish a warehouse fire on South Street that was threatening to engulf the nearby Jokertown clinic by drawing the flames in on himself and somehow absorbing them. Since then he'd been everywhere, booming along through the Manhattan sky on a roaring column of fire, shooting flame blasts from his fingertips, giving sardonic and cryptic interviews, and escorting beautiful women to Aces High, where his penchant for flambeing his own steaks was giving Hiram fits. Aces was the first magazine to plaster his foxy grin on its cover, but it wouldn't be the last. At the 59th Street station, a slender, balding man in a three-piece suit got on the train and sat across the car from Jube. He worked for the Internal Revenue Service and was known in the order as Vest. At 125th Street, they were joined by a hefty, gray-haired black woman in a pink waitress uniform. Jube knew her, too. They were ordinary people, both of them. They had neither ace powers nor joker deformities. The Masons had turned out to be full of such people. Construction workers and accountants, college students and moving men, sewer workers and bus drivers, housewives and hookers. At the meetings, Jube had met a well-known lawyer, a TV weatherman, and a professional exterminator who loved to talk shop and kept giving him cards. "Lots of roaches in Jokertown, I'll bet." Some were rich, a few very poor. Most just worked hard for their living. None of them seemed to be very happy. The leaders were of a more extraordinary cut, but every group needs its rank and file, every army its privates. That was where Jube fit in. J. Ackroyd would never know where he had made his mistake. He was a professional private investigator, shrewd and experienced, and he had been painstakingly careful once he had realized what he was dealing with. If only he had been a little less talented, if only Chrysalis had sent a more common sort of man, they might have gotten away with it. It was his ability that had tripped him up, the hidden ace power. Popinjay, that was the street name he loathed. He was a projecting teleport who could point a finger and pop people somewhere else. He had done his best to stay inconspicuous, had failed to pop a single Mason, but Judas had sensed the power nonetheless, and that had been enough. Now Ackroyd had no more memory of the Masons than did Chrysalis or Devil John Darlingfoot. Only Jube's obvious jokerhood and conspicuous lack of power had spared his mind and his life. That, and the machine in his living room. It was dark by the time the A-train pulled into 190th Street. Spoons and Vest walked briskly from the subway while Jube trudged after them, newspapers under his arm. The harness chafed under his shirt, and he felt desperately alone. He had no allies. Chrysalis and Popinjay had forgotten everything. Freud had woken as a bloated gray-green thing with flesh like a jellyfish and had promptly gone to sleep again, sweating blood. The Takesians had come and gone, doing nothing, caring less. The singularity shifter, if it was still intact and functional, was lost somewhere in the city, and his tachyon transmitter was useless without it. He could not go to any human authorities. The Masons were everywhere. They had penetrated the police, the fire department, the IRS, the transit authority, the media. At one meeting, Jube had even spotted a nurse who worked at the Jokertown clinic. That one had troubled him deeply. He had spent several sleepless nights floating in his cold tub, wondering if he ought to say something to somebody. But who? He could whisper Nurse Gresham's name to Troll. He could report Harry Matthias to its captain. He could spill the whole story to Crab Cakes at the Cry. But what if Troll was a Mason himself, or Captain Black, or Crab Cakes? The ordinary Masons saw their leaders only at a distance and frequently in masks, and there were rumors of other high-degree initiates who never came to meetings, aces and power brokers and others in positions of authority. The only one he could really trust was himself. So he had gone to their meetings, listening, learning. He had watched with fascination when they donned their masks and acted out their pageants and rituals, had researched the attributes of the mythological gods they aped, had told his jokes and laughed at theirs, had made friends with those who would befriend a joker and observed the others who would not. And he had begun to suspect something monstrous and troubling. He wondered, not for the first time, why he was doing this, and found himself remembering a time long ago aboard the great network starship Opportunity. The master trader had come to his cabin in the guise of an ancient Glaberin, his bristling hair gone black with age, and Jubin had asked why he was being honored with this assignment. "You are like them," the master trader had said. "Your form is different, but among those warped and twisted by Takesian bioscience, you will be lost, another faceless victim. Your thought patterns, your culture, your values, your moralities, these are closer to the human norms than those of anyone else I might select. In time, as you dwell among them, you will become still more alike, and so you will come to understand them and be of great value on our return." It had been true, all true. Jube was more human than he would ever have guessed. But the master trader had left one thing out. He had not told Jubin that he would come to love these humans and to feel responsible for them. In the shadow of the cloisters, two youths in gang colors stepped out to confront him. One of them had a switchblade. They knew him by now, but still he had to show them the shiny red penny he carried in his pocket. Those were the rules. They nodded to him silently, and Jube passed within, to the great hall where they were waiting with their tabards and masks, with their ritual words and the secrets he was terrified to learn, where they were waiting for him to arrive to conduct his initiation. By Lost Ways by Pat Cadigan. It was unseasonably hot for May, a fast preview of deep summer, and the children gathered at the fire hydrant made a timeless scene. The only thing missing was expertise. No one knew how to release the water from the hydrant. Never mind that such a thing would result in a precipitous drop in the local water pressure, seriously impairing firefighting, which was why arsonists were always willing to accommodate a gaggle of sweaty kids on a hot day. But there was never an arsonist around when you needed one. The man in the mom-and-pop convenience store was not watching the kids. He was watching the young woman with the shoulder-length auburn hair and the wide green eyes who was watching the kids. He'd been tracking her since he'd gotten off the bus 3 days before, usually from the shelter of one of his favorite tabloids, like the one he was holding now. The headline read, "Woman Turns into Joker, Eats Mate on Wedding Night." Harry Matthias had always had a taste for the lurid. The girl across the street, however, was anything but lurid. Girl suited her better than young woman, even though he was reasonably sure she was over 21. Her heart-shaped face was unmarked, unlined, unfinished. Unsophisticated, very attractive if you looked twice, and he imagined most people did. You'd never think that she was anything other than one more innocent morsel throwing herself into the jaws of the big city. But Harry, more often referred to as Judas, knew differently. The astronomer would reward him handsomely for this one. Or rather, the astronomer's people would. The astronomer himself didn't bother with you, not if you were lucky, and Judas had been very lucky, almost too lucky to live. He'd gone from being a Joker groupie, what they'd called a jokey, and laughing at him too when they said it, to being an ace himself. A very subtle ace, to be sure, but very useful with his ability to detect another ace and the power involved. His power had come out that night in that crazy cabaret, the Joker's Wild. Saved his life. They'd been about to serve him up proper when the spore had turned and he'd exposed that shapeshifter woman. What changes they'd put her through, to coin a phrase. He didn't like to think about it, but better her than him. Better anyone than him. Even the girl across the street, though it would have pained him. She was attractive. But he was only delivering her to the Masons, where she wouldn't be wasted. What a talent she had. They'd probably pin a medal on him when he brought her in. Well, they'd pay him anyway. Enough to take the sting out of being called Judas. If he'd felt any sting, which he didn't. The girl smiled, and he felt himself smiling in response. He could sense her power gathering itself. Absently, he tossed a few coins at the cashier for the tabloid and stepped out onto the sidewalk with the paper under his arm. Once again he found himself marveling. Even though he knew it took a special power all its own to detect an ace, he was still amazed that people never knew when they stood before something greater than themselves, whether it was an ace, Tiamat, or the one true God. He glanced at the sky. God was on coffee break, and Tiamat had yet to arrive. Right now it was just him and the girl, and that was company enough. He alone felt it when she let fly. The power surged out of her both like a wave and like a fusillade of particles. The magnitude was frightening. There was a power primeval, something that felt old in spite of the relative newness of the wildcard virus, as though the virus had activated some ability native but dormant for centuries. Could be, he thought suddenly. Didn't every primitive people have some kind of right meant to call down the rain? Without warning, the fire hydrant popped and water gushed out onto the street. The kids waded in cheering and laughing, and she was enjoying them so much she never noticed his approach. "Police, miss, come along quietly." The complete surprise on her face as she stared at the badge he held under her nose made her seem younger still. "You didn't really think you were going to get away with this, did you? And don't play innocent. You're not the only ace we've ever had in this town, you know." She nodded meekly and let him lead her away. The cloisters were completely wasted on her. She didn't bother to look up at the soaring French Gothic architecture, or even the ornately carved wooden door where he delivered her like so much goods into the waiting hands of Kim Toy O'Toole and Red. He resisted the urge to kiss her. For a guy named Judas, kissing would be pouring it on too thick. "Hey, little girl." She hadn't even noticed the absence of police uniforms. Red had been mildly florid until the wildcard virus had bitten him. Now he was completely red all over and hairless as well. He thought of it as a comparatively tolerable condition.
Maybe I've got some red Indian in me,
he would say from time to time. He didn't. His wife, Kim Toy, was the offspring of an Irish career army man and the true love he had met while on R&R in Hong Kong. Sean O'Toole had been a Mason, but he would barely have recognized the organization his daughter had turned to after her own spore had bloomed and she had discovered that the combination of mental power and pheromones could dazzle men far more greatly than was usual for a reasonably attractive woman. Red hadn't needed that kind of dazzling. Good thing. Sometimes she couldn't help making it fatal. They took the fresh piece Judas had brought them and stuck her in one of the old downstairs offices where interviews, Roman would always correct them, could take place in privacy. Then they sat down outside in the hall for an unscheduled break. Roman would be along at any moment, after which they would have to dispose of the girl however the astronomer thought best.
"Little creep,"
Red muttered, accepting an already lit cigarette from Kim Toy. Little creep was a term that always referred to the astronomer.
"Sometimes I think we ought to stomp his ass and run."
"He's going to own the world,"
Kim Toy said mildly.
"and give us a piece. I think that's worth keeping him around for."
"He says he's going to give us a piece, like he's a feudal lord, but we're not all samurai, wife of mine."
"Neither am I. I'm Chinese, fool, remember?"
Kim Toy looked past her husband.
"Here comes Roman. And Kafka."
She and Red sat up and tried to look impassive. Roman was one of the astronomer's high-level flunkies, someone who could visit those segments of society that would have been considered above most of the questionable types the astronomer had recruited. His blonde good looks and flawless grooming gave him entree almost anywhere. It was whispered that he was one of the rare reverse jokers, someone the spore had made over from a hideously deformed wreck into his present state of masculine beauty. Roman himself wasn't saying. Following along behind him was his antithesis, the one they called Kafka, or the roach, though not to his face, for he looked like nothing so much as a roach's idea of a human. No one made fun of him, however. The Shakti device that the astronomer had said would be their salvation was mostly Kafka's doing. He'd figured out the alien instrument that had been in the Mason's custody for centuries, and he had single-handedly designed and constructed the machine that completed its power. Nobody bothered him. Nobody wanted to. Roman gave Red and Kim Toy a minuscule nod as he headed for the office door, and then stopped abruptly, almost causing Kafka to bump into him. Kafka leaped back, clutching his skinny arms to himself, panicked at the prospect of any contact with someone who washed less than 12 or 13 times a day. "Where do you think you're going?" Roman's smile was flat. Kafka took a brave step forward.
"We found 6 aliens passing as humans in the last 3 weeks. I just want to make sure she's human."
"You want to make sure she's human." Roman gave him an up and down. "Judas brought her in. The ones Judas brings us are always human, and the astronomer doesn't want us scaring off the good ones, which is why I interview them when they first get here. You'll pardon me for saying so, Kafka old thing, but I don't think your appearance will be any too reassuring." Kafka's exoskeleton rasped as he turned away and went back down the hall. Kim Toy and Red watched him go, neither of them caring to break the silence by so much as letting out a breath. He was watching the monitors when she came in, Roman said, straightening his expensive, tasteful tweed jacket. Pity. I mean, the man obviously wouldn't mind getting next to such a nice female, but the way he is—
"How's your wife, Roman?"
Red asked suddenly. Roman froze in the middle of brushing an imaginary piece of lint off his sleeve. There was a long pause. One of the incongruous overhead fluorescents began to hum. "Fine," Roman said at last, slowly lowering his arm. "I'll tell her you asked after her." Kim Toy elbowed her husband in the ribs as Roman went into the office.
"What the hell did you have to do that for? What was the point?"
Red shrugged.
"Roman's a bastard. Kafka's a bastard. They're all bastards, And you're a fool. Next time you want to hit that man, get up and break his nose. Ellie Roman never did anything to you.
First you're telling me how you want to own the world. Excuse me, a piece of it. And then you're chewing me out for throwing Roman's wife up to him. Wife of mine, you're a real Chinese puzzle sometimes. Kim Toy frowned up at the buzzing light, which was now flickering as well.
It's a Chinese puzzle world, husband o' mine.
Red groaned. Samurai bullshit. State your name, please, in full. He was arguably the best-looking man she had ever met in person.
Jane Lillian Dow,
she said. In the big cities, they had everything, including handsome men to interrogate you. My heart, New York, she thought, and suppressed the hysteria that wanted to come bubbling up as laughter. And how old are you, Ms. Dow?
21, born April 1st,
I can subtract, thank you. Where were you born? She was terrified. What would Sal have thought?
Oh, Sal, I wish you could save me now.
It was more a prayer than a thought, cast out into the void with the dim hope that perhaps the wildcard virus could have affected the afterlife as well as this one, and the late Salvatore Carboni might come trucking back from the hereafter like ectoplasmic cavalry. So far, reality still wasn't taking requests. She answered all the man's questions. The office was not especially furnished, bare walls, a few chairs, and the desk with the computer terminal. The man had her records in under a minute, checking the facts against her answers. He had access to her whole life with that computer, one reason why she'd been so reluctant to register with the police after her wildcard spore had turned itself out in high school 5 years before. The law had been enacted in her hometown long before she'd been born, and never taken off the books when the political climate had changed somewhat. But then not much had changed in the small Massachusetts town where she'd grown up.
I'll be licensed and numbered like a dog, she'd said to Sal. Maybe even taken to the pound and gassed like a dog, too.
Sal had talked her into complying, saying she'd draw less attention to herself if she obeyed their laws. When they could account for you, they left you alone.
Yeah,
she'd said.
I'd noticed how well that kind of thing worked in Nazi Germany.
Sal had just shaken his head and promised that things would work out.
But what about this, Sal? They're not leaving me alone. It's not working out.
New York was the last place she had expected to be picked up by the police as an ace, and when a break came in the questioning, she said so. But we're not the police, the handsome man told her pleasantly, making her heart sink even lower.
You're not? But that guy showed me a badge.
Who did? Oh, him. The man, he told her to call him Roman, chuckled. Yeah. Judas is a cop, but I'm not. And this is hardly a police station, couldn't you tell? Jane scowled into his slightly incredulous smile.
I'm not from here, and I saw what happened a few months ago on the news. I figured after that the police would just set up anywhere they needed to, or had to.
She looked down at her lap where her hands were twisting together like two separate creatures in silent combat.
I wouldn't have told you about Sal if I'd known you weren't the police.
What difference does that make, Miss Dow? Or can I call you Jane, since you don't like to be called Water Lily?
Do what you want,
she said unhappily.
You will anyway.
He surprised her by getting up and telling the people in the hall to bring in some coffee and something to eat. It occurs to me we've kept you here far too long without refreshment. The police wouldn't do that for you, Jane. At least, not the New York City police. She took a deep breath and let it out slowly.
Sure. Then I guess I'll have some coffee and be on my way.
The man never stopped smiling. Where have you got to go?
I came here to New York, I mean, looking for Jumpin' Jack Flash. I saw him on the news.
Forget it. The smile was still there, but the eyes were cold. You can't do anything for each other.
But
I said, forget it. She looked down at her lap again. Come on, Jane. His voice softened. I'm just trying to protect you. You need it. I can just imagine what a hot dog like that would do to an innocent little morsel like yourself, whereas the astronomer has a use for you. She lifted her head again.
A use?
A use for your power, I should have said. Forgive me. Jane's laugh was brief and bitter.
Oh, a use for my power is a use for me. Maybe I am innocent next to you, but I'm not stupid. Sal used to warn me about that.
Yes, but Sal wasn't an ace, was he? He was just a pathetic little swish, one of that very early kind of joker we've always had in the world, one of nature's mistakes.
Don't you talk that way about him,
she flared, moisture suddenly beading on her face and running down her arms and legs. The man stared at her wonderingly. Are you doing that on purpose, or is it just a stress reaction? Before she could answer, the red man and the oriental woman came in with a platter of small, neatly made sandwiches. Jane subsided and watched as the couple laid everything out on the desk, even pouring the coffee. Fresh from the cloister's own kitchens, Roman said, gesturing at the platter. An ace has to keep her strength up.
No thanks.
He jerked his head at the couple, who took positions on either side of the door. More water ran down Jane's face and dripped from the ends of her hair. Her clothes were becoming saturated.
It's water pulled out of the air around me, she said to Roman, who was beginning to look alarmed. It happens sometimes when I'm under pressure, or whatever.
Fight or flight, he said. Adrenaline produces sweat to make you more slippery, harder to hold on to. Probably the same principle at work. She looked at him with new respect. Even Sal hadn't thought of that, and he'd been pretty smart, coming up with all those experiments to test the depth and range of her power. It was only because of Sal that she knew her power was effective on things no more than half a mile away from her. He had also figured out that she could cause atoms to combine to make water, as well as call already existing water out of things. And he'd been the one to calculate it would take her 48 hours to recharge after exhausting the power, and coached her on how to stretch her energy out so she wouldn't spend herself all at once.
No good being completely defenseless, he'd said. Don't ever let it happen.
And since that one time back home in Massachusetts, she hadn't and never would again. Sal had watched over her for those 2 days when she'd been half afraid and half hopeful that the power was gone for good. But Sal had been right about its return. She'd been prepared to hand herself over to him completely. He'd refused her. Once again she'd offered herself, and he'd turned her down. He couldn't be her lover, he'd said, and he wouldn't be her father. She would have to be responsible for herself, just like anyone else. And then, as though to drive the point home, he'd gone back to his apartment and drowned in the bathtub. Like some sadist's idea of the cruelest joke in the world, Sal Carboni, her one real friend, had fallen and struck his head and breathed soapy water till he died, only 5 weeks ago.
Sal, you're my soulmate,
she told him over and over, and he'd allowed it was true. They had a rare friendship, a meeting of minds, hearts, and spirits, perfect for each other except for the fact that he'd been gay, the second cruelest joke in the world. Water Lily. The name snapped her back to the present.
I told you not to call me that. Only Sal called me Water Lily.
Sal's exclusive option expired with him. The man suddenly softened again. Never mind, dear. Tell me, just how much do you know about what's been happening over the last few months?
As much as anybody else.
She reached forward shyly and picked up the cup of coffee nearest her.
I watched the news. I guess I mentioned that.
Well, it isn't over. In the next month, this town, this country, the entire world will see something that made what happened a few months ago look like a Bible class picnic. Only the people we recruit stand a chance of ending up on the right side of the graveyard. More water appeared on her face.
If you're not the police, who are you?
The man smiled approvingly as she sipped at her coffee. What do you know about the Masons, Jane?
Masons? Masons!
In spite of everything, she burst into laughter.
My father's a Mason!
She forced her giggles to subside before they became hysterics.
What do Masons have to do with anything?
Scottish Rite.
Pardon?
Jane's laughter wound down and faded away. The flat, cold quality was back in the man's smile. Your father's affiliation was probably Scottish Rite. We're Egyptian. Egyptian is quite different. Her giggles threatened to come back.
That's funny. You don't look Egyptian.
Don't get nervy. It doesn't become you. She glanced at the man and woman by the door.
You're the one who knows everything. I just got here.
More moisture sprang out on her face and ran down her neck.
And I can't leave, can I?
We need you, Jane. He sounded almost kind now. She pulled a napkin off the desk and blotted her face with it. We need you very badly. Your power could make all the difference.
My power,
she echoed thoughtfully, remembering the boy in the cafeteria 5 years before, tears pouring from his eyes while he screamed. He hadn't cried a bit at the news of Debbie's suicide. Exsanguination from self-inflicted lacerations. Medicalese, for she slashed her wrists and bled to death. And oh yes, victim had been 13 weeks pregnant. She'd always wondered what Debbie would have thought about what she'd done to her faithless boyfriend. Debbie had been her best friend before Sal, but she never prayed to Debbie the way she prayed to Sal, as though Debbie belonged to some other universe. Maybe that was so, and maybe there was still another universe where Debbie hadn't taken her own life when the father of her baby had rejected her. And so no need for Jane to have forced the tears out of the boy's eyes, no wildcard virus to have shown itself. And then maybe there was even another universe where Sal hadn't had to drown in his own bathtub, leaving her alone and so in need of someone, anyone, to trust. Maybe. She looked at the man sitting in front of her. Maybe if pigs had wings, they could soar like eagles. We need you, he'd said, whoever we are, Egyptian masons, whatever. How good it would be to give herself over to someone's care and know that she'd be looked after and protected.
Can you understand that, Sal?
She thought at the great void.
Can you understand what it's like to be completely alone with a power too big for you? They need me, Sal. That's what they say. I don't like them, and you'd hate them, but they'll look after me, and I need someone to do that right now. I'm all alone, Sal, no matter where I am, and I've come here by lost ways, and there's nowhere else to go. You know, Sal?
There was no answer from the great void. She found herself nodding at the handsome man.
All right, I'll stay. I mean, I know you won't let me go, but I'll stay willingly.
His answering smile almost soothed her heart. We understand the difference. Red and Kim Toy will take you to your room. He stood up and reached across the desk to take her hand. Welcome, Jane. You're one of us now. She drew back, putting both hands up as though she were at gunpoint.
No, I'm not, she said firmly. I'm staying here of my own will, but that's all. I'm not one of you.
That frightening coldness returned to his eyes. He let his hand drop. All right. You're staying, but you're not one of us. We understand the difference there, too. The room they gave her was the corner of some larger area of dismal, cold stone, converted into a warren of smaller rooms with prefab plasterboard walls. Thoughtfully they fetched her few worldly goods from the tiny efficiency she'd rented, and also thoughtfully they provided her with a television as well as a bed. She watched the news, looking for more footage of Jumpin' Jack Flash. Otherwise she occupied herself by producing small droplets of water from her fingertips and watching them distend and fall. "Is she pretty?" asked the astronomer, sitting in his wheelchair by the tomb of Jean de Louis. There was still some blood on the stone figure. The astronomer had lately felt the need to recharge his power. "Quite pretty." Roman took a perfunctory sip from the glass of wine and set it aside on the preacher's table nearby. The astronomer was always offering him things, booze, drugs, women. He would take a taste out of courtesy and then set whatever it was aside. Exactly how much longer the astronomer would allow that to go on was anyone's guess. Sooner or later he was bound to make some bizarre demand involving Roman's debasement. No one came out of association with the astronomer unscathed. Roman's attention wandered to a shadowy area under a brick arch where the skinny, blasted ruin called Demise slouched brooding, his bottomless gaze fixed on something no one else could see. In another part of the room, near one of the lantern poles, Kafka was rustling impatiently. He couldn't help rustling with that damned exoskeleton. It sounded like a multitude of cockroaches going wing case to wing case. Roman didn't bother trying to hide his disgust at Kafka's appearance. And Demise, well, he was beyond disgusting. Sometimes Roman thought that even the astronomer was ginger about Demise, but both Demise and Kafka had been through their allotted humiliations courtesy of the wildcard virus, while he could only wait and see what the astronomer had in mind for him. He hoped there'd be enough time to know which way to jump. And then there was Ellie. The thought of his wife was a fist in his stomach. No, please, no more for Ellie. He looked at the glass of wine and refused for the millionth time to succumb to the desire for anesthesia. If I go down, no, when I go down, I will go down in full possession of my faculties. The astronomer laughed suddenly. Ah, melodrama becomes you, Roman. It's your good looks. I could see you in some other life rescuing widows and orphans from blizzards. The laughter faded, leaving a malicious smile. Watch yourself around that girl. You could end up a little prematurely as the dust we all are. I could. Roman's gaze went to the upper gallery. The Italian wood sculptures were gone now. He couldn't remember what they'd looked like. But I won't. And what makes you so sure? She's a white hat, a good guy. She's a 21-year-old innocent. She doesn't have murder in her soul. Belatedly, he looked at Demise, who was staring at him the way you never wanted Demise to stare at you. Roman braced himself against a broken-off pedestal. It would be horrible, but it wouldn't last long, not really. The eternity of a few seconds. At least it would put him beyond the astronomer's reach for all time. But it also meant he wouldn't be able to help Ellie either. I'm sorry, darling, he thought, and waited for the darkness. A quarter of a second later, the astronomer lifted one finger. Demise sank back into himself and resumed staring at nothing. Roman forced himself not to sigh. 21, mused the astronomer, as though one of his people had not just narrowly escaped being killed by his pet murder machine. Such a fine age, plenty of life and strength. Not the most level-headed age, an impulsive age. You're sure you're not just a little bit afraid of her impulses, Roman? Roman couldn't resist sneaking a glance at Demise, who was no longer paying any attention. I don't mind staking my life on someone whose heart is in the right place. Your life, the astronomer chuckled. How about something of value? Roman allowed himself an answering smile. Excuse me, sir, but if my life didn't have some value to you, you'd have let Demise do me a long time ago. The astronomer burst into surprisingly hearty laughter. Brains and good looks. Oh, they're what make you so damned useful to all of us. Must be what attracted your wife to you, you think? Roman kept smiling. Very likely. Her dreams were full of strange pictures, things she'd never seen before. They troubled her sleep, passing through her head with an urgency that felt directed and reminded her of Roman's impassioned pleas for her to join them, whoever they were. Egyptian masons. Her dreams told her all about them, and the astronomer. The astronomer, a little man, shorter than she was, bone-thin, head too large. What Sal would have called badass eyes while making that sign with his hand, the index and little fingers thrust out like horns, the middle two curled over his palm, some kind of Italian thing. Sal's face floated through her dreams briefly and was swept away. She saw the entrance of some kind of church. No, a temple, definitely not a church. She saw it, but she wasn't there, couldn't have been there. This was a time before she'd been born. Her disembodied presence scanned a nighttime street and then floated up the temple steps past the man on the door who seemed to be frozen. She had a glimpse of a great room aglow with candles, 2 columns, and a man on a platform wearing some kind of gaudy red and white thing over his front, just before the screams began. Not just screams, but screams, screams, ripped from the throat of a soul gone forfeit. The sound stabbed into her. There was time for her point of view to swing around camera-like so she could see it was the little man screaming, the astronomer, staggering into the hall. Then there was a fast jumble of pictures, a jackal face, a hawk's head, another man, his wide face pale, light glinting off the little man's glasses, and then some kind of a thing, a creature thing, slime mass, damned thing. She found herself sitting up in bed, her arms thrown up in front of her face. Tiamat. Unbidden, the word came to her, and unwanted it hung there in the darkness. She rubbed her face with both hands and lay down again. The dream returned immediately, dragging her under with horrible strength. The little man with the enormous head was smiling at her. No, not at her. She wasn't there, and she was glad. She didn't ever want anyone to smile at her that way. Her point of view drew back, and she saw that he was now standing on the platform, and around him she saw several figures, Roman, the red man, and the Oriental woman, a thin wreck of a man with the feel of death about him, a woman with regret so etched into her features that it hurt to look at her. Somehow she knew the woman was a nurse, a young albino man with a prematurely old face, a creature, male, she thought, that might have been an anthropomorphic cockroach. There but for the grace of God, she thought. God is still out on coffee break, little girl. She was looking into the face of the man who had brought her here, the one they called Judas. He was the only one who could see her. It's just the luck of the draw, babe, and you were lucky, and so was I. Blackjack. Everything went dark. There was a sensation of incredibly fast movement. Something was propelling her toward a tiny point of light far ahead in the blackness. And then suddenly she was there. The light swelled from a pinpoint to a fiery mass, and she hit going full out at the speed of thought. The light shattered, and she was tumbling softly on the mossy floor of a forest. She rolled over once and came to rest gently at the base of a large tree. Well, she thought, this is more like it. I must have missed the White Rabbit, but the Mad Hatter ought to be around here somewhere. She shifted position and found she had to grab hold of a large root to keep from floating away. Look, whispered a voice very close to her ear. She turned her head, her hair floating around her as though she were under water, but she saw no one. Look, 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 and you'll see them. A puff of mist blew between two larches in front of her and disintegrated, leaving behind a man dressed in the height of 18th century finery. His face was aristocratic, his eyes so piercing that she caught her breath as his gaze rested on her. But she had nothing to fear. He turned, the air beside him shimmered, and a strange machine melted into existence. She blinked several times, trying to see it clearly, but the angles refused to resolve themselves. Try as she would, she couldn't tell whether it was large and sharp-cornered, or small and molded, sculpted in marble, or nailed together with wood and rags. Something glimmered and detached itself from the machine. She marveled. A part of it had just gotten up and walked away. No. What she thought was part of the machine was a living being. She wanted to pull her gaze away just for a moment, but she couldn't. It wouldn't let her. Alien. Reminiscent of certain other aliens she'd seen on the news in the attack. Jumpin' Jack Flash. The thought was neatly shoved aside. The alien turned to the man and stretched out an arm, or some appendage. Now it began to look more like living matter than part of a machine. The alien smoothed into something roughly bipedal, though it seemed to be holding the form only by sheer will. The ergodic hypothesis. Where had that come from? The appendage touched the machine and melted into it. A moment later, something protruded from the side near the man. He took hold of it and very carefully removed it. The alien sank a little, diminished. She realized it had expended a great deal of its life force to give the man what? The man held the thing to his lips, his forehead, and then lifted it high overhead. Briefly, it took on the form of a human bone, a club, a gun, then something else. Shakti, whispered the voice. Remember this, the Shakti device. I'll never forget it, she thought. The floating feeling was starting to leave her, and she grew afraid. Now look up. Unwillingly, she raised her head and looked up at the sky. Her vision shot up, racing through the sunlight, through the blue, through clouds, until it left the earth entirely and she was looking at the naked stars. The stars dispersed before her until she was staring into the blackness of space, and still her vision was traveling. Something was there ahead of her, invisible in the blackness. Something. It was so far away she could not begin to conceive of the distance. It was on its way to Earth. It had been this far away in 1777, when that man, Cagliostro, set her mind, and she didn't wonder how she knew, had accepted the thing, Shakti, from the alien, and then went on to perform many feats seen as miraculous, including mind-reading, levitation, transubstantiation, amazing all those in the courts of Europe while passionately recruiting for the Egyptian Freemasons. She struggled to absorb the information pouring into her from the dream. Not that it mattered, because when she woke up she wouldn't remember any of it. That was the way it was with dreams, wasn't it? Because he wanted an organization that would keep the Shakti device safe and hand it down from generation to generation to only the most trusted people, until its mysteries could be unlocked and completed when it would be needed for the arrival on Earth of... Something writhed in the darkness ahead of her. Or perhaps the darkness itself was writhing in agony at having to contain this thing, for the arrival on Earth of... It burst upon her without warning or mercy, far worse than it had been when she touched it in the astronomer's mind. It was the gathering, the congealing of the highest, lowest, most developed, polished, and refined forms of evil in the universe, evil that made the greatest human atrocities seem petty by comparison, evil she could not understand except with her gut, evil that had been rushing toward this world for thousands of years, swallowing anything in its path, evil that would be arriving any day now, any day. Tiamat. She woke up screaming. Hands were on her, and she fought them, twisting, striking out. Water poured over her, thickening the air, soaking the bed and the rug. "Shh, shh, it's all right," said a voice. Not the voice from her dream, but a female voice. The Oriental woman, Kim Toy, was there, trying to soothe her as though she were a delirious child. The light went on. Kim Toy enfolded her in a calming embrace. She let herself be held and willed the water flowing over both of them to stop. "I'm okay," she said when she could speak. Her wet hair dripped into her eyes, mixing with her tears. The whole bed was drenched, but she saw with a little relief that she had spared the rest of the room. "You were screaming," Kim Toy said. "I thought someone was killing you." Tiamat. "I had a nightmare." Kim Toy stroked her wet hair gently. "A nightmare?" "I dreamt someone threw a bucket of worms in my face." The astronomer roared with laughter. "Oh, she's excellent. She really is excellent." The albino sitting on the floor next to the wheelchair looked up at him imploringly. "Was it a good dream, then?" "Oh, yes. The dream was excellent, too." The astronomer petted the white hair. "You did it just right, Revenant." The man smiled, the prematurely aged skin around his pink eyes crinkling with pathetic joy. "Roman!" Across the shadowy room, Roman looked up from the computer display terminal. "We'll give her just a little more time for the horror to sink in before you introduce her to the rest of our little confederation, and keep Kim Toy mothering her." Roman nodded, glancing surreptitiously at the computer terminal. "Tomorrow night again, Revenant," the astronomer said to the albino. "You'll do it once more. I want her to wake up screaming for the next 2 nights." The pink eyes lowered with shame. Now, you know you're better off than before, when you were selling perverts wet dreams at $10 a crack, if you'll pardon the expression." The astronomer chuckled. "You're one of my most useful aces. Now, go get some rest yourself." As soon as the albino disappeared down a darkened gallery, the astronomer sagged in his wheelchair. "Demise!" Demise was at his side instantly. "Yes, Demise. We both need it now, don't we? Call for the car." Roman remained at the computer terminal as Demise wheeled the astronomer out, going out to find some poor street-walking scumbag who didn't know this would be her last date. He refused to think about it. He would not feel sorry for any of them. He would not. All of them, Revenant, Kim Toy, Red, Judas, John F.X. Black, Coleman Hubbard. Oh, hadn't that been a piece of work? The astronomer's big ace in the hole, 1001. Even that little piece of innocence, Jane Waterlily. They were all the same, every one of them, pawns in the astronomer's game. Himself, too, but only for Ellie's sake, to try to protect her. Ellie, he typed, the letters glowing on the monitor. I love you. The words, I love you too, flashed briefly on the screen before they were replaced by invalid entry, null program. Somewhere else in town, Fortunato woke, shuddering, his face covered with cold sweat.
Easy, easy, baby.
Michelle's voice was gentle, her hands soft and warm.
Michelle's got you. I'm here, honey, I'm here.
Fortunato allowed her to gather him into her arms and press his face to her perfect breasts.
It's those dreams again, isn't it? Don't worry, I'm here.
He nuzzled her, stroking the warm flesh and willing her to sleep. Then he slipped out of her embrace and locked himself in the elegant bathroom. Once you were in, you were in. What was learned could not be unlearned. Knowledge was power, and power could trap. He would have to call Tachyon. Better go down to the village and wake him up. Eileen. Fortunato clenched his eyes shut until the thought of her had passed. He should have let Tachyon give him something for that, some kind of forgetfulness drug, so he wouldn't keep stumbling over her in his mind. But somehow he couldn't bring himself to do it, because then she really would be gone. He splashed water on his face and paused in the act of blotting it with a towel, staring at himself in the mirror. For half a second, he had seen another face covered with water. Young, female, wide green eyes, dark reddish hair, very pretty, a stranger to him, calling for help. Not calling to him specifically, but calling without a hope in hell of answer, praying. Then the face was gone and he was alone with his reflection. He pressed his face into the towel, one of a soft, luxurious set that Michelle had bought. When she'd brought them home, they had rubbed them all over each other and made love. Kundalini, feel the power. Lenore, Erica, Eileen, all lost to him. He went out to Michelle. Jane accepted the steaming cup of green tea from Kim Toy and sipped at it delicately.
Here's to the second night in a row of no nightmares,
she said with a weak smile. I hope. Kim Toy's answering smile was less than hearty. The girl should have been a quivering mound of jelly after the dreams the astronomer had sent her, and that was barely a taste of Tiamat. Real contact would have driven her permanently mad, but here she was, the fragile little innocent, drinking tea and getting her color back. She was made of sterner stuff than any of them had given her credit for. It was always the innocent ones you had to watch, Kim Toy thought wryly. Their strength was as the strength of 10 because their hearts were pure and their sincerity made them lethal. She wondered if twisted-up old pervos like the astronomer had any inkling, or whether he was so far removed from anything even remotely resembling innocence that he couldn't even conceive of such a thing. When she thought about the way the astronomer recharged his power, yeah, she could allow that was entirely possible. What would a sick old fuck like that know about innocence? And he was going to own the world, sure. But she did believe that. She was unshakable on that, had been unshakable on that. No, still was. Wasn't she? And who was she calling a sick old fuck anyway? What was it when you scrambled a man's brains to make him fall in love with you, and then, when he'd served his purpose, you turned it up from scrambled to liquefy, and the same people who dumped the bodies for the astronomer dumped that one too? She looked at Jane. It was no wonder she preferred the company of women if she couldn't be with Red. Jane reached over and pressed the on button of the remote control. The TV screen flickered to life.
I watched Peregrine's Perch last night, and I didn't have the dreams, she said, a bit sheepishly. Now it's made me superstitious. I feel like I have to watch it to keep the nightmares away. even if it's a rerun.
Kim Toy nodded.
You and about 1 billion other people.
Sal adored talk shows, especially Peregrine's Perch. He said he watched because he was dying to see how they'd work around those wings each night. She paused as a commercial gave way to the stunning features of Peregrine herself.
Sal said they never disappointed him.
Who?
Her wardrobe department?
Oh. Kim Toy fell silent and dutifully watched the program with the girl. Half an hour into the show, a picture of a handsome red-haired man with russet eyes and a lean, sculpted face appeared on the screen, causing Jane to leap out of her chair.
There he is!
She knelt down close to the TV.
Jumpin' Jack Flash! I followed all the news stories about him. He's one of my heroes.
Kim Toy turned up the sound. The man's face vanished and was replaced by the talk show set where Peregrine was interviewing an expensively dressed woman holding an even more expensive-looking camera.
I think you've captured the spirit of Jumpin' Jack Flash exactly, Peregrine was saying. That couldn't have been easy.
Well, it was all the more difficult because it was a candid shot, the other woman said. Believe it or not, I was just lucky, being in the right place at the right time. JJ didn't know I was taking that picture, although he later gave permission for its use.
JJ, said Peregrine. The photographer looked down demurely.
That's what his intimates call him.
I'll bet, Kim Toy muttered.
What?
Said Jane.
His intimates? Give me a break. He probably tells all the women he sleeps with to call him JJ, just so he can keep track. It's easier than remembering their names, and far less trouble than notching their ears, or having them all rounded up and branded.
Jane looked a little hurt. One of her heroes, right. Kim Toy shook her head. At her age, the girl was overdue to learn that certain heroes had, well, not dicks of clay, but certainly hyperactive ones. Like your heroes, madam? Like the astronomer, maybe? Kim Toy shoved the thought away and forced herself to concentrate on the interview. The photographer apparently specialized in photographing aces. More pictures flashed on the screen. To Jane's delight, Jumpin' Jack Flash reappeared several times in between shots of Modular Man, Dr. Tachyon, the shell of the great and powerful turtle, Starshine, and Peregrine herself.
Too bad she can't take your picture,
Kim Toy said as the segment ended and the show went to another commercial. Jane shrugged.
I'm a joker. You're starting to get on my nerves. But the joke's on me. One of the two people who meant the most to me drowned. The other bled to death.
She turned away from the TV.
Yeah, the joke's definitely on me, and it isn't a bit funny.
Kim Toy was about to answer when something shimmered in the air to the right of the TV set. Both women were still as the image of the astronomer congealed out of the shadows.
Kim Toy, Jane, I wish to see you.
There was no need to answer. Kim Toy remained at a sort of attention, hoping her annoyance didn't show. Cheap theatrics for Jane's benefit. The astronomer must have thought she was one hell of a hot ticket to go this far to impress her. He could have conserved his energy and sent Red to fetch them. Dr. Tachyon still looked his stylish best, even on the downside of midnight.
I knew he had some aces up there, but the machine you described from the dreams, well, it does exist, and it's very old by our standards.
His eyes narrowed as he studied Fortunato's swollen forehead.
Rather unusual for you to have an out-of-body experience spontaneously, isn't it?
Fortunato turned away from Tachyon.
Goddamn faggot. Just what we need, faggots from space.
And stared out the window in the direction of the cloisters.
I just came here to tell you, there's a hell of a lot of power massing up there. It called me. Power calls to power.
Indeed, murmured Tachyon. Faggots from space. Fortunato would never love him, but he had never seen the tall, exotic Earthman in such an openly emotional state before.
They're calling to that thing out there, Tiamat. The whole organization has existed for centuries just for the purpose of bringing that horror down on us.
Tachyon's sigh was heavy. Suddenly he felt very tired. 40 years of one horror and another. He was entitled to feel fatigued. He knew Fortunato, standing in his elegant living room with his bulging forehead and the power practically crackling in the air, wouldn't have agreed with him. Power calls to power? Oh, what he could have told them about that, Tachyon thought. And if he could have stepped back far enough to see the grand design of the universe, what he might have learned himself about his own people and the Wildcard Day and the approach of Tiamat, or the Swarm, or whatever it was. Maybe there was a true grand design to the universe, or maybe it was just the Wildcard powers calling the Swarm. Of course, that would mean the virus had called the Swarm before the virus had even existed, but Tachyon was accustomed to dealing with the absurdities of space and time. Not that any of it mattered anyway. He looked at Fortunato, who was energized with kundalini and impatience. The time for agonizing was long, long past. Now was the time for doing as much as he could and not a bit less, to atone, perhaps, for a time when he might have done more, but had failed. When he had failed Blythe. After so many years, the sense of loss had not abated. It wouldn't stay hidden at the bottom of a bottle. It couldn't be obscured by an unending parade of the finest lovers. Only the work he did at the clinic ever seemed to give him some kind of comfort, inadequate, but better than nothing at all. His gaze met Fortunato's, and he recognized the look in the other man's eyes. Power calls to power, and sorrow to sorrow. He gave Fortunato the barest of smiles. We have all lost something precious to us in this battle against horror, but still we must go on and turn back the darkness, if we can. Fortunato didn't return the smile. Everything seemed to call for one of his goddamn fucking faggot speeches. Yeah, sure, he said roughly, turning away. Go up there and kick some ass. You and me and what army? Tachyon reached for the telephone. We'll have to call them out. The cop actually threw a net over him. It was so startling that he reverted to human form, bruising elbows and knees and scraping his flesh as he rolled over and over on the sidewalk. The cop was laughing even as he pulled his gun out and stuck it through the net. Don't get any ideas about changing back, said the cop, or I'll have to put you out of your misery. Jesus, wait till they check your action up to the cloisters. I can hardly believe it myself. He shivered in the net, unable to take his eyes off the barrel of the pistol. The cop really would shoot him. He didn't doubt it. Silently, he cursed himself for not being content with simply sailing over the city, enjoying the lights, and scaring the piss out of the occasional rooftop couple. How many people could say they'd been buzzed by a pterodactyl lately? The cop bundled him into the back of his car and drove through town, still snickering. I don't know what the astronomer will want to do about you, but you'll probably amuse the hell out of him. You make the smallest Tyrannosaurus that ever was.
Ornithosuchus,
he murmured, swallowing hard. Another dinosaur illiterate with a gun. He wasn't sure what to be more afraid of, the gun, this astronomer guy, or his own father, who would shortly discover he wasn't up in his room asleep. He was only 13, and he wasn't supposed to be out this late on a school night, especially in the form of a fast-running flesh-eater of the Triassic period.
Come here, my dear, so I can see you better.
Jane hesitated. The aura of evil that her dreams had hinted at was too definitely present around the old man in the wheelchair. Moisture began to bead lightly on her face and neck. She looked to Kim Toy, but the woman's attention was on the astronomer, just like everyone else's in the great hall. Whoever they all were, Masons. She recognized the man who'd brought her in. Judas, Roman had called him. Roman was seated at a computer terminal off to one side, near a low brick wall that seemed to have been attacked with a pickaxe. Spray-painted on it in metallic gold was the legend, "Eat me."
You have a great power, my dear, the old man said. One that would be greatly useful for the visitor bearing down on us from the stars. Tiamat.
He paused, waiting for her reaction. She stood uncomfortably under his gaze. The extra illumination they had brought in and tacked up so carelessly had only made the shadows at the far corners that much darker. She had a sense of horrible things waiting there for a signal from this astronomer to crawl out and devour her. Eat me. She put one elbow in her fist, pressing the other hand against her mouth so she wouldn't start laughing and never stop.
Are you familiar with that name? Tiamat?
Prodded the astronomer. Jane pressed her hand tighter against her mouth and shrugged awkwardly.
Well,
The old man leaned forward slightly. "It would be helpful if we could have a demonstration of your power, aside from what you did on the street with the fire hydrant." He squinted at her. "Or are you doing it now, my dear?"
"Oh, really subtle,"
said the bleakly thin man standing at the astronomer's right. His eyes made Jane think of tombstones.
"Just what we need. An ace whose big power is heavy sweating. World domination, here we come."
The astronomer chuckled, and Jane thought it was the most evil sound she'd ever heard. Now, we all know she's capable of much greater feats, aren't you? Yes. For instance, you could conceivably remove all the water from a body, leaving, well, not much. He gestured at the rest of the people and chuckled again at the look on her face. "No, I thought not. The only one you might care to use it on right now is myself, and I'm immune." He nodded to Red, who vanished under one of the brick arches. A few moments later he reappeared, guiding two men who were pushing a cage on wheels into the middle of the room. Jane blinked several times, unable to believe her eyes in the bad light. There was a dinosaur in the cage, a Tyrannosaurus Rex, all of 3 feet high. As she watched, it bared its ferocious-looking teeth and ran back and forth behind the bars, its little forearms cuddled up close to its scaly body. One dark reptilian eye regarded Jane with a glitter of intelligence. "Vicious creature," said the astronomer. "If I were to let it out, it could snap your leg off in one bite. Kill it. Withdraw all the water from its body." Jane lowered her arms, her hands still curled into fists. "Oh, come now." Another of those evil chuckles. "Don't tell me your heart is touched by every stray dinosaur that comes along."
"There's someone in there," she said. "You want a sample of my power? Here's a close-up." Something almost happened. She had focused on an area just in front of the astronomer's face, intending to dash a gallon of water into his eyes. The air blurred momentarily and then cleared. The old man threw back his head and roared with laughter. "Ah, you were right, Roman. She breaks out with bravado at the oddest moments. I told you, my excellent dear, that your power won't work if I don't want it to. No matter how much power you have, I have more. Isn't that right, Demise?" The skinny man stepped forward, ready to obey some order. The astronomer shook his head. "There's another waiting for us, much more receptive. She won't try to throw a bucket of water in our faces." Jane wiped her own face without effect. Water was beginning to pool around her feet. The astronomer watched her, unmoved. "To have real power is to be able to use it, to be able to do certain things, no matter how awful you may find them. There is more power than you can imagine in being able to do such things, or in being able to make someone do them." He gestured at the cage. Jane followed the movement and then had to clap both hands over her mouth to keep from crying out. The Tyrannosaur had been replaced by a boy no more than 12 or 13 years old, with sandy brown hair, gray-blue eyes, and a small pink birthmark on his forehead. He would have been startling enough, except that he was also completely naked. He crouched at the bars, doing his best to cover himself. "There is no more time to try to court you, my dear," said the astronomer, and all pretense of kindliness was gone from his voice. "Tiamat is very close now, and I cannot waste even a moment trying to lure you in with us. It's too bad. Your killing a child, even in the guise of a dangerous dinosaur, would have bound you over to us, dramatically, but completely. If I had but a few more weeks, you would have been ours painlessly. Now it is a matter of choosing between your life and your brave little ethics. You have as much time to decide as it takes for me to cross this room. I have no doubt which you'll choose. May your ethics sustain you in the next life, if there is one." He gestured at the skinny man. "Demise?" Several things happened at once.
The cockroach man stepped forward with a loud rustling sound and shouted, "No!" just as water splashed into Demise's face forcefully enough to knock him over, and then another voice, incredibly loud, bellowed, "This is the great and powerful turtle! You will all come out peacefully! We have this place surrounded and no one needs to get hurt!" And then, impossibly, Jane thought she heard something that sounded like the old theme from the Mighty Mouse cartoons, "Here I come to save the day." This was followed by an ungodly caterwauling that went from extreme bass to an ear-splitting high, shaking the entire building. There was a crash as the cage toppled to the floor, spilling the boy out. Jane fought to keep her balance and reached the boy in the general chaos of people trying to run in every direction. He turned into another dinosaur barely 2 feet high, this one very slender and agile-looking, with slim clawed fingers. She forced herself to grab the fingers as it scuttled over to her.
We've got to get out of here,
she said breathlessly, and more than a little unnecessarily, and looked around. Demise and the astronomer had vanished. The little dinosaur pulled her across the room and into a shadowy gallery under the archways. Holding hands with a dinosaur, she thought as they fled down the gallery. Only in New York. She didn't notice Kafka struggling after them. It was really a hell of a beautiful sight, the great and powerful turtle said later. Aces of every variety rising up out of the trees around the cloisters, swooping down on the masons that spilled out of the building onto the brick paths and into the ruined gardens. He had seen just about everything during the battle. One of the things he missed, however, was Jane and the boy dinosaur creeping along part of a columned arcade surrounding an outdoor area now overgrown with weeds. They saw the turtle sailing overhead with several colorfully costumed aces clinging to his shell. One of the aces pointed down at something. In the next moment, he was floating gently to earth, lowered by the turtle's power. Jane heard the little dinosaur hiss alarmingly. When she turned to see what was the matter, he had changed back into a boy, his nudity covered by shadows.
"That's the turtle," he whispered to Jane. "If we could just get his attention, he could get you out of here."
"What about you?" For answer, he reverted to dinosaur again, this one well-muscled and almost as ferocious-looking as the tyrannosaur. It looked vaguely familiar to Jane, who couldn't tell a crocodile from an alligator. She tried to remember the name, an Alice something or other. Alice, or perhaps Alas. Now, for as mean-looking as it was also no bigger than a German shepherd. It growled and pushed her along with its 3 clawed hands, hustling her onto the stone path surrounding the weed-choked garden. There was another one of those grotesque howls. Jane felt it shudder clear through her and the little dinosaur. Allosaurus, she remembered suddenly for no reason, roared in response, clawing at its head painfully. She bent, meaning to embrace it or comfort it, when there was a flurry of feathers, a glint of metal, and then an extraordinarily beautiful woman lit on a low marble wall.
"Peregrine,"
Jane breathed. The Allosaurus made a small, excited sound, looking the winged woman over with wild eyes.
"Better get out,"
Peregrine said good-naturedly.
"The howler's going to shout this place down. Can you manage, you and your, pet lizard there?" "It's a boy. I mean, he's really a little boy, an ace."
The Allosaurus bellowed, either in agreement or in protest at being called a little boy.
"Vicious, really vicious."
Peregrine smiled at Jane as she launched herself upward, her great wings beating the air.
"Best you get out now, I mean it,"
she called and soared away, the famed titanium talons up and ready. Jane and the Allosaurus ran around the ruined garden and tore down another arcade. She heard the little dinosaur fall behind and paused, squinting in the darkness.
"What's wrong?"
She could just make out a human silhouette.
"Gotta change. Need a fast runner. I'm getting tired. Hypsilophodon's better than an Allosaurus for running."
A moment later she felt long claws grab her gently and tug her along. This one was about the size of a large kangaroo.
"I don't think we're going the right way to get out of here,"
she huffed as they came to a dimly lit area and a staircase leading down. The dinosaur melted into boy briefly before he reshaped as a pterodactyl and glided down the stairs. Jane could only gallop after him. At the foot of the stairs, the pterodactyl suddenly swooped around and came back toward her. Reflexively, she ducked, stumbled, and hit the bottom just in time to come face to face with a man even handsomer than Roman. He wore a navy blue jumpsuit and a tight-fitting skullcap, and there were guns seemingly attached directly to his shoulders. "Hi," he said. "Didn't I see you at the ape escape?" She blinked, shaking her head dazedly.
What? I don't...
And then, as the man's gun swung up to track the pterodactyls circling around them,
No, he's just a little boy. He's a good guy.
"Oh, all right then," said the man, smiling at her. "You two better get going." Jane ran past him, the pterodactyl gliding over her head. "Are you sure I didn't see you at the ape escape?" he called after her. She wouldn't have had the breath to answer him even if she'd wanted to. The pterodactyl sailed ahead of her as she felt her legs beginning to weaken. Panting, she stumbled along, watching as the gap between herself and the pterodactyl began to widen. The pterodactyl banked sharply to round a corner in the hall and disappeared. Half a moment later there was a flash of blue light, a screech, and a thump. Jane thudded to a stop, hanging onto the stone wall.
Please,
she prayed.
Not the little boy. Don't let them hurt the little boy, and they can do anything they want with me.
She forced herself to move forward, holding the wall for support, and peeked around the corner. He had changed back into a boy again when he'd hit the floor, but she could see his bare chest rising and falling as he breathed. The roach man was standing over him with a nasty-looking weapon that looked like a stinger.
I had to stop him,
the roach man said, looking up at her.
He's not really hurt, though. He'll come out of it in a few minutes. Honest, I need your help.
He held out his free hand to Jane. She took a step forward. The face was inhuman, but the eyes were not. Just before she would have taken his hand, he snatched it back.
I meant that just as a gesture. Don't touch me. Rouse him and come with me.
Jane knelt beside the unconscious boy. Judas stood by the tomb with his hands over his ears, unable to clear his head long enough to decide what he should do. Every time he tried to think, another one of those awful howls would shiver through him. He swore his ears were bleeding. The chaos was beyond believable. The astronomers' people had been running in and out of the large room like the bunch of chicken shit losers they all really were. He'd known they were all chicken shits in the beginning. He'd been a cop long enough to recognize the breed. It was enough to make a person want to change sides and start wiping them out himself. And maybe that wasn't such a bad idea, what with aces storming the place. Sure, he had his badge, he had his gun. He could claim he'd been undercover. Who would bother checking, at least for tonight? Sure. He looked around and saw Red and Kim Toy making their way toward one of the darkened galleries, searching for a way out. Might as well start with them as anyone else, he thought, and drew his gun. "Halt! Halt or I'll shoot!" Kim Toy's head snapped around, her long straight dark hair flying with the movement. Judas switched his aim from her face to Red's. "I told you not to move!" Red threw a hand up in front of his head as Judas was about to pull the trigger, and then, suddenly, he was in love. Birds were singing, making nests in his brain, and the whole world was beautiful, especially Kim Toy, most exciting and exotic of women. He flung his gun away and staggered toward her, loving her too much to feel hurt when she fled from him with Red. His ears really were bleeding now, but he no longer cared enough to notice. Like all the rooms in this place, this one reminded her of a chapel. She could see where an altar or a baptismal font might have stood. That place was now occupied by a machine.
"You've seen this in a dream?"
Kafka said to Jane, putting a hand on one of the machine's impossible angles. Jane had to look away. The craziness of the outline was threatening to tie her vision in knots. She stared at the more prosaic form of a nearby computer housing with a large monitor sitting dark and silent on top of it.
"The Shakti device,"
she said.
"Yes, the Shakti device."
He winced as another one of those awful howls tore through the building.
"Oh, tonight we may all die, but this must be protected."
Jane's mouth twisted with distaste.
"That Tiamat creature."
"Our only chance."
There was a rustle as the dinosaur boy, Kid Dinosaur, he told her, wrapped a sheet from Kafka's cot more tightly around himself. She'd asked him to stay in human form so she could talk with him, and reluctantly he'd agreed, provided the roach man would give him something to cover himself with.
I don't know how much you think you can trust this guy, the boy said, but I sure wouldn't.
Steps thudded in the hall outside, and Roman raced in, wild-eyed. "The computer housing! Is it all right?" Without waiting for an answer, he shoved Kafka aside, scrambling madly for the computer. "Ellie! I'm here, Ellie! I'm here!" Kafka went to him.
"Where's the astronomer?"
"Fuck him!" Roman said, and pushed Kafka away. "Fuck him, and fuck all of you!" Another howl shook the building, and they both fell against the computer together. One of the panels came off in Roman's hands, exposing part of the computer's circuitry.
"Holy shit!" said the boy. "Gross me out!"
Even in the bad light, Jane could see the circuitry pulsing, could see the texture of the boards and the moistness there, the living flesh mixed with the hard, dead machinery. Or had the flesh itself hardened? Jane put a hand over her eyes, feeling sick.
"Water lily!"
Kafka's warning came just as she felt the hands on her from behind. They spun her around, and she was staring into the tombstone gaze of demise. She put her hands on his shoulders, and for one absurd moment it was as though they were dancing.
"Are you afraid to die?"
he asked her. In such extremity, she did not find his question out of place. "Yes," she said simply. Something in his face changed, and his grip loosened slowly.
"Water lily!"
Kafka cried again, his voice filled with despair. But she remained standing, remained alive, putting one hand on Demise's gaunt face. He recoiled from her touch.
"It hurts, doesn't it?"
"Everything hurts," he said roughly, and shoved her away from him. She sprawled on the floor near Kafka's machine and started to get up again just as a thick, stained-glass window exploded inward, spraying the room with multicolored shards. She covered her head with both arms, diving for the floor. A long flame roared across the room, scorching wood and stone. She heard someone scream. There was a rustling sound as Kafka crawled across the floor to her and tried to urge her closer to the machine.
"The only thing,"
he panted. Another howl shook them like an earthquake.
"Tiamat! Protect! Need your help for Tiamat!"
He was torn away from her. She heard him shriek at the contact. Then someone pulled her to her feet, and she saw Kafka fall backward from a kick to the head.
"No!"
she screamed.
"Don't hurt him! Don't!"
She had seen those russet eyes 1,000 times, most recently tonight. Her mouth worked, but she couldn't make a sound. The russet eyes crinkled with a quick smile before they thrust her to one side. "Stand back, honey. I don't want to mix you up with the French fries." He turned and began to point at Kafka and the Shakti device and the boy, who had turned back into a dinosaur, a stegosaurus this time, and was all too obviously in the line of fire. Jane fought for her voice and the right words and came up with possibly the only thing that could have stopped him from making one big cinder of them all.
"JJ, don't!"
Jumpin' Jack Flash turned back to her, his mouth dropping open with surprise. A moment later, he was even more surprised to see that she was covered with water. Fortunato had been running in and out of every room and gallery and alcove he could find, searching for Aces or anyone else, the faggot from space hot on his heels. So far they'd only found some clown crawling around on a stone floor with blood running out his ears. The space faggot had wanted to stop and examine him, but Fortunato had fixed that. This wasn't the clinic at noon, he'd said, and had dragged the space faggot away by the fancy collar of his faggot coat. Faggot, yeah, sure, man. Let's talk faggot. Call your man Crowley a faggot. And while we're at it, how was it you raised that boy from the dead, speaking of faggots? He shut the flow of thoughts off firmly as he ran down a narrow hall.
"Fortunato, what are you trying to do?"
huffed Tachyon. "I feel him," Fortunato said over his shoulder.
"And feel who?"
"He did Eileen, and Balsam, and a lot of others." He staggered as the howler gave another one of those long, horrible screams. Tachyon stumbled into him, and the two of them nearly fell. "Shit! I wish he'd shut the fuck up," Fortunato muttered. He stopped suddenly and grabbed Tachyon by his faggot coat front. "Listen, you stand back. He's all mine. Understand that?" Tachyon looked up at Fortunato's swollen forehead, his dark, angry eyes. Then he pried Fortunato's hands off himself.
"I've never seen you like this before."
"Yeah, well, you ain't seen shit yet." Fortunato growled and kept going, with the space faggot tagging after him. For several long moments, it seemed as though nobody knew what to do. Roman had gotten to his feet and was shielding the exposed computer with his body. Kafka had scuttled over to the Shakti machine. The little Stegosaurus was looking from side to side. Even Jumpin' Jack Flash seemed to be frozen, looking from Jane to the strange machine and Kafka, to Roman and back to Jane. Then he turned away from her, and time started again, and he was stretching an arm out toward Kafka's machine.
"Not him,"
Jane said desperately, and reached for him just as Demise said, almost too soft to hear, "Hey, you." Before Jumpin' Jack Flash could react, the Stegosaurus twinkled to the form of a naked boy, and then to a tyrannosaur, and launched himself across the room to bury his teeth in Demise's thigh. Demise screamed and fell backward, wrestling with the tyrannosaur. Kafka started to shout. There was a swirl of light, a glimmering, and the astronomer was standing in the middle of the room. His head was something out of a nightmare now. He had a strange curved snout, rectangular ears, and slanting eyes, but Jane knew it was the astronomer. She heard Kafka say,
"The god, Sitek!"
with either fear or relief. The astronomer smiled at Jane, and she saw blood smeared on his teeth and lips. No wheelchair now. He seemed to be filled with vitality and strength. As though to confirm her thoughts, he suddenly rose 5 feet in the air. Jumpin' Jack Flash took a step back, lifted both hands, and then looked puzzled. The astronomer wagged a finger at him as though he were a naughty child, and turned his attention to Demise, who was still rolling around on the floor with the tyrannosaur. A moment later, the tyrannosaur was the naked boy again.
"Oh, shit!"
the boy yelled, and squirmed out of Demise's grasp, fighting to get to the door. Just as he reached it, a tall black man with a bulging forehead appeared at the threshold. Jane gasped, not at his appearance, but at the sense of power around him. She could feel the unreleased forces charging the air.
"I've sensed you,"
said the astronomer.
"Stirring around the edges, here and there."
"More than stirring, motherfucker." The man drew himself up so that he seemed even taller, and reached out toward the astronomer as though to embrace him. The astronomer descended slightly, still smiling.
"I would enjoy putting you through your paces,"
said the astronomer, and suddenly drew back, floating across the room to Kafka's machine. He twisted his fists sharply upward. The tall man staggered forward several steps, stopped, and braced himself with his feet wide apart.
"Don't be coy, Fortunato. Come closer."
The pull on Fortunato seemed to grow stronger. Jumpin' Jack Flash looked at Jane. "If you know any other tricks besides drowning yourself, honey," he said in a low voice, "you better use 'em." Another man suddenly appeared in the doorway. Jane had just enough time to notice the improbable red hair and the flashy clothing before there was even more red, a whole body's worth of red, knocking the man over. The two forms rolled over and over on the floor, Red fighting to pin the smaller man. Then Kim Toy was there, pulling at her husband, telling him to forget it, just forget it, and let's get out of here. Near Kafka's machine, the astronomer and Fortunato were still balanced against each other. Jane had the feeling the astronomer was gaining slightly. The strain on Fortunato's face intensified with the strange glow around him, and now horns projected from his bulging forehead. In response, the astronomer's body was assuming an animal shape, like a greyhound, with a huge forked tail rising up like something poisonous. Her fear began to crescendo, and there was no one to hold on to, no one who offered shelter or comfort or escape. The boy dinosaur, thin and long-tailed now, whipped back into the room and landed on Red, knocking him off the man in fancy dress. Kim Toy jumped back, and then a fourth person was confusing things, throwing himself on Kim Toy. With a shock, Jane saw it was Judas. Blood was trickling from his ears, but he seemed not to notice as he knelt on Kim Toy's legs, pinned her chest with one hand, and then, absurdly, began to undo his pants. Jane shook her head incredulously. It was some weird vision of hell. The astronomer, Roman, that obscene computer, Kafka, the Shakti machine, the dinosaur in red, and the black man and his horns, and the other man, Tachyon. She recognized him now. He seemed to be dazed. And Jumpin' Jack Flash, unable to do a thing. And that sleazy scumbag who had brought her here, whom she had allowed to bring her here, she corrected herself, like somebody's dog on a short leash, the scumbag trying to rape Kim Toy in the middle of a fight for all their lives. All this ran through her mind in a second, and the power gathered itself effortlessly and poured out of her. This time Judas was the only one who was oblivious to what she was doing. He never knew, even when it hit him, that all she had meant to do was blind him by drawing a flood of tears to his eyes, but the power had been building up without proper release for too long, and she was too scared and too strong in her fear. He never knew, even as he raised up. Then he was not, and in his place was a form made of powder that hung briefly in the air for an impossible moment before it disintegrated. Wetness splattered the walls, the floor, and Kim Toy. Jane tried to scream, but only a faint sighing came out. Everything stopped. Even the struggle between the astronomer and Fortunato seemed to diminish slightly. Then Jumpin' Jack Flash yelled, "Don't anybody move, or she'll do it again!" Jane burst into tears. The whole room burst into tears. Suddenly there was a rainstorm in the room, water spraying from every direction. Jumpin' Jack Flash flung himself out the window and hung suspended in midair. "Drown him or turn it off!" he shouted. And then it was turned off, with a gesture from the astronomer. He favored Jane with another hideous smile. "Do it again, for me." She felt herself being turned by an invisible hand, and power gathered itself within her again, aiming itself for the black man, Fortunato, who was no longer there, but behind the astronomer, standing over Kafka's Shakti machine with both arms raised. And Kafka hollered, "No!" And the word echoed in Jane's mind as the power flew from her against her will, deflected at the final moment with her last shred of strength, so that it bypassed everyone, even the astronomer, and hit the computer just as the Shakti machine collapsed with a sound too much like a human scream. The force from Fortunato struck the machine again, and there was another scream, this time very human, as the computer's awful living circuitry crumpled to powder that flowed over Roman's arms and chest. Fortunato turned to the astronomer, reaching out for him. The animal form melted away, leaving the astronomer human again and very small. He wavered in the air for a moment, and the light around him began to dim. "Fool," he whispered, but the whisper penetrated the whole room and everyone in it. "Stupid, blind, nigger fool." He looked around at all of them. "You will all die screaming." And then, like smoke, he vanished. Wait, goddamn you!" Demise struggled to his feet, clutching his already healing leg. "You promised me! God damn you! You promised me!" Underneath his enraged shrieks, Roman's sobs made a bizarre counterpoint. Jane felt her knees start to give. She had nothing left. Even with her power, she had no more strength. Tachyon was beside her, holding her up. "Come," he said gently, pulling her toward the door. She felt something flow over the incipient hysteria in her mind, as comforting as a warm blanket. Half in trance, she let him take her out of the room. With another part of her mind, she heard Kafka call to her, and distantly, she was sad that she could not answer him. From the shelter of a stand of trees, she watched the last of what became known as the Great Cloisters Raid. Occasionally she caught a glimpse of Peregrine swooping around the tower or flying rings around the turtle's shell, sometimes accompanied by a graceful, if rather small to her eyes, pteranodon. Columns of fire shot up into the night, exploding through rooftops, scorching stone. Vainly she searched for a glimpse of Kafka or Demise in the groups of people. Masons, she thought, shaking her head at the absurdity. Masons, gathered neatly up and removed from harm by the turtle's power. "In the end, I tried to take care of someone. I tried to take care of the little boy," she murmured, uncaring if Tachyon beside her knew what she was talking about or not. But he did. She could feel his presence sorting through her thoughts, touching her memories of Debbie and Sal and how Judas had found her. And wherever he touched, he left the warmth of comfort and understanding. The howler let loose with another one of those awful wails, but it was a short one. She might have cried, except she seemed to have no tears left for the time being. A little later, familiar voices brought her back to awareness. Jumpin' Jack Flash was there with the boy dinosaur, who had chosen another odd form she didn't know.
Iguanodon, Tachyon whispered to her. Look appreciative.
And somehow she did. Fortunato emerged from an entrance that flickered with dying fire. He stepped over glowing fragments and found his way to them, looking even more tired than Jane felt.
Lost him,
he said to Tachyon.
The cockroach, the death freak, the other one. That red guy and his woman. Got away, unless the turtles picked him up.
He jerked his chin at Jane.
What's her story?
She looked past him to the burning cloisters, pulled herself together, felt for the power. There was a surprising amount still left, enough for what she wanted to do. Water splashed down on the worst of the flames, helping a little, not much. There was an arsonist around when you needed one, after all, she thought, glancing at Jumpin' Jack Flash. Don't waste your energy, he said, and as though to back him up, she heard the sound of fire engines approaching.
I was born in a fire station, she said. My mother didn't get to the hospital in time.
Fascinating, he said. But I've got to leave pretty soon. He looked at Tachyon. I'd like to know how you knew, why you called me JJ. She shrugged.
JJ, Jumpin' Jack, it was faster to say.
She managed a tiny smile.
That's all. We've never met before, honest.
Relief was large on his face. Ah, well, listen, sometime soon we could get acquainted and, 60 minutes, Tachyon said. I'd say you're just about out of time. What we could call the Cinderella factor, when someone trips. Jumpin' Jack Flash gave him a dirty look before he lifted into the air. A halo of flame ignited itself around him as he roared off into the darkness. Jane stared after him for a moment, and then looked down sadly.
I almost hurt him back there. I did hurt someone.
Tachyon put his arms around her. Lean on me. It's all right. Gently, she removed his arms from her.
Thank you, but I'm done leaning. Okay, Sal?
She turned back to the burning cloisters and continued to pour water on the worst of the flames. Curled up in an alleyway, Demise shuddered. His leg was bad enough that it wasn't completely healed yet, but it would heal. He knew it the way he knew how much he hated the astronomer for abandoning him, forever pulling him in with his promises and favors in the first place. Tiamat hell. He'd get that twisted-up old fuck before Tiamat ever got here, and that was a promise. He'd put that old fuck through a dance he'd take to hell with him. He drifted in semi-delirium. Not far away, but unknown to him, Kafka watched the destruction of the cloisters. When the water poured down into the flames from thin air, he turned away, willing the cold deadness of hatred to stay in him. Mr. Koyama's Comet by Walter John Williams. Part 1, March 1983. In June of 1981, a third-generation Mitsubishi executive, Koyama Ido, took his retirement amid the extravagant praise and well-earned respect of his peers and underlings. He got extravagantly drunk, paid off his mistress, and the very next day put into operation a plan he had been working on for almost 40 years. He moved with his wife to a house he had built on the island of Shikaku. The house was in rugged terrain on the southern part of the island, and was difficult to access. It cost Mr. Koyama an extraordinary amount of money to get the telephone and utilities put in, and the house was built in an unusual style, with a flat roof that would not weather well, but to Mr. Koyama none of that mattered. What mattered was that the house was so remote there was little light pollution, that it looked east to the Pacific and southwest to the Bungo Channel, and that the seeing was better over water. In a hutch built on his flat roof, Mr. Koyama installed a 14-inch reflective telescope that he had built with his own hands. During good weather, he would trundle this out onto the platform and gaze into the sky, at stars and planets and distant galaxies, and he would take careful, studied photographs of them that he would develop in his darkroom and later hang on his walls. But simply watching the sky wasn't quite enough. Mr. Koyama wanted more. He wanted something up there to bear his name. Every day, therefore, just after sunset and just before dawn, Mr. Koyama would go onto his roof with a pair of Fujinon naval binoculars that he had purchased in Chiba from a starving ex-submarine captain in 1946. Patiently, wrapped in a warm wool overcoat, he would focus their 5-inch objective lenses on the sky and inspect it carefully. He was looking for comets. In December of 1982 he found one, but unfortunately had to share the credit with Seki, a comet finder of some reputation who had discovered the comet some days previous. Mr. Koyama was chagrined by missing Seki Koyama 1982P by some 72 hours, but kept looking, vowing increased dedication and vigilance. He wanted one all to himself. March of 1983 opened cold and drizzly. Mr. Koyama shivered under his hat and overcoat as he scanned the sky night after night. A bout of influenza kept him off the roof till the 22nd, and he was annoyed to discover that Seki and Ikaya had together discovered a new comet while he was laid up. Increased dedication and vigilance, he vowed again. The morning of the 23rd, Mr. Koyama finally found his comet. There, near the not-yet-risen sun, he saw a fuzzy ball of light. He sneezed, gripped the Fujinons tightly, and gazed up again to confirm the sighting. Nothing else should be in that part of the sky. His heart pounding, Mr. Koyama descended to his study and picked up the telephone. He called the telegraph office and sent a wire to the International Astronomical Union. Telegrams are de rigueur with the IAU. A telephone call would be considered vulgar. Offering vague prayers to a host of gods in which he did not profess actual belief, Mr. Koyama returned to the roof with the strange feeling that his comet would have disappeared while he wasn't looking. He breathed a sigh of relief. The comet was still there. The confirmation from the IAU came 2 days later, and confirmed as well what Mr. Koyama already knew from his own observations. Koyama 1983D was a real whizzer. It was flying from the sun like a bat out of hell. Further reports indicated all sorts of anomalies. A routine spectrographic analysis showed that Koyama 1983D was a decidedly odd duck indeed. Instead of the normal hydroxyls and carbon, Mr. Koyama's comet registered large amounts of oxygen, nitrogen, hydrogen, carbon, silicon, and various mineral salts. In short, all that was necessary for organic life. A storm of controversy immediately arose over Koyama's comet. How anomalous was it? And was organic life possible in the cold and dusty ranges of the Oort cloud? Mr. Koyama was interviewed by teams from the BBC, NBC, and Soviet television. He was profiled in Time magazine. He offered modest statements about his amateur status and his astonishment as to all the fuss, but he was inwardly more pleased than he had been over anything, even the birth of his eldest son. His wife observed him walking about the house with the strut of a 20-year-old and the broad grin of a clown. Every night and morning, Mr. Koyama was on the roof. It was going to be hard to top this, but he was going to try. Part 2, October 1985. Astronomy was getting more attention these days, what with the reappearance of P. Halley 1982I, but Mr. Koyama maintained his equilibrium in the face of the turmoil. He was an old hand now. He had discovered 4 additional comets since Koyama 1983D, and was assured of a prominent place in cometary history. Each of his comets had been the so-called Koyama-type comets, with their weird spectrography and their bat-out-of-hell speed. Koyama-type comets were being discovered by all manner of amateurs, always hugging the sun. The controversy had not died down, had in fact intensified. Was it possible that the solar system was passing through a storm of comets containing organic elements, or was this a fairly ordinary occurrence that somehow hadn't been noticed till now? Fred Hoyle smiled and issued an "I told you so" statement, reiterating his theory of cosmic seedlings containing organic life, and even his bitterest opponents conceded that the annoying old Yorkshireman might have won this round. Mr. Koyama received many invitations to speak. He declined them all. Time speaking meant time away from his rooftop observatory. Currently, the record number of comet discoveries was 9, held by an Australian minister. Mr. Koyama was going to win the honor for Japan or die trying. Part 3. Late June 1986. There, another comet, barely visible, chasing the sun about the sky. That made 6 altogether. Mr. Koyama descended to his study and called the telegraph office. His heartbeat increased. He needed confirmation on this one desperately. Not confirmation of the sighting, but of the spectrography. Mr. Koyama was climbing the charts of comet sighters, and this was in a period of a nervous, increased watching of the sky. People were looking up a lot these days, hoping to find the dark, non-reflective swarm parent that was presumably lurking nearby. But the prospect of number 6 wasn't what excited Mr. Koyama. He was getting fairly blasé about finding new comets these days. What he needed was confirmation of his new theory. Mr. Koyama accepted the congratulations of the telegrapher and put down the telephone. He gazed with a frown at the chart he had on his desktop. It suggested something that he suspected he was the only one to notice. It was the kind of thing that was only noticed by people who spent their nights on rooftops, counting the hours and days, shrugging off the dew, and staring at bits of the night through long refractive lenses. The Koyama-style comets seemed to possess not only weird organics and uncommon velocity, but an even stranger periodicity. Every 3 months, more or less, a new Koyama-type comet appeared near the sun. It was as if the Oort cloud were shrugging off a ball of organic compounds to mark each new Terran season. Smiling, Mr. Koyama savored the idea of the sensation his observation would cause, the panic among cosmographers, trying to work out new formulas for explaining it. His place in astronomy would be assured. Koyama comets were proving as regular as planets. In a way, he thought, it was lucky the swarm had landed, because otherwise the observation might have been made earlier. The thought echoed slowly in his mind. Mr. Koyama's smile turned to a frown. He looked at his chart and performed some mathematics in his head. His frown deepened. He took out a pocket calculator and confirmed his calculations. His heart lurched. He sat down quickly. The swarm. A tough, kilometers-long shell protecting vast quantities of biomass. Something like that would be vulnerable to changes in temperature. If it got near the sun, it would have to bleed off excess heat somehow. The result would be a fluorescence not unlike that of a comet. Suppose the swarm were in a fast orbit with the sun at one focus and the Earth at the other. With the Earth in motion relative to the sun, the orbit would be complicated, but not impossible. But with all the sightings of Koyama-type comets, it should be possible to pinpoint the approximate location of the swarm. A few hundred hydrogen-tipped missiles would then end the War of the Worlds in bang-up style.
Motherfucker,
breathed Mr. Koyama, a strong word he had learned from GIs during the occupation. Who the hell should he tell about this, he wondered. The IAU was the wrong forum. The Prime Minister? The Jedi? No. They would have no reason to believe an obscure retired businessman who called up raving about the swarm. No doubt they got enough of those calls as it was. He would call up his comrades from Mitsubishi. They had enough clout to see that he got heard. As he reached for the phone and began to dial, Mr. Koyama felt his heart begin to sink. His place in astronomical history was assured, he knew, but not as he wanted. Instead of 6 comets, all he had discovered was a damned lump of yeast. Half Past Dead by John J. Miller. 1. Brennan followed the Mercedes, full of immaculate egrets, to the gate of the cemetery in a gray BMW he had stolen from the gang 3 days before. He stopped 100 yards behind them, his headlights off, while one of the egrets got out of the Mercedes and swung open the graveyard's sagging wrought-iron gate. He waited until they went on into the cemetery, then he slid out of the BMW, took his bow and quiver of arrows from the back seat, slipped his hood over his head, and crossed the street after them. The 6-foot-high brick fence around the graveyard was stained with city grime and crumbling with age. He pulled himself over it easily and dropped down inside without a sound. The Mercedes was somewhere near the center of the cemetery. The driver killed the engine and turned the headlights off as Brennan watched. Car doors opened and slammed shut. He could hear or see nothing significant from where he stood. He had to get closer to the egrets. It was a dark night, the full moon often hidden by thick, shifting clouds. The trees growing wild inside the cemetery screened most of what city light there was. He moved slowly in the darkness, the sounds of his passing covered by the wind blowing with 100 whispering voices through the branches overhead. A shadow shifting among shadows, he moved behind an old slab tombstone, canted like a crooked tooth in the mouth of an unkempt giant. He watched 3 of the egrets enter a mausoleum that had once been the crowning glory of the cemetery. The monument of a once rich, now forgotten family. It had been allowed to sink into decay like the rest of the graveyard. Its marble stonework had been eaten away by acid rain and bird droppings. Its giltwork had flaked away over years of neglect. One of the egrets stayed behind as the others went through the wrought iron door into the interior of the mausoleum. He closed the door behind the others and leaned against the front wall of the sepulchre. He lit a cigarette, and his face shone briefly in the flame of the match. It was Chen, the egret Lieutenant Brennan had been following for the last 2 weeks. Brennan crouched behind the tombstone, frowning. He had known since Vietnam that Kian was channeling heroin to the States through a Chinatown street gang called the Immaculate Egrets. He had scouted the gang and latched on to Chen, who appeared to rank fairly high in the organization, with the hope of finding hard evidence to link the egrets to Kian. He had witnessed a dozen felonies over the last few weeks, but had uncovered nothing concerning Kian. There was one inexplicable thing. The past several weeks had seen an incredible influx of heroin into the city. It was so plentiful that the street price had plummeted, and there had been a record number of ODs. The Immaculate Egrets, through whom the drug flowed, were selling it at cut-rate prices, stealing customers right and left from the Mafia and Sweet William's Harlem crowd. But Brennan had been unable to discover how they were getting their skag so cheaply and plentifully. Skulking behind a tombstone was getting him nowhere. The answers, if the graveyard had any, would be in the mausoleum. His mind made up, he drew an arrow from the quiver, velcroed to his belt, and knocked it to the string of his bow. He breathed deeply, smoothly, once, twice, caught his breath, and stood. As he did, he glimpsed the name pecked into the weathered rock of the tombstone. Archer. He hoped it wasn't an omen. It wasn't a difficult shot, but he still called on his Zen training to clear his mind and steady his muscles. He aimed a foot lower and a little to the left of the glowing cigarette tip, and, when the time was right, let the string slip from his fingers. His bow was a 4-wheel compound with elliptical cams that, once the tension point was reached, reduced the initial pull of 120 pounds to 60. The nylon bowstring thrummed, sending the shaft through the night like a hawk swooping on an unsuspecting target. He heard a thud and a strangled groan as the arrow struck home. He slipped out of the shadows like a cautious animal and ran to where Chen lay slumped against the mausoleum wall. He tarried long enough to make sure that Chen was dead and to leave one of his cards, a plastic laminated ace of spades, stuck on the arrow tip protruding from Chen's back. He knocked another arrow to his bowstring and creaked open the wrought iron door that closed off the interior of the tomb. Inside, a stairway led down a dozen steps to another door haloed by a dim, steady light that burned in a chamber beyond. He waited for a moment, listening, then went down the stairs silently. He stopped at the door of the inner chamber to listen again. Someone was moving around inside. He counted to 20 slowly, but heard only quiet, scuffling footsteps. He'd come this far. There was no sense in turning back now. Brennan dove through the door and came up on one knee, bowstring drawn back to his ear. One man wearing the colors of the Immaculate Egrets was in the room. He was counting plastic bags of white powder and marking the tally on a sheet of paper on a clipboard. He opened his mouth wide in astonishment just as Brennan released the arrow. It struck him high in the chest and knocked him backward over the knee-high pile of keys. Brennan leaped across the chamber, but the egret was as dead as everyone else in the boneyard by the time Brennan reached him. Brennan looked up from the body and glanced around. What had happened to the other two snowbirds who had gone into the sepulchre? They had vanished into thin air. Or, more likely, Brennan thought, through a door concealed in one of the walls. He slung the bow across his back and checked the walls, running his hands over them, looking for hidden seams or cracks, rapping and listening for a hollow sound. He had finished one wall without finding anything, and was starting on the next when he heard a muffled whoosh of air at his back and felt a warm, humid breeze. He whirled around. The look of astonishment on his face matched that of the two men who had appeared from nowhere into the middle of the mausoleum. One, who wore the colors of the egrets, had saddlebags draped over each shoulder. The other, a thin, reptilian-looking joker, was carrying what looked like a bowling ball. They had, Brennan realized with some astonishment, vanished into thin air, and now they were back. The egret carrying the bulging saddlebags was closest to him. Brennan unslung his bow, swung it like a baseball bat, and connected with the side of the egret's head. The man dropped with a groan, collapsing next to the pallet loaded with heroin. The joker reared back, hissing sibilantly. He was taller than Brennan and thin to the point of emaciation. His skull was hairless, his nose a slight bump with a pair of flaring nostril pits. Overlong incisors protruded from his upper jaw. He stared unblinkingly at Brennan. When he opened his lipless mouth and hissed, he exposed a lolling forked tongue that flicked frantically in Brennan's direction. He clutched his bowling ball tighter. Only, Brennan realized, it wasn't a bowling ball that the joker held. It was the proper size and shape, but it had no finger holes, and, as Brennan watched, the air around it started to pulsate with flickering bits of coruscating energy. It was some kind of device that had enabled the joker and his companion to materialize into the mausoleum. They were using it to bring heroin in from somewhere, and the joker was starting to activate it again. Brennan swung his bow at the joker, who dodged with easy, fluid grace. The halo around the artifact grew brighter. Brennan dropped his bow and closed in, determined to take the device from the joker before he could escape or turn the thing's energies on him. He grappled the joker easily, but found that his opponent was unexpectedly strong. The joker twisted and heaved in Brennan's grasp in an oddly fluid manner, as if his bones were utterly flexible. They tugged against each other for a moment, and then Brennan found himself staring at the joker, their faces inches apart. The joker's long, grotesque tongue flicked out, caressing Brennan's face in a lingering, almost sensual manner. Brennan flinched backward involuntarily, exposing his neck and throat to the taller joker. The reptiloid lunged forward, relinquishing his grip on the strange device, and fastened his mouth on the side of Brennan's throat where it curved into his shoulder. Brennan felt the joker's teeth pierce his flesh. The joker worked his mouth, pumping saliva into the wound. The area around the bite went numb almost immediately, and Brennan panicked. A surge of horror-induced strength enabled him to pull free from the joker's embrace. He felt his flesh tear, and blood ran down his throat and chest. The numbness spread rapidly over his right side. The joker let Brennan pull away with the device. He smiled cruelly and licked Brennan's blood from his chin with his lolling forked tongue. "He's poisoned me," Brennan thought, recognizing the symptoms of a fast-acting neurotoxin. He knew that he was in trouble. He wasn't an ace. He had no special protection or defenses, no armor or fortified constitution. The joker was confident in the efficacy of his poison. He stood back to watch Brennan die. Brennan knew he needed help fast. There was only one person who might be able to reverse the damage the poison was already wreaking on his body. She'd be at Tachyon's Jokertown clinic now, but there was no way to reach her. Already he was finding it hard to stand as his heart pumped poison to every cell of his body. Mai could help him, if he could get to her. Brennan silently screamed her name with a surge of desperate energy. "Mai!" He was aware dimly of the corresponding pulsation of energy in the device that he cradled to his chest. It felt warm and comforting as he hugged it. The joker's smile turned into a frown. He hissed and sprung forward. Brennan couldn't move, but that didn't matter. There was an instant of gut-wrenching disorientation that his numbed mind and body only half felt, and then he was in a well-lit, softly painted corridor. Mai was standing there, talking to a small, slight, foppishly dressed man who had long, curly red hair. They turned and stared at him in astonishment. Brennan, himself, was beyond such a feeling.
"Poison,"
he croaked through stiff, heavy lips and collapsed, dropping the artifact and plunging into deep darkness. It was a swirly, starry darkness, redolent with musky jungle smells. The pinpricks of light scattered across his consciousness were the ends of his men's cigarettes and the faraway stars scattered across the Vietnamese night. There was silence all around him, broken only by the sounds of soft breathing and the noises made by the animals deep within the jungle. He glanced at the luminous dial of his wristwatch. 4 a.m. Golgowski, his top sergeant, squatted next to him in the underbrush.
"It's late,"
Golgowski hissed. Brennan shrugged. "Choppers are always late. It'll get here." The sergeant grunted noncommittally. Brennan smiled into the night. Golgowski was always the pessimist, always the one to see the gloomy side of things, but that never stopped him from doing his damnedest when the going got rough, never stopped him from picking up the others when they felt everything was hopeless. From far away came the whooping sound of a chopper. Brennan turned to him, grinned. Golgowski spat silently onto the jungle floor. "Get the men ready, and hang on to that briefcase. It cost a lot to get it." Mendoza, Johnstone, Big Al, 3 of the 10-man picked squad that Brennan had led on a raid on regional VC headquarters, were dead. But they had achieved their objective. They had captured documents proving what Brennan had suspected for a long time. There were men in both the Vietnamese army and the United States Army who were dirty, who were working with the enemy. He'd only had a chance to glance at the papers before stuffing them in the briefcase, but they had confirmed his suspicions that the biggest thief, the vilest traitor, was the ARVN General Kian. These papers would hang him. The chopper landed in the clearing, and Golgowski, clutching the evidence that would damn a score of men as traitors, chivied the others to their ride home. Brennan waited in the underbrush, staring down the trail from which he expected pursuing VC to come at any moment. Finally satisfied that they had shaken the pursuit, he backed into the clearing as a withering hail of bullets burst unexpectedly into the night. He heard the screams of his men, half-turned, and felt a searing flash of pain as a slug creased his forehead. He went down, and his rifle spun away from him into the darkness. The shots had come from the clearing, from the chopper. He flopped silently on the ground, staring into the clearing with pain-misted eyes. His men lay sprawled in the starlight. All of them were down. Other men walked among them, searching. He blinked blood out of his eyes as one of the searchers, dressed in ARVN-style fatigues, shot Golgowski in the head with a pistol as the sergeant tried to stand. A flashlight beam picked out the killer's face. It was Kian. Brennan bit back curses as he saw one of his henchmen pry the briefcase from Golgowski's death grip and hand it to him. Kian rifled through it, nodded in satisfaction, and then methodically burned its contents. As the papers burned, Kian stared out into the jungle, looking, Brennan knew, for him. He cursed the paralytic shock that gripped his body, making him shake like he had a fever. The last thing he remembered was Kian striding toward the chopper, and then shock drove him into unconsciousness. There were no lights in this darkness, but sudden hands of cool fire on his cheeks. They burned with a soothing touch. He felt all his pain and grief and anger drawn outward through them bit by slow bit, taken away from him like a worn-out cloak. He sighed deeply, content to remain in the healing darkness, as a sea of ineffable serenity washed over him. He was done, he thought, with strife, with killing. None of the killing had ever done any good anyway. Evil lived. Evil and Kian. He killed my father, but I cannot, should not, harm him. It is wrong to bring harm to another sentient being. Wrong. Confused, Brennan forced open his eyes. He wasn't in Vietnam. He was in a hospital. No, the Jokertown clinic of Dr. Tachyon. A face was pressed close to his, eyes closed, mouth screwed up tightly. Young, feminine, beautiful in a serene way, though now touched by extreme pain. Mai. Her long glossy hair enveloped his face like bird's wings. Her hands were pressed against his cheeks. Blood trickled down their backs from between the spread fingers. She was using her wildcard power to take his damaged body to herself, make repairs, and order Brennan's body to do the same. They had mingled minds and beings, and he, for a moment, became something of her while she became something of him. In a confused meld of memories, he experienced Mai's grief at the death of her father at the hands of Kion's men. She opened her eyes and smiled with the serenity of a Madonna.
"Hello, Captain Brennan,"
she said in a voice so low that only he could hear it.
"You are well again."
She took her palms from his cheeks, and the mingling of minds ended with the breaking of physical contact. He sighed, missing her touch already, missing the serenity that he could never in 1,000 years find again on his own. The man who had been with Mai in the corridor came to his bedside. It was Dr. Tachyon. "It was touch and go there for a moment," Tachyon said, a look of concern on his face. "And the ideal for Mai." He let his voice trail off, regarding Brennan closely. "What happened? How did you come to possess the singularity shifter?" Brennan sat up gingerly. The numbness was gone from his body, but he still felt lightheaded and disoriented from Mai's treatment.
"Is that what it's called?"
he asked. Tachyon nodded.
"What is it?"
"A teleporting device. One of the rarest artifacts in the galaxy. I thought it was gone, lost forever."
"It's yours, then?"
"I had it for a while." Tachyon told Brennan the story of the peripatetic singularity shifter, at least what he knew of it.
"How did the egrets get it?"
"Eh?" Tachyon glanced from Brennan to Mai. "Egrets?"
"A Chinatown street gang, the Immaculate Egrets. They're also known as the Snowbirds because they control a good deal of the city's hard drug trade. They were apparently using this shifter device to smuggle heroin. I took it away from them, but was wounded by one of their more extraordinary operatives."
"It vanished when we landed in Harlem," Tachyon said. "Perhaps an egret was in the crowd that gathered around us."
"And took it, realizing what it was? Not likely,"
Brennan said softly. His gaze turned inward.
"Not likely at all. Besides, Harlem is an egret turf. They have agents there, but not many of them."
"Well, however it turned up, I'm glad it did," Tachyon said. "It provides the possibility of a splendid alternative to Lancaster's foolish plan of attacking the swarm in space."
"The swarm?"
Brennan had been aware of the semi-sentient alien invaders that had been trying to get a toehold on the Earth for the past several months, but the fight against them had so far bypassed him.
"What use could this shifting thing be against the swarm?"
"It's a long story." Tachyon sighed and ran a hand across his face. "A man from the State Department named Lancaster is in charge of the anti-swarm task force. He's been pestering me for weeks now to use my influence with the Aces to convince them to attack the Swarm Mother, the source of the swarm attacks. That's in an eccentric orbit around the sun. It's a nonsensical idea, of course. It would be suicide for even the most powerful Aces to go up against that thing. It would be like gnats flinging themselves against an elephant. The singularity shifter, however, presents some interesting possibilities."
"It can teleport a man that far?"
Brennan asked, seeing some of them himself.
Someone totally unfamiliar with it, as, say yourself, Tachyon said, could use the shifter to teleport short distances. It would take a powerful telepath to reach the Swarm Mother, but it could be done. A man could shift himself into the interior of the thing, a man armed with, say, a tactical nuclear device.
Brennan nodded.
I see.
I was sure you would. I'm explaining all this to you because, pragmatically speaking, the singularity shifter is yours. Brennan looked from Tachyon to Mai, standing silently at the side of his bed, back to Tachyon again. He had the feeling that Mai had told Tachyon something about him, but he knew Mai would tell the doctor only what she had to, and only because she trusted him.
"I'm in your debt," Brennan said. "It's yours."
Tachyon gripped Brennan's forearm in a warm, friendly manner.
"Thank you,"
he said. He glanced at Mai, looked at Brennan again. "I know that you're involved in some sort of vendetta with people here in the city. Mai told me something of it in explaining her own background and abilities. No details, none were necessary." He paused. "I know all too well about debts of honor." Brennan nodded. He believed Tachyon, and, up to a point, trusted him. Tachyon probably wasn't connected with Kyun, but one of the aces who had been with him, Turtle, Fantasy, or Trips, was. One of them must have stolen the shifter and given it to Kyun, and Brennan, someday, somehow, would discover which ace it was. 2. Brennan left the clinic a little before midnight and went home to the one-room apartment on the fringes of Jokertown that was his base of operations. There was a sense of organized clutter about the apartment, which consisted of a bathroom, kitchen area, and living area with a sofa bed, ancient rocking chair, and an obviously handmade workbench overflowing with equipment any bowyer would recognize, and some that a bowyer wouldn't. He pulled the bed out of the sofa, stripped, and flopped down with a bone-weary sigh. He slept for 24 hours, completing the healing process that Mai had begun. He was ravenously hungry when he awoke, and was fixing himself a meal when there came a light knock on the door. He peered out of the peephole. It was, as he expected, Mai, the only person who knew where he lived.
"Trouble?"
Brennan asked, seeing the worry on her usually placid features. He stepped aside to let her into the room.
"I don't know. I think so."
"Tell me about it."
He went behind the counter that divided the kitchen area from the rest of the apartment and poured water from the pot whistling on the stove into 2 small, handless teacups. They were porcelain, hand-painted with the colors of a dream. They were older than the United States and the most precious things Brennan owned. He handed one to Mai in the rocking chair and sat down on the rumpled bed opposite her.
"It's Dr. Tachyon."
She sipped the hot, aromatic tea, gathering her thoughts.
"He's been acting strange."
"In what way?"
"He's been brusque, demanding, and he's neglecting his patients."
"Since when?"
"Yesterday, since coming back from his meeting with the man from the State Department. There's something else."
She balanced the precious teacup on her lap and took a folded newspaper from the purse that she had set beside the rocker.
"Have you seen this?"
Brennan shook his head. The headline screamed, "Tachyon to lead ace assault against space menace." A picture below the bold letters showed Tachyon standing with a man identified as Alexander Lancaster, head of the anti-swarm task force. The accompanying article stated that Tachyon was recruiting aces to follow him in an assault against the swarm mother orbiting the Earth beyond ballistic missile range. Captain Trips and Modular Man had already agreed to go along. Something was wrong, Brennan thought. Tachyon had hoped the singularity shifter would end the request for such a useless assault. Instead, it seemed as if the opposite were happening.
"Do you think the government is blackmailing him into doing this?"
Brennan asked.
"Or is controlling his mind somehow?"
"It is possible."
Mai shrugged.
"I only know that he may need help."
He looked at her for a long moment, and she calmly returned his gaze.
"He has no friends?"
"Many of his friends are poor, helpless jokers. Others are hard to reach, or may not be inclined to act swiftly if the government is somehow involved."
Brennan stood up and turned his back to her while carrying his teacup back to the counter. The network of human relationships was reaching out, ensnaring him in its sticky grip once again. He dumped the dregs of his tea into the sink and gazed into the bottom of the teacup. It was the blue of a perfect, depthless pool, the blue of an empty, endless sky. Looking into it was like contemplating the void. It was pleasurable in its utter peacefulness, but not, Brennan realized, his particular pathway to enlightenment. He turned around to face Mai again, his mind made up.
"All right, I'll check it out. But I don't know anything about things like mind control. I'll need some help."
He reached for the phone and dialed a number. Brennan had rarely been in the public rooms of the Crystal Palace, though he had spent more than one night in the rooms on the third floor. Elmo nodded as he came in, without commenting on the case he carried. The dwarf gestured to the corner table where Chrysalis sat with a man wearing black jeans and a brown leather jacket. He had handsome, regular features, except for his bulging forehead.
"You,"
Fortunato said as Brennan came up to their table. He looked from Brennan to Chrysalis. She regarded him with a level gaze, the blood pulsing steadily through the arteries of her glass-clear throat. She looked at Brennan and nodded coolly, showing no sign of the passion that Brennan knew from the time he spent on the palace's third floor.
"This is Yeoman,"
she said as Brennan took the third seat at the table.
"I believe that he has some information you might find interesting."
Fortunato frowned. Their last meeting hadn't exactly been cordial, though there was no actual animosity between the two.
"Word has it that you're looking for a way to get at the swarm. I know something that could help."
"I'll listen." Brennan told him about the singularity shifter. He told no lies, but he shaded things skillfully, having been coached by Chrysalis as to the approach that would most likely sway Fortunato to help him investigate Tachyon's strange behavior.
"What can you do besides making your mind go away?"
Fortunato asked when Brennan was done with his story.
"I can take care of myself, and most others who might try to interfere with us."
"You that crazed killer the paper's been speculating about lately?"
Brennan reached into his back pants pocket and withdrew a card. He dropped it face up on the table in front of Fortunato. The sorcerer pimp looked at it, nodded.
"Me and the Black Shadow are the only aces of spades I know of."
He looked up at Brennan.
"But I guess there's room for one more. The only thing I don't understand is what you get out of this,"
he said, turning to Chrysalis.
"If this works out, whatever I want, from both of you."
Fortunato grunted. He stood up.
"Yeah, you always do. Well, come along. We'd best be checking if that alien Beau Brummel's still got all his brains."
Brennan drove them through the early morning darkness to Tachyon's apartment. Out of the corner of his eye he occasionally caught Fortunato studying him, but the ace chose not to ask any questions. Fortunato hadn't accepted him yet, Brennan realized, and he was still wary and watchful, if not openly distrustful. But that was all right. He wasn't sure of Fortunato yet either. He parked the BMW in the alley beside Tachyon's apartment building. He and Fortunato got out and looked up at the building.
"We go in by the front door?"
Fortunato asked. "Or the back door?"
"When there's been a choice, it's always been my policy to go in by the back."
"Smart man,"
Fortunato murmured.
"Smart man."
Fortunato watched with a dubious expression, but said nothing as Brennan took his case from the BMW's trunk, opened it, slung his compound bow over his back, then attached the quiver of arrows to his belt.
"Let's go."
They made their way to the rear of the apartment building, and Fortunato burned a bit of his psychic energy in bringing down the fire escape ladder. They cat-footed along the fire escape until they came to the window of Tachyon's apartment and peered inside his bedroom. The room, lit by the light from an overturned bedside lamp, was a shambles. It had been tossed by an impatient searcher who hadn't bothered to set things right again. Brennan and Fortunato glanced at each other.
"Something weird is happening,"
Fortunato muttered. The window was locked, but that wasn't an obstacle to Brennan. He removed a circle of glass from the lower pane with his glass cutter, reached a hand in, unlatched the window, and silently slid it up. He put out an arm, stopping Fortunato from entering, and laid a finger across his lips. They listened for a moment, but heard nothing. Brennan went in first, leaping down from the windowsill as silently as a cat, his strung bow in his left hand, his right hand hovering near the quiver velcroed to his belt. Fortunato followed, making enough noise to cause Brennan to stare at him accusingly. The ace shrugged, and Brennan led the way through the room. In the hallway that led to the kitchen, living area, and guest bedroom, they heard a series of crashes, hollow thumps, and occasional shattering sounds, as if a careless or uncaring searcher were rummaging through the rooms deeper in the apartment. They went quietly down the hall, passing a closed door to a guest bedroom. The hall opened out into the apartment's living room, which looked as devastated as a trailer park after a tornado. A slight, short man with long, curly red hair was methodically pulling books off their shelves, looking behind them.
"Tachyon,"
Brennan said aloud. He turned and looked at the two in the hallway, totally calm, utterly unstartled. He started toward them, no expression at all on his face. Fortunato suddenly put a hand in the small of Brennan's back and pushed, sending him sprawling to the carpet.
"That's not Tachyon,"
he shouted. The next few seconds seemed to Brennan as if he were viewing a videotape on fast forward. Fortunato was doing something to time. He became a blur, rocketing through the air toward the Tachyon look-alike, but was just as quickly thrown aside as soon as the two of them touched. Brennan drew an arrow and snapped off a shot from a kneeling position. The arrow was fletched with color-coded red and black feathers. Its shaft was hollow aluminum, packed with plastic explosives. Its tip was a pressure-sensitive detonator. The arrow was too heavy to be aerodynamically stable over long distances, but the thing masquerading as Tachyon was less than 25 feet away. Brennan's arrow struck it high on the chest and exploded, sending a shower of flesh and green ooze over the room. The thing was flung backward by the impact. Its upper half disappeared, leaving a twitching pair of legs attached to a trunk that spilled inhuman organs and oozed a thick green ichor. It was some moments before the legs ceased their attempts to walk.
"What was that thing?"
Brennan shouted over the roaring in his ears.
"Damned if I know,"
Fortunato said, getting up from where it had flung him.
"I tried to scan its mind, but it had no mind. Nothing human, anyway." "It looked like Tachyon,"
Brennan said in a lower voice, his hearing returning to normal.
"Down to the last detail."
He frowned, looking at Fortunato.
"Tachyon's mind wasn't taken over. He was replaced."
"When was the last time you saw what you're certain was the real Tachyon?"
"Yesterday, at the clinic, before he went to a meeting at the Olympia Hotel with that Lancaster fellow from the State Department."
"Let's check in." The frail, white-haired old man in the bellhop uniform lifted Brennan over his head and slammed him against the wall. Brennan hit the wall hard and slid down to the carpet, panting like a dog for breath. He was in trouble. The bellhop loomed over him, no expression at all on his lined face. Brennan surged to his knees, his lungs on fire, and saw the bellhop's eyes roll up in his head. The bellhop tottered backward, windmilling his limbs as if he were caught in a hurricane wind. He did a crazy, staggering dance and crashed through the window at the end of the hall. It was a long way to the street below. Brennan pulled himself upright while Fortunato flexed his fingers. He took Brennan's arm and said, "No brains to control, but you can push him around."
"Somebody probably heard that,"
Brennan gasped, the breath returning to his lungs. "I could have let it smash you flat."
"There's that."
He took a deep, grateful breath.
"We need to lie low for a while."
They stopped in front of one of the rooms.
"How about this one?"
Fortunato asked. Brennan shrugged silently. Fortunato put his hand on the knob and reached out with his mind. Tumblers clicked and bolts lifted, and the door opened.
"It'll take them some time to track us down,"
the ace said as they entered the dark hotel room.
"How many agents you think they have?"
"No telling," Brennan said, stretching his aching back carefully.
"More than I suspected, for sure."
"I thought you were superstitious as shit." Brennan shook his head. The plan had been for him to scout the floor where Lancaster's suite was located, gathering what intelligence he could, while Fortunato used his mental powers to monitor his progress from the stairwell. The false bellhop had spotted and attacked him almost immediately. It was all Brennan could do to hang on until Fortunato arrived.
"We'd better try our alternate plan,"
Brennan said. "It may take some time." Fortunato settled himself on one of the double beds, legs crossed in front of him, back straight, hands dangling in his lap. He stared ahead at nothing. Brennan stood between him and the door, listening for sounds in the corridor outside, as he removed his bow and quiver of arrows from the case Fortunato had kept for him while he scouted the hotel. Fortunato seemed to sink deep into a trance, not unlike, Brennan thought, a student of Zen descended into Zazen, the state of meditation. After a moment, a set of ram's horns materialized from Fortunato's bulging forehead, shimmering and indistinct in the darkness. Brennan watched with pursed lips. His Zen training had taught him that there was no such thing as magic, but here was evidence to the contrary, right before his eyes. What was magic, perhaps, but unexplained science? Brennan filed the question away for later meditation as Fortunato abruptly opened his eyes. They were pools of darkness, his pupils dilated so much that they almost swallowed the irises. His voice was husky, a little shaken.
"They're all around us, those things," he said. "At least 20, maybe more. They're not human, not even of this earth. Their minds, if you could call them that, are alien, utterly beyond my experience." "Are they swarm creatures?"
Fortunato rose with easy, fluid grace, shrugged.
"Could be. I thought the best they could do was hulks that looked like the Pillsbury Doughboy. I thought bellboys and shit like that was beyond them."
"Maybe they've refined their technique."
Brennan held up a hand, pressed his ear to the door. The footsteps in the corridor beyond passed by their room as he and Fortunato waited quietly.
"What about Tachyon?"
Fortunato frowned.
"I contacted one human mind, a maid. She didn't realize anything unusual was going on. A little pissed off that the guests on this floor weren't tipping too well. Weren't tipping at all, in fact. There was also something I touched by the elevators. Could have been Tachyon's mind, but there was a blanket on it, a fence around it. I could catch only vague, filtered notions. They were full of weariness and pain."
"It could be Tachyon?"
"It could."
Brennan took a deep breath.
"Any plans?"
"All out of 'em."
The two looked at each other. Brennan touched the quiver at his side.
"I wish you had a weapon,"
he said.
"I do. Several."
He tapped his forehead.
"And they're all in here."
They waited until it was quiet in the corridor outside, then opened the door and moved fast. They ran as quietly as they could down the hotel corridor, hung a right as it turned to a T, and found themselves by the bank of elevators. In a niche off to one side was something that looked like a linen closet. Brennan notched an arrow and drew it back, while Fortunato gestured the door open. Brennan lowered the bow.
"Sweet Christ in heaven,"
he murmured. Fortunato glanced from him to the closet and froze. Tachyon was inside. His hair, drenched with sweat, fell over his face in limp curls. His eyes stared through the tangle of hair. They were puffy and bloodshot and glazed with pain and weariness. The shelves and linens had been removed from the closet, making room for Tachyon and the thing that embraced him. Tachyon was pressed against a vast, purplish couch of biomass that bound him with a score of ropey tendrils across his neck, chest, arms, and legs. The thing pulsed rhythmically, rippling like a fat lady bouncing on a waterbed. Tachyon was set into a hollow in its surface that cupped him securely, perfectly following his contours and dimensions. His eyes focused upon Fortunato, flicked to Brennan.
"Help,"
he croaked, his lips working for several moments before any sound came out. Brennan reached down, drew the knife he carried in an ankle sheath, and slashed at the tendrils binding Tachyon to the thing. It was like cutting through hard, stretchy rubber, but he sawed away grimly, ignoring the increasing pulsations of the thing and the greenish ichor that splattered himself and Tachyon. It took a minute to saw through all the tendrils, but even then it still clung to Tachyon. It was then that Brennan noticed the suckers fastened to the sides and back of Tachyon's neck.
"How do we get you out?"
he asked.
"Just pull,"
Tachyon whispered. Brennan did, and Tachyon began to scream. The doctor finally came free. He collapsed into Brennan's arms, stinking of sweat and fear and alien secretions. He was deathly pale and bleeding profusely from the points where the suckers had fastened. The wounds didn't look serious, but there was, Brennan realized, no telling how damaging they actually might be.
"Look out,"
Fortunato said.
"We got company."
Brennan looked up the corridor. A dozen of the human simulacra were approaching, dressed as bellhops, maids, and ordinary men and women in dresses and three-piece suits. In the middle of them was Lancaster of the State Department. Brennan dragged Tachyon over to the elevator as the creatures advanced at a steady pace, their faces composed and utterly unemotional. Fortunato joined him, a worried look on his face.
"What do we do now?"
"Punch for an elevator."
The things were 20 feet away when they heard the chime of an arriving elevator.
Take him, Brennan said, thrusting the limp, barely conscious form of Tachyon into Fortunato's arms. He drew an arrow from his quiver as the elevator door swished open. Inside were 3 middle-aged men dressed in conservative business suits with Shriners' hats on their heads. They stared wide-eyed as Fortunato dragged Tachyon inside. Fortunato looked at them. "Basement, please," he said. The one standing by the panel of buttons punched it automatically as Fortunato stopped the door from closing with his foot. Brennan placed 3 explosive rounds in the midst of the advancing creatures. The first one hit Lancaster in the chest. The second and third exploded to the left and right of him, blowing gore and protoplasm all over the hotel corridor. He fell back into the elevator, and Fortunato let the door close. Brennan leaned on his bow, took a deep, relieved breath. The Shriners huddled together fearfully in the corner of the elevator. Fortunato looked at them. "First time in town?" 3. So Lancaster had been replaced by one of these new generation swarmlings some time ago? Brennan asked. Tachyon nodded and took a long pull from the mug Mai handed him. It was full of thick black coffee, laced generously with brandy. "Before I ever met him, that's why it was pushing for that insane attack plan. It knew we wouldn't be able to really harm the Swarm Mother, yet such an attack would make everyone think something concrete was being done to fight the menace." He paused, took another long pull from the mug. "And there's another thing. The Swarm Mother might want specimens of aces." Brennan looked at him quizzically. "Specimens?" "To take apart and replicate from her own biomass." "Shit," Fortunato murmured. "It wants to grow its own aces." They were in Tachyon's office at the clinic. Tachyon had cleaned up, but was still pale and shaky from the ordeal he had undergone. There was a bandage around his neck where the swarm creature had attached its suckers. "What happens now?" Brennan asked. Tachyon sighed, set the mug aside. "We attacked the Swarm Mother." "What?" Fortunato said. "That swarm thing scramble your brains? You just said it was insane to attack the Mother." "It was. It is. But it's the best option open to us." He looked from Fortunato, who was openly incredulous, to Brennan, who looked blankly noncommittal. "Look, the swarm has started a new wave of attack which is much more sophisticated than its previous ones. There's no telling how far they've managed to penetrate into the government." "If they could replace Lancaster," Brennan murmured, "who else might they have gotten?" "Exactly. Whom does it have?" Tachyon shuddered. "The possibilities are mind-boggling. If it could replace enough key personnel to carry it off, you'd think nothing of starting a worldwide nuclear exchange and simply waiting the necessary millennia until the surface of the planet is inhabitable once again." "It's obvious that we can't trust anyone from the government to help us attack the Swarm Mother. We have to do it ourselves." "How do we do that?" Fortunato asked in a tone that indicated he wasn't won over by Tachyon's arguments. "We have the singularity shifter," Tachyon said, his voice rising eagerly. "We need a weapon, though. Tachisians have successfully used biological weapons against Swarm Mothers in the past, but your biological sciences aren't sophisticated enough to produce a suitable weapon. Perhaps I can come up with something."
"There is a weapon,"
a quiet voice said. The 3 men turned and looked at Mai, who had been silently listening to their conversation. Tachyon stared at her, and then sat upright in his chair, sloshing the brandy-laced coffee over the front of his brocaded dressing gown. "Don't talk nonsense," he said sharply. Fortunato looked from Tachyon to Mai. "What is this shit?" "Nothing," Tachyon said. "Mai works with me at the clinic. She's used her power to help some of my patients, but it would be out of the question for her to get involved in this." "What power?" Mai lifted her hands, palms facing outward.
"I can touch a person's soul," she said. "We become one, and I find the sickness in it. I take the sickness to myself and soothe it, smoothing the curves of the life pattern and mending the breaks. We can then both become well again."
"Meaning in English?" Fortunato asked.
"She manipulates genetic material," Tachyon said with a sigh. She can mold it in near any way she visualizes. I suppose she could use her power on the Swarm Mother in a reverse manner to cause cellular disruption on a massive scale.
She can give the mother cancer? Fortunato asked.
She probably could, Tachyon conceded. If I allowed her to get involved, which I'm not, it would be insanely dangerous for a woman.
It's insanely dangerous for anyone, Fortunato said sharply. If she's the best bet against that mother, and she's willing to try, I say let her do it.
And I forbid it,
Tachyon said, sloshing coffee from his mug as he slammed it against the arm of his chair.
It is not for you to forbid, Mai said. I must do it. It is my karma.
Tachyon turned to Brennan.
Can't you talk some sense into her?
Brennan shook his head.
It's her decision,
he said slowly. He wished he could agree with Tachyon, but Brennan knew he couldn't interfere with Mai's karma, her chosen path to enlightenment. But, Brennan resolved, she wouldn't walk her path alone.
That's settled then, Fortunato said flatly. We get Mai up to the Swarm Mother, and she sticks it with a fatal dose of cancer. I'm going too. I want a piece of that motherfucker myself.
Tachyon looked from Fortunato to Mai to Brennan and saw that nothing he could say would change their minds.
All right,
he sighed. He turned to Fortunato.
You'll have to power the singularity shifter, Tachyon said. I can do it myself.
He dragged his fingers through his curly hair.
The swarmling temporarily burned out some of my powers in trying to suck out my memories for the duplicate Tachyon. We can't afford to wait until they come back. I can, however, ferry a boarding party close to the Swarm Mother and baby. Fortunato can shift the party inside the Swarm Mother. Speed and stealth will be necessary, but the boarders will need some protection. Modular Man, perhaps, or maybe one of Tripp's friends.
Brennan shook his head.
You said speed and stealth would be necessary. If you sent Modular Man in there blazing away, he'd bring down the defenses of the Swarm Mother in an instant.
Tachyon massaged his forehead wearily.
You're right. Any suggestions?
Of course.
Brennan took a deep breath. This was getting far from his original reasons for coming to the city, but he couldn't let Mai face the swarm without him. He wouldn't.
Me.
You,
Tachyon said hesitantly.
Are you up for it?
He was up for rescuing you from the blob, Fortunato broke in. He looked at Brennan, the doubt in his eyes replaced by certainty. I've seen him in action. He can handle himself.
Tachyon nodded decisively. It's settled then. He turned to Mai. I don't like sending a woman into danger, but you're right. You're the only one who has a chance of destroying the Swarm Mother.
I will do what I have to,
she said quietly.
Tachyon nodded gravely and took her hand in his, but a cold chill passed through Brennan at her words. He was sure that Tachyon had heard an entirely different meaning in them than he had. Liftoff was something Brennan filed away as an interesting experience. He would not willingly seek it out again. But the sight of the Earth in Baby's view screens was a scene of awesome beauty that he would carry for the rest of his life. He felt almost unworthy of the sight and wished that Ishida, his Roshi, could view it. There were 3 others in the Arabian Nights fantasy that was Tachyon's control room. Tachyon guided his ship in silence. He was still hurting from his mistreatment by the swarm. Brennan could see that he kept himself going by willpower alone. His face was lined with weariness and uncharacteristic tenseness. Fortunato virtually crackled with impatient, nervous energy. He had spent the time before liftoff charging his batteries, as he had put it. He was now ready and impatient for action. Only Mai seemed calm and unmoved. She sat quietly on the control room's couch, her hands in her lap, watching everything with unworried interest. Brennan watched her watch. She had agreed readily to Tachyon's plan. How she would carry it out, though, was a different matter. That thought worried him. After a time, Tachyon spoke, tension and weariness cracking his voice. There it is. Brennan peered over Tachyon's shoulder at the globular monstrosity that filled Baby's forward view screens.
It's immense,
he said.
How do we find our way around it?
Tachyon turned to Fortunato.
Instruct the singularity shifter to take you to the middle of the thing. You should end up pretty close to where you want to be. You can find the nerve center by tracking its mind.
Tachyon felt the mind of his ship tug at his brain.
What is it, baby?
We're approaching the Swarm Mother's detector range.
Thank you.
He turned to the others.
You'd better get ready. It's almost time.
Fortunato took out the singularity shifter from the backpack in which Tachyon had hidden it in the spare bedroom of his apartment. In the bottom of the pack was a .45 automatic in a shoulder rig.
"What's this?"
Fortunato said. He looked at Tachyon.
You may need it, the doctor said. It's going to take more out of you than you know to power this jump.
Fortunato touched the butt of the gun, looked at Tachyon. He shrugged.
"What the hell?"
he said, and strapped it on. He hefted the singularity shifter, and he and Brennan and Mai formed a circle. All helped hold the shifter. Brennan glanced at Mai. She looked back steadily. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw on a view screen a brilliant flash of light wink out from the Swarm Mother. Baby rocked as the organically generated particle beam struck her, but her defensive screens held. Brennan felt a soft whisper in his brain.
Remember, you must not allow Mai or Fortunato to be captured by the Swarm Mother.
He looked up at Tachyon, who stared at him steadily for a moment, then turned back to his view screen.
"Go!"
Tachyon shouted. Fortunato's eyes closed, his brow furrowed in concentration. Spectral ram's horns glimmered from the sides of his head. Brennan felt a sudden wrenching, a tearing as if every cell of his body were being hurled apart. He couldn't breathe with lungs that were no more. He couldn't relax muscles that were torn into their constituent molecules and hurled across hundreds of miles of empty vacuum. He stifled a scream, and his consciousness slammed up against a wall of nausea. The trip was worse than his jaunt to the clinic, for it seemed to last forever, though Tachyon had said a journey by singularity shifter lasted no time at all. Then, suddenly, he was whole again. He and Mai and Fortunato were in a corridor that was dimly lit by large blue and green phosphorescent cells in the translucent ceiling and walls. Ropey tendrils ran below their feet, presumably conduits for whatever was used as blood and nutrients in the thing. The air was hot and wetly humid and smelled like a greenhouse gone bad. Its oxygen content was enough to make Brennan giddy until he adjusted his breathing. He felt light on his feet, though there was a definite gravitational pull. The Swarm Mother, he realized, must be spinning, producing artificial gravity that was necessary for directed organic growth.
"Are you all right?"
he asked his companions. Mai nodded, but Fortunato was breathing harshly. His face was an ashen mask.
"The space faggot was right," he panted. "That was a bitch."
His hands were shaking as he fumbled the shifter back into the backpack.
Relax,
Brennan began, and fell silent. Somewhere ahead in the twisting, rolling passageway was a vast sucking sound.
"Which way do we have to go?"
Brennan asked quietly. Fortunato concentrated mightily.
"I can sense some kind of mind up ahead."
He pointed in the direction of the sucking sound.
"If you could call it a mind."
"Great," Brennan muttered. He unslung his bow.
"Listen."
Fortunato grabbed Mai's arm.
"You could help me out."
"No time for that,"
Brennan said.
"Besides, Mai will need all her own energy to get through this thing, and so will I."
Fortunato began to say something, but the sucking sound, which was getting louder and louder, was suddenly right upon them when a grotesque green and yellow mass of protoplasm rolled down a bend in the tubular corridor toward them. It had a score of suckers placed randomly over a globular body that nearly filled the passageway.
"Christ!"
Fortunato swore.
"What is that thing?"
It was plastered to the side of the corridor, scouring the wall and floor with myriad sucker-like mouths that were ringed by hundreds of foot-long cilia.
"I don't know, and I don't want to find out,"
Brennan said.
"Let's get going."
He selected an arrow and laid it loosely on the string of his bow and started to edge past the thing. Mai and Fortunato followed warily. The thing continued to scour away. The cilia of the mouths facing them quivered eagerly as they passed, but the creature made no move toward them. Brennan sighed in relief. The blue phosphorescent twilight tinged their surroundings with a sense of soft focus unreality as they followed the passageway deeper into the swarm mother. The unmoving air was so thick with the sense of living things that it reminded Brennan of the jungles of Vietnam. He kept glancing around, twitching with nervousness, feeling as if he were in the crosshairs of a sniper's rifle. He couldn't shake the ominous, oppressive sensation of being watched. They followed the undulating passageway for a half an hour in tense silence, always expecting, but never actually facing, a deadly attack from the swarm mother's killing machines. They stopped when the corridor branched into a Y-shaped fork. Both tines of the Y seemed to be leading in the direction they needed to go. "Which way?" Brennan asked. Fortunato rubbed his swollen forehead tiredly. "I can hear 1,000 little twitterings. Not real minds, at least not sentient minds, but their noise is driving me crazy. The big one is still up ahead, somewhere." Brennan glanced at Mai. She looked at him placidly, as if willing to let him make all the decisions. Brennan tossed a coin in his mind, and it came up heads. "This way," he said, taking the right fork. They hadn't gone 100 yards before Brennan realized that something was different in this passageway. The air smelled sweet, almost cloying. It was difficult to breathe, yet at the same time almost intoxicating. The odor grew stronger as they advanced. "I'm not sure I like this," Brennan said. "Do we have a choice?" Mai asked. Brennan looked at her and shrugged. They went on, turned a sharp bend in the passageway, and stopped, staring at the scene before them. The passageway widened to 40 feet across. On both sides of it, hanging near the ceiling, were scores of grotesque swarmlings with shriveled limbs and huge swollen abdomens. They were nursing from what looked like swollen nipples jutting from the walls of the passageway. In turn, swarm creatures of every size and description crowded around each of the hanging swarmlings, jostling for a place at one of the hollow tubes dangling from their swollen abdomens. The swarm creatures ranged in size from tiny, insect-like entities to tentacular monstrosities that must have weighed several tons. There were hundreds of them. "It looks like they're feeding," Fortunato whispered. Brennan nodded. "We can't go through there. We'll have to go back and try the other branch." They started back down the passageway, and suddenly stopped when they heard a quiet buzzing, as if from a multitude of small wings, drift down toward them from the way they had come. "Shit," Fortunato said in disbelief. "We're caught in the middle of a damn shift change." "The first swarm creature we ran into ignored us," Brennan said. "Maybe these will too." They hugged the wall of the passageway. It was warm, Brennan found, and pliable to the touch, and were as quiet and unobtrusive as they could be. They waited. A swarm of the insectoid creatures buzzed down the corridor. They were 4 to 6 inches long, with segmented bodies and large membranous wings. The first few passed them by and went straight to the feeding chamber, and Brennan thought they were safe. But then one stopped and landed on Mai. Another joined it, then another and another. She looked down at them calmly. One landed on Brennan's shoulder. He stared at it. Its mouth parts consisted of multiple mandibular arrangements. One set of mandibles began tearing at the fabric of Brennan's shirt, while another stuffed fragments of cloth into its little mouth. Brennan brushed the thing aside distastefully and stepped on it. It crunched loudly under his foot, like a cockroach, but 2 had already taken its place on Brennan's body. He heard Fortunato swear and knew they were crawling over him as well. "Let's try to move away from them," he said quietly, but that did no good. The bugs followed and landed on the 3 in increasing numbers. "Run for it," Brennan called, and they took off down the corridor. Some of the swarm continued on to the feeding chamber, but more followed them down the passageway in an angrily buzzing cloud. Brennan batted at them as he ran, knocking some out of the air. He slapped at the ones crawling on him, but there were many to take the place of those he knocked down or crushed. They landed on his face and arms, and he could feel their 1,000 little feet crawl all over him. They seemed to be most interested in his clothes, and, more importantly, his bow and arrows. It was as if they were scavengers programmed to dispose of non-living matter. But that didn't make them harmless. Brennan felt their sharp mandibles tear into his flesh nearly as often as not. The buzzing of their wings and the clacking sounds of their mandibles were loud in Brennan's ears. They had to get away from them. They reached the point where the passageway divided into the Y, looking desperately for something, anything that would enable them to shake the little scavengers. Fortunato ran down the other branch of the passageway, and Brennan and Mai followed. The floor was slick with moisture. Its surface was uneven. The moisture caught in shallow pools that set off a fine spray of liquid as they slogged through them. The liquid was warm and clear, though murky. They splashed down the corridor, and the swarm of insectoids seemed to pull back. Fortunato flopped down into a shallow pool that had gathered in one of the deeper hollows, and rolled around and around, dislodging and crushing the insectoids that were crawling all over him. Brennan and Mai joined him. Brennan kept his lips shut tightly, but the murky liquid drenched him from head to toe. It looked and smelled like tepid water with fine particles suspended in it. Brennan was not particularly eager to ingest any of it. Brennan glanced at his companions as they crouched in the shallow pool. Their clothes looked like they had been attacked by a legion of moths, and they had numerous cuts and gouges, but no one seemed badly injured. The swarm of persistent insectoids hovered over their heads, buzzing, it seemed to Brennan, somewhat angrily.
"How do we get rid of them?"
he asked, irritated himself.
"I may have enough left to send those little mothers somewhere,"
Fortunato ground out.
"I don't know,"
Brennan began, and never got a chance to finish. The surface below their feet fell away as a sphincter opened. All the liquid in the passageway gushed downward, and they went with it. Brennan had time to take a deep breath and a tight grip on his bow. He reached out and grabbed Mai by an ankle as she was sucked down into darkness, and he swirled down after her, cursing as he lost half the arrows in his quiver. There was more liquid in the passageway than he had realized. They were caught in a rushing vortex, with no air to breathe and no light to see by. Brennan held tight to Mai's ankle, remembering Tachyon's silent warning. They splashed down into a large chamber, totally submerged in a pool of liquid the size of an Olympic swimming pool. Brennan and Mai bobbed to the surface and treaded water, glancing about. Fortunately, this chamber was lit by the same blue phosphorescence as the passageway above. Fortunato swam over to join them, fighting against a current that was drawing them to the other end of the pool.
"What the hell is this?"
Fortunato asked. Brennan found that it was hard to shrug while treading water.
"I don't know. Maybe a reservoir? All living things need water to survive." "At least those bugs are gone,"
Fortunato said. He struck out for the side of the chamber, and Brennan and Mai followed. They scrabbled up the slope, going slowly and cautiously because the surface was wet and slippery. They finally flung themselves down, panting, for a moment's rest. Brennan patched up the worst bug bites with bandages from the small first aid kit he carried on his belt.
"Which way now?"
Fortunato took a moment to orient himself, and then pointed.
"There."
They went on through the belly of the beast. It was a nightmarish trek through a strange realm of organic monstrosities. The passageway they followed opened up into vast halls where men-like creatures, mewling in half-formed idiocy, hung by umbilical cords from pulsating ceilings, led through galleries where sacks of undifferentiated biomass quivered like loathsome jellies while awaiting sculpting by the will of the swarm mother. Passed by chambers where monsters of 100 alien forms were being manufactured for what purpose the swarm mother alone knew. Some of these last were developed enough to be aware of the interlopers, but they were all still attached to the body of the mother by protoplasmic umbilical cords. They snapped and snarled and hissed as Brennan and the others passed by, and he was forced to put arrows through the brains of a few of the more persistent creatures. Not all had the inhuman forms of swarmlings. Some were man-like in shape and appearance, with human faces, recognizable human faces. There was Ronald Reagan with slick-back hair and a twinkle in his eye. There was Maggie Thatcher, looking stern and unyielding. And there was Gorbachev's head, strawberry-colored birthmark and all, set upon a mass of quivering protoplasm that was as soft and puffy as a human body sculpted from bread dough.
"Sweet Jesus," Fortunato said. "It looks like we got here just in time." "I hope so,"
Brennan murmured. The passageway began to narrow, and they had to stoop, and finally get down on hands and knees and crawl. Brennan looked back at Fortunato, and the ace nodded them on.
"It's ahead. I can feel it pulsing. Feed and grow. Feed and grow."
The flesh of the tunnel wall was rubbery and warm. Brennan disliked touching it, but he pushed himself forward. The tunnel narrowed until it was so cramped that Brennan realized he couldn't bring his bow to bear. They were helpless and traveling into the most dangerous area in the Swarm Mother, her nerve center. He shoved on through a crawlway of living flesh for 100 yards or more, Mai and Fortunato following him, until at last he popped out into an open space. Fortunato followed, and they both helped Mai down. They looked around. It was a small chamber. There was hardly room in it for the three of them and the large tri-lobed gray-pink organ suspended in the middle of the chamber by a network of fibrous tendrils that penetrated into the floor, ceiling, and walls.
"This is it,"
Fortunato muttered in an exhausted voice.
"The nerve center of the Swarm Mother. Its brain, or core, or whatever you want to call it."
He and Brennan turned to Mai. She stepped forward, and Brennan took her arm.
"Kill it," he urged. "Kill it, and let's get out of here."
She looked at him calmly. He could see his reflection in her large, dark eyes.
"You know I've sworn to never harm another sentient being," she said quietly.
"Are you crazy?" Fortunato cried. "What did we come here for?"
Brennan released her arm, and she walked toward the organ suspended in the net of nerve fibers. Fortunato looked at Brennan.
"Is the bitch crazy?"
Brennan shook his head, unable to speak, knowing that he was losing another. No matter which way this turned out, he was losing another. Mai slipped around the tendrils and placed her palms against the flesh of the Swarm Mother. Her blood began to flow down the organ of the alien creature.
"What's she doing?"
Fortunato asked, caught between fear and anger and wonder.
"Merging."
The narrow tunnel that led to the Swarm Mother's sanctum began to dilate. Brennan turned to face the opening.
"What's happening?"
Brennan knocked an arrow to his bowstring.
"The Swarm Mother's resisting,"
he said, and shut his surroundings, shut Fortunato, shut Mai even, from his mind. He narrowed the focus of his being until the mouth of the tunnel was his universe. He drew the bowstring to his cheek and stood as taut and ready as the arrow itself, ready to shoot himself into the heart of their enemy. The fanged and taloned killing machines of the Swarm Mother poured through the opening. Brennan fired. His hands moved without conscious direction, drawing, pulling, loosing. Bodies piled up by the mouth of the tunnel and were cleared away by the creatures trying to push their way inside and by the blasts of the explosive arrows. Time ceased to flow. Nothing mattered but perfect coordination between mind and body and target, born from the union of flesh and spirit. It seemed like forever, but the resources of the Swarm Mother were not inexhaustible. The creatures stopped coming when Brennan had 3 arrows left. He stared down the corridor for over a minute before he realized that no more targets were in sight, and he lowered his bow. His back ached and his arms burned like they were on fire. He looked at Fortunato. The ace stared at him, shook his head wordlessly. Brennan's consciousness returned from the pool where his Zen training had sunk it. A sudden movement caught his eye and he turned. His hand dropped to the quiver at his belt, but stopped before it drew an arrow. There were 3 forms, man-sized, man-shaped, at the mouth of the tunnel. A sense of dislocation swept through Brennan like a cold wind, and he lowered his bow. He recognized them.
"Golgowski? Mendoza? Mean."
He went forward as if in a dream as they stepped over and around the blasted bodies of the swarmlings, coming to meet him. Brennan was numb, caught between joy and disbelief.
"I knew you would come,"
Mean, Mai's father, said.
"I knew you would rescue us from Kian."
Brennan nodded. A feeling of vast weariness swept over him. He felt as if his brain were isolated from the rest of his body, as if somehow it had been wrapped in layers of cotton batting. He should have known all along that Kian was behind the swarm. He should have known. Golgowski hefted the briefcase he carried.
"We got the evidence here to nail the bastard, Captain. Come here and take a look."
Brennan dropped his bow, stepped forward to look into the briefcase Golgowski proffered. Ignoring the shouts behind him, ignoring the blasting roar that reverberated through the corridor. Golgowski, holding out the briefcase toward him, staggered. Brennan looked at him. It was odd. He had only one eye now. The other had been shot out, and thick green fluid was running sluggishly down his cheek. But that was all right. Brennan seemed to remember that Golgowski had been shot in the head before, and lived. He was here, after all. He looked at the briefcase. The handle melted into the flesh of Golgowski's hand. They were one thing. The mouth of the briefcase was lined with rows of sharp teeth. It jerked at him, the teeth snapping. He felt a sudden shock as something hurled itself at his knees from behind. He went down and lay with his cheek pressed against the floor of the chamber, feeling its pulsating warmth, and glanced back in annoyance. Fortunato had tackled him. The ace released his hold on Brennan, kneeled, and drew the .45 again. Brennan looked up at his men. Fortunato shot pieces of them away, part of a face here, a bit of an arm there. Fortunato cursed in a steady stream as he fired the .45, and Brennan's men died again. Brennan felt a surge of tremendous anger. He half stood and closed his eyes. The roar of gunfire stopped as Fortunato ejected an empty clip, but the stench of powder was in the air. The thunder of gunfire was in his ears, and the hot, humid smell of the jungle was in his nose. He opened his eyes again. Ghastly caricatures of men, faces and body parts shot away. Dripping green slime were shambling toward him. They weren't his men. Mendoza had died in the raid on VC headquarters. Golgowski had been killed by Kyun later that night, and Mean had been killed years later by Kyun's men in New York City. Although his brain was still foggy, Brennan picked up his bow and shot his last explosive arrow at the simulacra. It hit the caricature of Mean and exploded, sending gobbets of biomass everywhere. The back blast knocked Brennan down and took out the other two simulacra as well. Brennan took a deep breath and wiped slime and crushed protoplasm from his face. "The Swarm Mother took their images from your mind," Fortunato said. "The other things were just buying time so it could prepare those walking wax dummies." Brennan nodded, his face hard and set. He turned from Fortunato and looked at Mai. She was almost gone, nearly covered by the gray-pink flesh of the alien being. Her cheek rested against the pulsating organ, and the half of her face that Brennan could see was untouched. Her eye was open and clear. "Mai?" The eye turned, tracking the sound of his voice, and focused on him. Her lips moved.
"So vast," she whispered. "So wondrous and vast."
The light in the chamber dimmed for a moment, then came back.
"No,"
Mai murmured.
"we shall not do that. There is a sentient being in the ship, and the ship itself is also a living entity."
The floor of the chamber shook, but the light remained on. Mai spoke again, more to herself than Brennan or Fortunato.
"To have lived so long without thought, to have wielded so much power without consequence, to have traveled so far and seen so much without realization. This shall change, all change."
The eye focused again upon Brennan. There was recognition in it that faded as she spoke.
"Don't mourn, Captain. One of us has given herself to save her planet. The other has given up her race to save who knows what. Perhaps someday the universe. Don't be sad. Remember us when you look to the night sky and know we are among the stars, probing, pondering, discovering, thinking innumerable wondrous things."
Brennan blinked back tears as the eye in Mai's face closed.
"Goodbye, Captain."
The singularity shifter began to throw off sparks. Fortunato slung the pack off his back. He looked down at it, startled. "I'm not doing that. It." They were back on the bridge of Tachyon's ship. The three men stared at each other. "You succeeded?" Tachyon asked after a moment. "Oh yeah, man," Fortunato said, collapsing on the nearby hassock. "Oh yeah." "Where's Mai?" Brennan felt a stab of anger cut into him like a knife. "You let her go," he cursed, taking a step toward Tachyon, his hands clenched into quivering fists. but his eyes told who he really blamed for Mai's loss. He shuddered all over like a dog throwing off water, then abruptly turned away. Tachyon stared at him, then turned to Fortunato. "Let's go home," Fortunato said. After a while, Brennan would remember Mai's words and wonder what philosophies, what realms of thought, the spirit of a gentle Buddhist girl melded with the mind and body of a creature of nearly unimaginable power would spin down through the centuries. After a while, he'd remember. But now, with the sense of pain and loss as familiar to him as his own name, he felt none of that. He just felt half-past dead. Jube, 7. There was a knock on the door. Dressed in a pair of plaid Bermuda shorts and a Brooklyn Dodgers t-shirt, Jube padded across the basement and peered through the spy hole. Dr. Tachyon stood on the stoop, wearing a white summer suit with wide-notched lapels over a Kelly green shirt. His orange ascot matched the silk handkerchief in his pocket and the foot-long feather in his white fedora. He was holding a bowling ball. Jube pulled back the police bolt, undid the chain, lifted the hook from the eye, turned the key in the deadlock, and popped the button in the middle of the doorknob. The door swung open. Dr. Tachyon stepped jauntily into the apartment, flipping the bowling ball from hand to hand. Then he bowled it across the living room floor. It came to rest against the leg of the Tachyon transmitter. Tachyon jumped in the air and clicked the heels of his boots together. Jube shut the door, pressed the button, turned the key, dropped the hook, latched the chain, and slid shut the police bolt before turning. The red-haired man swept off his hat and bowed. "Dr. Tachyon, at your service," he said. Jube made a gurgling sound of dismay.
"Tachyon princes are never at anyone's service," he said. "And white isn't his color. Too, colorless. Did you have any trouble?"
The man sat down on the couch. "It's freezing in here," he complained. "And what's that smell? You're not trying to save that buddy I got you, are you?"
"No," said Jube. "Just, a little meat that went bad."
The man's outlines began to waver and blur. In the blink of an eye, he'd grown 8 inches and gained 50 pounds. The red hair had turned long and gray, the lilac eyes had gone black, and a scraggly beard had sprouted from a square-cut jaw. He locked his hands around his knee. "No trouble at all," he reported in a voice much deeper than Tachyon's. "I came in looking like a spider with a human head and told them I had athlete's feet, 8 of them. Nobody but Tachyon would touch a case like that, so they stuck me behind a curtain and went for him. I turned into Big Nurse and ducked into the ladies' room down from his lab. When they paged him, he went south and I went north, wearing his face. If anyone was looking at the security monitors, they saw Dr. Tachyon entering his lab, that's all." He held his hands up appraisingly, turning them up and down. "It was the strangest feeling. I mean, I could see my hands as I walked, swollen knuckles, hair on the back of my fingers, dirty nails. Obviously there wasn't any kind of physical transformation involved. But whenever I passed a mirror, I saw whoever I was supposed to be, just like everyone else." He shrugged. The bowling ball was behind a glass partition. He'd been examining it with scanners, Waldo's X-rays, stuff like that. I tucked it under my arm and strolled out.
"They let you just walk out?"
Jube couldn't believe it. "Well, not precisely. I thought I was home free when Troll walked past and said good afternoon, as nice as you please. I even pinched a nurse and acted guilty about stuff that wasn't my fault, which I figured would cinch things for sure." He cleared his throat. "Then the elevator hit the first floor, and as I was getting off, the real Tachyon got on. Gave me quite a start." Jube scratched at a tusk.
"What did you do?"
Croyd shrugged. "What could I do? He was right in front of me, and my power didn't fool him for an instant. I turned into Teddy Roosevelt, hoping that might throw him, and devoutly wished to be somewhere else. All of a sudden, I was."
"Where?"
Jube wasn't sure he really wanted to know. "My old school," Croyd said sheepishly. "9th grade algebra class. The same desk I was sitting at when Jet Boy blew up over Manhattan in '46.
I have to say, I don't remember any of the girls looking like that when I was in 9th grade. He sounded a little sad. I would have stayed for the lecture, but it caused quite a commotion when Teddy Roosevelt suddenly appeared in class clutching a bowling ball. So I left, and here I am. Don't worry, I changed subways twice and bodies 4 times. He got to his feet, stretched. Oh, Walrus, I have got to give it to you. It's never dull working for you.
I don't exactly pay minimum wage either,
Jube said. There is that, Freud admitted. And, now that you mention it, have you ever met Veronica, one of Fortunato's ladies? I had a notion to take her to Aces High and see if I could talk Hiram into serving as rack-a-lamb. Jube had the stones in his pocket. He counted them out into the sleeper's hand.
You know,
Jube said when Croyd's fingers closed over his wages,
you could have kept the device for yourself, maybe gotten a lot more from someone else.
This is plenty, Freud said. Besides, I don't bowl. Never learned to keep score. I think they do it with algebra. His outline shimmered briefly, and suddenly Jimmy Cagney was standing there, dressed in a snappy light blue suit with a flower in his lapel. As he climbed the steps to the street, he began to whistle the theme song to an old musical called Never Steal Anything Small. Jube shut the door, pressed the button, turned the key, dropped the hook, and latched the chain. As he slid the police bolt shut, he heard a soft footstep behind him and turned. Red was shivering in a green and yellow Hawaiian shirt filched from Jube's closet. He'd lost all of his own clothing in the raid on the cloisters. The shirt was so big he looked like a deflated balloon. "That the gizmo?" he asked.
Yeah,
Jube replied. He crossed the room and lifted the black sphere with careful reverence. It was warm to the touch. Jube had watched the televised press conference when Dr. Tachyon returned from space to announce that the swarm mother was no longer a threat. Tachyon spoke eloquently and at length about his young colleague Mai and her great sacrifice, her courage within the mother, her selfless humanity. Jubin found himself more interested by what the Takesian left unsaid. He downplayed his own role in the affair and made no mention of how Mai had gotten inside the swarm mother to effect the merging he spoke of so movingly. The reporters seemed to assume that Tachyon had simply flown baby to the mother and docked. Jube knew better. When the sleeper woke, he had decided to play his hunch. "Hate to tell you, but it looks like a bowling ball to me," Red said amiably.
with this I could send the complete works of Shakespeare to the galaxy you call Andromeda,
Jube told him. "Palamine," said Red. "They'd only send it back, and tell you it wasn't suitable to their current needs." He was in much better shape now than when he'd first turned up on Jube's doorstep 3 weeks after the Aces had smashed the new temple, wearing a hideous moth-eaten poncho, work gloves, a full-face ski mask, and mirror shades. Jube hadn't recognized him until he'd lifted his shades to show the red skin around his eyes. "Help me," he'd said, and then he'd collapsed. Jube had dragged him inside and locked the door. Red had been gaunt and feverish. After fleeing the cloisters, Jube had missed the whole thing, for which he was profoundly grateful. Red had put Kim Toy on a Greyhound to San Francisco, where she had old friends in Chinatown who would hide her. But there was no question of his going with her. His skin made him too conspicuous. Only in Jokertown could he hope to find anonymity. He'd run out of money after 10 days on the street and had been eating out of the trash cans behind Harry's ever since. With Roman under arrest and Matthias dead, freeze-dried by some new ace whose name had been carefully kept from the press, the rest of the inner circle were the objects of a citywide manhunt. Jube might have turned him in. Instead, he fed him, cleaned him up, nursed him back to health. Doubts and misgivings gnawed at him. Some of what he had learned about the Masons appalled him, and the greater secrets they hinted at were far, far worse. Perhaps he should call the police. Captain Black had been aghast at the involvement of one of his own men in the conspiracy, and had publicly sworn to nail every Mason in Jokertown. If Red was found here, it would go badly for Jube. But Jube remembered the night that he and 12 others had been initiated at the cloisters, remembered the ceremony, the masks of hawk and jackal, and the cold brightness of Lord Amun as he towered over them, austere and terrible.
He remembered the sound of Tiamat as the initiate spoke the word for the first time, and remembered the tale the worshipful master told them of the sacred origins of the order, of Giuseppe Balsamo, called Cagliostro, and the secret entrusted him by the shining brother in an English wood. No more secrets had been forthcoming on that night of nights. Jube was only a first-degree initiate, and the higher truths were reserved for the inner circle. Yet it had been enough. His suspicions had been confirmed, and when Red in his delirium had stared across Jube's living room and cried out, "Shakti!" he had known for a certainty. He could not abandon the Mason to the fate he deserved. Parents did not abandon children, no matter how depraved and corrupt they might grow with the passage of years. Twisted and confused and ignorant the children might be, but they remained blood of your blood, the tree grown from your seed. The teacher did not abandon the pupil. There was no one else. The responsibility was his. "We're going to stand here all day?" Red asked as the singularity shifter tingled against the palms of Jube's hands. "Or are we going to see if it works?"
"Pardon," Jube said, lifting a curved panel on the tachyon transmitter. He slid the shifter into the matrix field. He began the feed from his fusion cell and watched as the power flux enveloped the shifter. St. Elmo's fire ran up and down the strange geometries of the machine. Readouts swam across shining metal surfaces in a spiky script that Jube had half forgotten and vanished into angles that seemed to bend the wrong way. Red lapsed back into Irish Catholicism and made the sign of the cross.
"Jesus, Mary, and Joseph,"
he said. It works, Jubin thought. He should have been triumphant. Instead, he felt weak and confused. "I need a drink," Red said. "There's a bottle of dark rum under the sink." Red found the bottle and filled 2 tumblers with rum and crushed ice. He drank his down straight away. Jube sat on the couch, glass in hand, and stared at the tachyon transmitter, its high, thin sound barely audible above the air conditioner. "Walrus," Red said when he had refilled his tumbler, "I had you figured for a lunatic, an amiable lunatic, sure, and I'm grateful to you for taking me in and all, with the police after me the way they are. But when I saw you'd built your own Shakti machine, well, who'd blame me for thinking you're a little short on the grey matter?" He downed a slug of rum. "Yours is 4 times as big as Kafka's," he said. "Looks like a bad model, but I never saw the roaches light up that way." "It's larger than it needs to be because I built it with primitive electronics," Jube told him. He spread his hands, 3 thick fingers and blunt-curved thumb. "And these hands are incapable of delicate work. The device at the cloisters would have lit up had it ever been powered." He looked at Red. "How did the worshipful master plan to accomplish that?" Red shook his head. "I can't tell you. Sure, and you're a prince to save me sweet red arse, but you're still a first-degree prince, if you get my meaning." "Could a first-degree initiate construct a Shakti machine?" Jube asked him. "How many degrees had you passed before they even told you the device existed?" He shook his head. "Never mind. I know the punchline. How many jokers does it take to turn on a light bulb? 1, as long as his nose is AC. The astronomer was going to power the machine himself." The look on Red's face was all the confirmation Jube needed.
"Kafka's Shakti was supposed to give the order dominion over the earth," the Mason said.
"Yeah,"
Jube said. The shining brother in the wood gave the secret to Cagliostro and told him to keep it safe, to hand it down from generation to generation until the coming of the Dark Sister. Probably the shining brother had given Cagliostro other artifacts. Without a doubt he had given him a power source, there being no way the Takesian wildcard could have been anticipated 2 centuries ago.
"Clever," Jube said aloud. "Yeah, but still a man of his times. Primitive, superstitious, greedy. He used the things he had been given for selfish personal gain."
Who?" Red asked, confused.
"Balsamo,"
Jube replied. Balsamo had invented the rest himself, the Egyptian mythos, the degrees, the rituals. He took the things he had been told and twisted them to his own use.
"The Shining Brother was a Libar," he announced.
"What?" Red said.
"A Libar," Jube told him. "They're cyborgs, Red, more machine than flesh, awesomely powerful. The Jokers of space, no two look alike, but you wouldn't want to meet one in the alley. Some of my best friends are Libar."
He was babbling, he realized, but he was helpless to stop.
"Oh yeah, it could have been some other species, maybe a Craig, or even one of my people in a liquid metal spacesuit, but I think it was a Libar. Do you know why? Tiamat."
Red just stared at him.
"Tiamat,"
Jubin repeated, the newsboy gone from his voice and manner, speaking as a network scientist might speak.
"An Assyrian deity. I looked that up. Yet why call the Dark Sister by that name? Why not Baal, or Dagon, or one of the other nightmarish godlings you humans have invented? Why is the ultimate power word Assyrian when the rest of the mythology Cagliostro chose was Egyptian?"
"I don't know," Red said.
"I do. Because Tiamat sounds vaguely like something the Shining Brother said. Fiat Mehur, darkness for the race, the Libar term for the swarm."
Jube laughed. He had been telling jokes for 30-odd years, but no one had ever heard his real laugh before. It sounded like the bark of a seal.
The Master Trader would never have given you world dominion. We don't give anything away for free, but we would have sold it to you. You would have been an elite of high priests, with gods who actually listened and produced miracles on demand.
"You're crazy, pal of mine," Red said with forced jocularity. "The Shakti device was going to—"
"Shakti just means power," Jubin said. "It's a tachyon transmitter, and that's all it ever was."
He rose from the couch and thumped over to stand by the machine.
"Satek saw it and spared me. He thought I was a stray, a leftover from some offshoot branch. Probably he felt it would be wise to keep me around in case anything happened to Kafka. He'd be here now, but when Tiamat headed back toward the stars, the Shakti device must have seemed somewhat irrelevant."
"Sure, and, it isn't?"
"No, the transmitter has been calibrated. If I send the call, it'll be heard on the nearest network outpost in a matter of weeks. A few months later, the opportunity will come."
"Ah, what opportunity is that, brother?" Red asked.
"The Shining Brother will come," Jubin told him. "His chariot is the size of Manhattan Island, and armies of angels and demons and gods fight at his beck and call. They had better. They've got binding contracts, all of them."
Red's eyes narrowed in a squint. "You're telling me it's not over," he said. "It can still happen, even without the Dark Sister."
"It could, but it won't,"
Jube said. "Why not?"
"I don't intend to send the call."
He wanted to make Red understand.
"I thought we were the cavalry. The Takesians used your race as experimental animals. I thought we were better than that. We're not. Don't you see, Red? We knew she was coming. But there would have been no profit if she never arrived, and the network gives nothing away for free."
"I think I'm getting it," Red said. He picked up the bottle, but the rum was gone. "I need another drink," he said. "How about you?"
"No,"
Jube said. Red went into the kitchen. Jube heard him opening and closing drawers. When he came out, he had a large carving knife in his hands. "Send the message," he said.
"I went to see the Dodgers once,"
Jube told him. He was tired and disappointed.
3 strikes and you're out at the old ball game. Isn't that what they say? The Takesians, my own culture, and now humanity. Is there anyone who cares for anything beyond themselves?"
"I'm not kidding, Walrus," Red said. "Don't want to do this, pal of mine, but us Irish are a stubborn bunch of cusses. Eh? The cops are hunting us down out there. What kind of life is that for me and Kim Toy, I ask you? If it's a choice between eating out of garbage cans and ruling the world,
I'll take the world every time.
He waved the carving knife.
Send the message. Then I'll put this away and we can order up a pizza and swap a few jokes, okay? You can have rotten meat on your half.
Jube reached under his shirt and produced a pistol. It was a deep, translucent red-black, its line smooth and sensual, yet somehow disquieting, its barrel pencil-thin. Points of light flickered deep inside it, and it fit Jube's hand perfectly.
"Stop it, Red," he said. "It won't be you ruling the world. It'll be the astronomer and Demise, or guys just like them. They're bastards! You told me so yourself!"
"We're all bastards," Red told him. "And the Irish aren't as thick as they say. That's a toy ray gun, pal of mine."
"I gave it to the boy upstairs for Christmas," Jube said. "His guardian gave it back. It wouldn't break, you see, but the metal was so hard that Doughboy was breaking everything else in the house when he played with it. I put the power cell back in, and wore the harness whenever I went to the cloisters. It made me feel a little braver."
"I don't want to do this," Red said.
"Neither do I,"
Jubin replied. Red took a step forward. The phone rang a long time. Finally, someone picked it up at the other end.
"Hello?"
"Freud,"
Jube said.
"Sorry to bother you. It's about this body."
We hope you have enjoyed our presentation of Wildcards 2, Aces High, edited by George R.R. Martin. Copyright 1987 by George R.R. Martin. Pennies from Hell, copyright 1987 by Louis Shiner. Unto the Sixth Generation and Mr. Koyama's Comet, copyright 1987 by Walter John Williams. Ashes to Ashes, copyright 1987 by the Amber Corporation. If Looks Could Kill, copyright 1987 by Walton Simons. Winter's Chill and Jube, copyright 1987 by George R.R. Martin. Relative Difficulties, copyright 1987 by Melinda M. Snodgrass. With a little help from his friends, copyright 1987 by Victor Milan. By Lost Ways, copyright 1987 by Pat Cadigan. Half Past Dead, copyright 1987 by John J. Miller. Performed by Luke Daniels. Directed by Colleen Willits. Engineered by Brandon Rediker. Performance copyright 2011 by Brilliance Audio, all rights reserved. For further information concerning this program or other Brilliance Audio titles, please call the following toll-free number, 1-800-222-3225, or visit our website at www.brillianceaudio.com. No part of this recording may be played for an audience or reproduced in any form. It may not be streamed, downloaded, broadcast, or copied without written permission. Address all inquiries to Brilliance Audio, P.O. Box 887, Grand Haven, Michigan 49417.